Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a liftoff.
Two Doomed Men podcast, the greatest, ready? The greatest podcast in the history of the country, perhaps even the world by far. I don't think anyone comes close.
What's up, Doom Nation, and welcome back for this special episode. As always, you are listening to the Two Doomed Men podcast, and it is Scagz, and yours truly, the captain. We have our good buddy Danny here, and Chris is right there. How you doing, Chris? Good to see you.
The king of the trash realm.
Yeah. And we got our boy Garrett G Money. What's up, pal?
What's up, boys?
And it is our live election night episode, and the main question on everybody's head is, why the fuck did they kill a squirrel?
Yeah. That's funny because that was actually the first story I was going to start with tonight. We were going to start with the serious stuff, but we made it, boys. We are at the finish line finally. It's funny because Andy Coons, our libertarian musician friend, messaged me the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, thanks guys for what you guys are doing. It's awesome, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Andy, you could come on soon. Like, we're done with the election. We could just do fun episodes again coming up here soon." And I've just focused so much on punditry or whatever you want.
What are we going to talk about, boys?
I don't know. We'll go back to flat Earth and shit like that.
Maybe. Yes.
There been any new developments in outer space? We'll start arguing about the SpaceX stuff.
Yeah, fuck NASA.
So we're here. We got coffee. We got Danny.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that you just had us over so you could have an excuse to drink
coffee all night. Yeah.
This entire time since we've been eating dinner is getting coffee. The guys at Dunkin' Donuts scared him. They almost dropped the coffee. He was about to sit down as the thing was counting down, ran back over and poured himself his second cup of coffee.
Trying to be prepared here. Trying to be prepared. So we are here for the long haul tonight. Garrett, I don't know how much time you have, but we'll
probably got about, I would say, 60 to maybe 120 with me.
Okay, fair enough. So. I don't think we're going to get election results in that short amount of time, but we'll see.
No, but enough to talk some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, because Cali's 3 hours behind, so like realistically, it's not going to start popping off around. Mm-hmm. I mean, we get counted earlier, I guess, if they're going to even count them, right?
Well, I mean, it looks like right now Trump has just from the Google election map. I don't know which one you're using, Scagz.
I'm just on like live election day results on Fox News. This might not be the best way to get it. Like, I just want it's showing all the other ancillary races. I kind of just want.
Well, what's yours saying right now, Kyle?
Trump's got 93 million votes. He's got 95 electoral votes
let's
already to compare to
sure.
Kamala's 35. She's got 81 million 8.1 million votes.
I guess SNL didn't help her too much.
Yeah, well, they got in trouble for that, and that was beautiful.
As they should.
Yes.
So, Garrett, what'd you think down the stretch here?
What did I think about down the stretch? What, the last week or so?
Yes.
Yeah, the final moments of both these,
Final
genuinely,
countdown to
both of them were
doom.
genuinely amazing campaigns.
Yeah, I mean, it was wild. I mean, the amount of like double talk, backspeak, side talk out of the one campaign, was just astronomical, and it's just mind blowing to me how people that claim that they're educated can't see it. At the same time, I mean, I think it was pretty wild the last week. I mean, the Trump campaign was on Rogan, both the president and the vice president, which is huge. And I thought it was pretty
took out
telling.
some garbage.
No, I thought, listen, the name calling and all that other shit we're used to because it's been happening. Whether we're deplorables, domestic terrorists, now garbage, everything else, right? So like we're all accustomed to that, right? I thought it was pretty telling and wild that the biggest podcast platform in the world, both candidates from one party went on no problem and did a total of probably 6+ hours of just sitting down and talking. Now, and then I mean, even Fetterman got on.
Fetterman was interesting.
Did 2.5 hours. Like if the Democratic presidential candidate can't even do that. But I thought it was also telling because he sat down and he opened up and he said a lot of things that we're all thinking, even though he was on his side, on his side of immigration and everything else. And I think that's very telling why a man that has to read off of a caption had a stroke. And I'm not making fun of him that. I'm just saying laying the groundwork in perspective of what, the mental capability of who he is. And I mean, he made some conversation, but you could tell he was off. He's like, what'd you say? And we're like, we all just heard the question and could have read it, But he tripped up in that time. I mean, just imagine what Kamala would have done if she had 3 hours. If Rogan had her for 3 hours and actually pressed her on one or two things.
Yeah. And like he even said, he's like, we don't even need to talk. Like, you can tell me about your recipes. I just want to talk. Like I listened to most of the Elon episode that just came out, and I've realized one thing in this campaign. I can't take RFK Jr.'s voice, and I can't take away Elon talks. He's so intelligent that it affects
too much going on.
Yeah,
it's like a robot.
Yeah, he's building a spaceship.
Yep. And he's like thruster booster. It's like what's that movie where the guy drives around on that scooter and he's like, must be better. It's like the video game. Mama's Boy, maybe.
All right, so
you can't be a surgeon if you don't play video games or whatever.
Quick, we got some results here. I did what the captain said, and I went to Google to get some results. So at the moment, it is 8:07. Trump is in the lead, at least on Google. 95 electoral votes, 235. Trump's got popular vote wise, got 10,162,000, and Harris has 8,580,000. Now it is very early. We're looking here at the East Coast kind of wrapping up. Let's see what's going on in Pennsylvania, which is probably the biggest battleground place. Not much has been reported yet.
No.
New Jersey. Garrett, I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
You're in New Jersey, buddy. You're on the ground there. What's the vibe been like there in New Jersey? Not much reported there as well either.
Yeah, but, there's not much reported, but what I've been seeing over the past, let's say week is early voting. Republicans are leading. And it's very uncommon for Republicans to lead in any sort of early voting. Usually the Democrats lead in the early voting, and if the Republicans are going to win, it's going to come in at the end, right? Because a lot of people vote more day of and everything else and all that stuff. But even my county, I sent to you guys earlier, my county that I live in, Morris County, it's like one of the richest counties, I guess you could say, in the country. Last time it voted for Biden, which none of us understood at all. Just we thought it was very odd. But the reports that are coming in is that red wave came to Morris County again. But
go ahead, finish up.
In all honesty, though, I've seen a lot more Kamala and Walt signs than I did see Biden signs out just in my community. But we just been getting a lot of transplants from New York City as well.
Yeah, talking of where we are, one thing I'm almost certain is Connecticut's going to stay blue.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's staying blue.
You made a good point, Garrett. I think a good way to get a gauge for if these blue states are going to turn at all is to see the yard signs.
Yeah.
Right. And yes, in this area of Connecticut, I saw plenty of Trump signs, but
there's more.
There's Kamala and there's Harris Wall signs everywhere.
Yeah. But my main concern for this election is I must have missed a day or something. When did everybody decide they were all going to go early voting? I feel
that's interesting. You did it, right, Danny? You went early voting?
Yeah, I went on Friday. I was going to do it today, but then I was like, you know what? I'd rather be here, drink, chill. So I did it last Friday, me and my father. The line was a little lengthy, but it only took us like half an hour to get in. But really no issues. It was pretty easy in and out.
I didn't realize, but we got another guest has made it. Sean Chris from Kill the Mockingbirds is here. What's up, buddy?
Oh boy, what's up, pal?
What's up, my bad guy?
Brother?
What's up, bro? How long were you waiting there, by the way? Sorry, I was in full screen.
Oh man, you were really quick. Actually, I was only here for a minute, if that.
Okay, there we go.
Captain Scagz don't mess around, bro. They don't leave you in the waiting room. Like,
nah.
when I was on Joe Rogan.
Was that right after Fetterman?
Guatemalan Tim Pool.
Hold on, we got a great comment here. Girth Quake says Lizardi looks like a Guatemalan Tim Pool.
I just want to say Girth Quake, but
yeah,
love you, buddy. Love you, bud.
Sean, thanks for coming in, man. Hope you're.
Man, I had to, man.
I got
fun. TV on the background. You know what I'm saying? Got a little. So you can check it in. Just to put it up all front, just so everybody knows, I did not vote because I was
going to ask you that.
People always say because I didn't like any of the candidates, even the third party to me was trash. I was like,
you didn't like Chase Oliver? Come on, man.
There's no way I was gonna vote because I usually do third party because I refuse to vote for a Democrat or Republican. But I know a lot of people that voted for Trump, so it was good. I was arguing with people at work. They're like, "You got to vote." I was like, "People died for you to vote." I was like, not voting is my choice. It's the same thing as voting. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting point, man. Sean, you know who Sal the Algorist is? I'm sure you know who that is. He's like a social media agorist personality, and he's the type that's like, no, you can't vote because you're like then signing up for you're co-signing the system, you're co-signing your oppression. And today I'm just sitting there, I'm like, bro, you take this shit as religiously as someone who's like a through and through statist. Like you care so much about the fact that we can't vote because then you're signing off on your own oppression. Like you're the same as someone who thinks that democracy is God or whatever. The fact, like it's like the way I viewed it. It's a 5 minute. Most of the time it's like a 5 minute commitment. Today, this morning, I went at 8. I was in and out within 10 minutes, not even, and that was it.
Yeah. Took me a whole 30 minutes. I had about 20 people ahead of me, 25 people ahead of me. And the funniest thing that happened is there was this old couple ahead of me, and ahead of them was this mother with her 2 children, and the kids were getting loud. And this old woman was having a borderline seizure at the sound of children playing, and her husband just ripped into her, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And my guy had a MAGA hat on, so I was like, oh, man. This could be an ugly scene quick.
So I will periodically just be keeping an eye on my other screen down here of what's going on. I found a decent one here that's giving you like live feedback of certain races on top of this is I think the Fox News live stream. But that was interesting. This is NBC. It was interesting just thinking about like who do I go to like to get results from? Like obviously we don't have a team of 2 doomed men reporters like around the country getting live feedback, right? So,
what though? If we had sent Trill down to DC,
we should have.
He would have been at a nightclub right now picking up polls,
getting exit polling information or something like that.
Start it up.
That's an interesting concept, though. Right? Like, how are you really supposed to know? Like, at the end of the day, we are kind of still all beholden to the corporate press telling us who won or not. I don't know how else will you get results.
There really is no other way at the moment, gentlemen. So
not a great system.
We got to kind of use that. So I had a question for you because I know like Chris didn't vote and stuff. But how many of you guys got people to vote that usually don't vote?
I don't know if I got anyone to vote, but I did hound a few of my friends who have quite strong work ethics and would probably skip voting because they had like a meeting or something. So I kind of focused on a few of those guys to make sure that like, look, you want your children to, not be a staff sergeant in the Great World War. You better go take 10 minutes out of your day, go a little late to that meeting, and vote.
Yeah, as far as persuading people to vote, I don't think I persuaded anyone, but I can honestly say I think I made them, change their mind. Like originally, Team Harris, Team Walls, hit them with facts, links, whatever, just whatever's to supplement my argument. And they were like still unsure. I assume they did more of the research. Eventually, they're like, "I voted," I'll be nosy. I'll be like, "So who'd you vote for?" They'll straight up be like, "Trump," whatever. I'm like, "Oh shit." But the biggest surprise for who voted for Trump today is my
Shane.
girlfriend. Yeah,
Shane.
A recurring guest on the show often. Yes.
So yeah, that was the biggest shock. But some people I know they're too far gone. There's no saving them, and it sucks. But it's what it is. But I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, I'm not friends with you," whatever. I'll bust her balls.
No, I'm just asking. I was just asking that question because I think I persuaded and I got more people than I thought would to go out. I mean, I have at least a handful of friends that never ever vote, kind of like Sean, and and they were like, I had to go and vote just because I feel like it's that they have kids, and I think it's a little different when you have kids. Like your perspective gets a little bit more different than like if it was just me, I'd be like, fuck man, not voting for anybody, right? Yeah. But like once you have kids and it like
changes your perspective and everything.
It does a little bit, whether it's right or wrong, but like this is my only process to give the middle finger. Like, yeah, like you guys, some of us take it as like fuck the band, we're not voting, and other of us are like, you know what, screw it to the kids, we're the new punk rock, like so. I mean, I think I've said it forever, and Scagz actually talked me back into voting, I guess, through the past 4 years because I was like, why are we even participating in this system?
There you go. That answers my question. Did I convince anybody? Garrett, yeah.
And you convinced me, so I did.
Well, people on the panel.
So you know what? Though, like we could do like a pyramid scheme. So like Scagz got you, and now everybody that you got to vote, actually Scagz got to vote.
I didn't really spend. I'll be honest with you. I didn't like. Aside from being on the podcast and being like, hey, I'm at a certain point, I was like, I'm just going to vote for Trump, and we should vote. I didn't like put much effort into convincing anyone in person to voting. It just what people can make their own decisions. I'll be honest with you. Some people
shouldn't vote.
Most people, yeah, I know. But most people in my orbit just tend to be paying attention. I don't know how else to say it. Danny, I'm impressed by you the past year. I used to consider you much so just a normie. I feel like you really paid attention a lot this past year, and you're like on it.
What changed? Because he wants to move and get a house and get married and have kids.
Well, I paid attention mostly this year. Past years, like I paid attention lightly and everything, but it was just because you said, Garrett, you didn't care about voting like that because your vote didn't matter. You felt right, something like that. That's how I felt. So I'm like, why am I going to vote or whatever? But to me, I feel like this is like the last line. Like it's freedom, all the democracy that they keep talking about. Like I feel like if Team Blue wins, we 100% lose democracy. But I figured.
You mean the Republic?
But see,
you feel like
they're vote, man. Like I've voted a lot in my life. Like this is like where I just was like, you know what, I'm making a conscious effort not to, because I called in 2020 that Trump will win the 2024 election. I knew this was going to be the outcome. Now, can anything happen? I'm still pretty heavy leaning that he's going to win. And even just politics wise, it makes sense, right? You got to use Kamala Harris because she's that diversity hire. You got to waste that. Then like you can't run her in 2028 because you'll be like, hey, she lost. So he can pick anybody after that. She doesn't have to be next in line. Plus,
you feel like that's their fresh start on that side?
What's up?
Like this throwaway, you feel like that's their fresh start to get rid of like a Joe Biden, a Bernie Sanders, a Hillary Clinton, and then they
I would hope so, because this has been a disaster.
We talked about that. We thought that was one of the possible thought processes.
I think us
that they
talked
had
about that.
We did it last time.
It's not that they're just throwing it away. Like they picked Harris, they're giving it a go. If it fails, they burn her and get rid of her because she was in the way. She was literally in the way.
Well, that's what I said.
They had boxed themselves in with
she's
her.
disposable. She was the disposable.
It was funny
income for them.
It was funny listening to Elon and Rogan talk about like Waltz being a weird guy and how like they didn't go with like Shapiro. and I was just screaming at the radio. I was like, because they needed someone dumber and goofier and worse off than her. And I mean, she is the bottom of the barrel. They had to go under the barrel to find this guy.
Well, you got to steal some spotlight from her stupidity,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, if they picked Shapiro, he would have ran circles around her, and he would have ended up being more popular than she would have, and that would have destroyed the narrative of, oh, this white guy is going to come and show up our DEI hire.
I feel like Walz was somewhat popular though with like the progressive base.
Yeah, they like him a lot.
Yeah, they do. Like Kyle Kalinske, for example, is out there supporting Kamala Harris because of Tim Walz. So there was some value in him, but it's funny.
He must be a cool guy.
I think you mentioned the weird thing. He was pretty weird, which is ironic.
He is weird. He's weirder than JD Vance, that's for sure.
Yeah, I keep seeing like memes and GIF of like he's like doing like that weird New York City rock
Yes.
or whatever.
Yes.
It's like one of my favorite things.
Trying to see if we could go live here on Instagram for
White guy tacos, and I was the head coach. I mean, the assistant coach.
Yeah, I mean,
manager.
He ran a pick six. What did he say? Right? I ran a pick six.
No, he said AOC runs a mean pick six.
Runs a mean pick six.
I'm a play, bro. Like, I mean, it's a play, but not that you can call. But I'll go back real quick to the Kamala thing. The reason why too is like, if Trump don't win, then how do the Democrats stay in office? So they're looking for the 8 block, right? That 8 years. They need to blame somebody. So just strategic wise, you need Trump to win, because without Trump, you don't have this enemy that you can constantly talk about. If it's Harris and it continues to be bad, they might not get the White House again for 12 or longer.
Hey, so let's hope for 16 years. Peace and prosperity.
All right, we got Trill Boy is here. How long you're waiting, man? It's hard for me. There's a lot going on here. I'm trying to pay attention to a lot of things at once. And when someone jumps into StreamYard, I have to like add them. So
I was only in there for like 5 minutes. I was like setting up my stuff on the back end.
Good.
Okay.
We were just saying we should have sent you down to some of the clubs in DC for like the watch parties, and you could have live streamed it and collect poll information.
Live polling results. What is this going to look like? Let's see.
Live on the street.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Yeah. I'm just playing around with the StreamYard here. I don't think we've ever done this many people at once. I've also got the 2 cameras on the one side.
It's like StreamYard orgy.
It is, yeah.
Nice.
We were hoping, man, to have the Sergeant and the Samurai reunion here tonight, but unfortunately, Steven bailed on us again.
That's because he voted for Kamala.
Let's just fucking bitch him out now while we have an opportunity.
Steve, we know you do cocaine.
We know we know you're listening at some point.
We know you do cocaine, and we know you voted for Kamala.
Bodega Cat says, "What's the score? The Yankees are down 6-0."
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh my god!
I saw a meme today,
boys. I told you so.
I saw a meme today. It said, "All right, who are these names on the ballot?"
All right, funny. So while I have a moment of clarity here, why doesn't everybody shout out where they could be found and all that good stuff? Now that we got majority of us here, we're still waiting on the king of the trash realm, but I'm hoping he will make an appearance here at some point in person.
By the time you guys close,
Troy Boy, go for it.
Just finally excited. We're at the finish line of all this going on right now, and it's the moment of truth starting tonight, seeing who wins tonight and whatnot, and finally come to a closure to all this.
No, this is just the beginning.
Exactly.
This is just the beginning.
I feel that, to some extent, it's an election. There's a lot of news that comes out.
It's the ending of this chapter, and we're getting on to the next one.
The one thing, we might never hear that annoying cackle ever again.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I was saying that if one of the best things that will come out of a Trump win is the montage of people having complete nuclear meltdowns about him winning. Like, I want to see that lady in the green sweater and the glasses screaming again, like she's 10 years older now at this point. Like, I'm ready and older. I was telling Captain, if there's something like that again, we'll do a whole episode just reacting to videos like that. That'd be fucking a lot of fun.
Hey, the blue January 6th coming soon, man. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. See, well, this is what I'm worried about, because Trump's defeated Kamala. Her campaign was a disaster. His campaign was an absolute clinic. And especially the past several weeks.
One of the best.
Genuinely the best campaign probably ever ran in the history of this country. But The one thing I can promise you is there is going to be no peaceful transition of power. If Trump wins tonight,
100%.
the left is not accepting it, and they will burn down their blue cities. And if Kamala wins, there's no way any of us are going to accept it. We're all going to buy into election interference.
Though, like that's what I'm saying. Like, so my point of being all because like if you go through a lot of the stuff Trump says, like to me, they're the same candidate, like on different things. Like Trump talked about like banning stuff on the internet. He talked about like, hey, you go to jail for burning the American flag, which is a portion of freedom of speech. He talked about like, hey, take their guns first and ask questions later. Like there is a lot of questionable things. Now, again, I understand why people lean towards Trump. Like I understand the idea of what it represents, but I think what they do every 4 years is they dangle these little treats like, all right, we're gonna go to the conservatives. We'll give you a couple concessions, get a pat on the back. You'll feel good. And boom, we're going to flip it on you. And it's this constant us against the working class. And that is the disappointing thing. And the reason I didn't vote is the thing that pissed me off the most is there was this campaign to shame people to not vote. They were like, did you know that they can look up your voting history? Not who you voted for, but if you did or didn't. You know what? Look it up. I didn't. You know what I mean? You know, you could just ask. I think that those kind of tactics just really set sour on me. And there was nobody I was super on, but I understand why people voted for Trump. And I actually convinced 4 or 5 people to vote. Now they ended up voting Trump because I'm like, we can't do Harris. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
what are you, an idiot?
Yeah, what are you, an idiot? Like you either vote or you vote Trump. That's it. That's it.
That's why I wanted you here, Sean. You always give a good perspective to kind of keep this whole conversation grounded. You make a good point. Definitely, there are a lot of things that we definitely don't agree with Trump on, right? And you brought up a good one, right? Like the flag burning thing. Now, do I like the idea of people burning the flag? No. But is it should it be a protected freedom of speech thing? Yes, it should. However, I think given the fact that Harris's administration, their form of censorship was the Twitter files and removing people from social media and using lawfare to go after people and shut down things people are saying politically and pressuring YouTube to make shows like ours impossible to be found is way worse than a flag being burned. Like if I had to choose between the two,
closing up the internet. Remember, he talked about closing up the internet and shoring it up, and that people that think that's censorship of freedom of speech are foolish.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, but this is a while ago now.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that these ideas are out there, right?
Sure.
It was just crazy to me that this last month and a half, they really pushed into this alt media / libertarian / like conspiratorial world. And
they did, yeah, they did, which was the best 2 months of their campaign. They came to us and they started sounding like us, Yeah, they did. I don't know. Did they make a change or something on the campaign staff? Someone who
Probably
like maybe corrected
shot.
They moved. It could be that could have something to do. They moved away from so much of the Israel dick sucking as well. They didn't do as much of that the past 2 weeks.
They were smart.
They did. Yeah, I'm talking purely like
move.
campaign strategy. They did very good the last 2 months. I'm not talking about like real policy or anything like that. At least like
see how many Hasidics are coming out to vote.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, I heard Jersey's flooded.
Lines of the Hasidics, like, and they usually stay out. Same thing with the fucking Amish. I know they're different people, different beards, right? Different ways of life. Obviously, I know there's different. But like, have you seen like they said 140,000 Amish came out to vote. You don't know they're not voting for Kamala.
They want the raw milk, bro. They're trying to protect the raw milk.
Don't fuck with the unused milk, right?
Trill, you're in
That's the spice melange.
Trill, you're in New Jersey, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm currently in Jersey.
So I asked Garrett this before. Garrett's in definitely a way different demographic area of Jersey, I think, Trill, than you're in. What was your vibe like in Jersey? Because there is a chance that Trump flips Jersey to be a Republican, but I'm trying to get a vibe from like people who are on the ground there and whatnot. What did you see? What do you think? Like, what did you see that you could lead to believe? Is there any chance that Trump actually could flip New Jersey?
There is a chance that he can flip New Jersey. What I've been seeing a lot of is a lot of like Trump supporters and stuff like that, and a lot of people voting for Trump in Jersey. But you definitely have like your little pockets of like people voting for Kamala and stuff like that. Where I'm at in New Jersey, there is a big Jewish community, literally like in the town that I'm in right now and stuff like that. So, yeah, they definitely voiced their opinions out and about and whatnot. Especially when I went to the polls, they were out there full
Jewish
force
community,
and whatnot. Yeah, they were out there full
Wow.
force and whatnot. And yeah, especially like in the north part of Jersey where I'm at, like.
What do you
literally-
consider the North, Thrill?
Yeah, this
I'm
is
the
interesting.
North.
So I'll put it out there.
That's a
I'm
valid question.
in Bergen County.
See, I'm
So-
Morris County.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I'm over here. So you know
We
how
over
it-
here
I'm over here now.
it's pretty much like kind of like divided a little bit.
It is.
But definitely I saw a little bit more of like the Trump stuff going on and whatnot, and a lot more support on his side.
What was
So,
the yard sign vibe like around you? I feel like that's a good, like I was saying before, a
It's
good
like
barometer.
it's weird because there's some communities that are over here that are very wealthy, and it's like it's weird. Like you go to one street, it's all Kamala signs. You go to another street, it's all Trump and
signs, yeah.
MAGA signs and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And then especially there's this one highway that's like literally by like all the stores, the mall and all that. And there's this one
What,
like
17th?
no, Route 4. There's an
Oh, you're going for-
overpass.
I didn't know if you were
that
down by Garden
people-
State.
Yeah, there's an overpass where people literally either one day it's Trump people or
Yeah.
it's like Kamala people, and they're all just chilling there with signs. People are honking. It's like literally warfare on that highway. Like it's
It was
crazy.
the vibe today.
But today, I didn't even see anybody like on that overpass today, so it was like kind of weird. But
Did
the
you get
past
to
couple
vote,
weeks- Huh?
Did you get to vote?
Yeah, I did it a week early. So
Okay.
I voted last
Okay,
week.
so when did you get the memo to do early voting? That's what we're all wondering. Why did everybody early vote this year?
You are right. That shit
Well, I
happened.
mean,
Everybody said that at work too. They were like, because they were talking about voting. You gonna vote today? And everybody's like, oh, I voted like 2 weeks ago. I was like, what?
You know what? It is.
Yeah.
I guess practically speaking, it is more convenient to just do it
Sure.
on your own time
Yeah, I guess
instead
so.
of being
Yeah.
forced to do it on this one day. The way everybody asked me if I did that, and I was like, no, I'm going to do it on the day of because I don't have much faith in the system to begin
Yes,
with.
that's
As a
exactly
libertarian,
what- yeah.
so
That
if you're going to,
was
very
if you're then
valid.
going to extend to me that I have to give them the benefit of the doubt that I'm going to vote 2 weeks ahead of time, and they're going to keep this one anonymous piece
Yeah.
of paper of mine that I filled out on file correctly without losing it for the next 2 weeks or whatever it is. That's asking me a lot.
Yeah.
But we'll see here how that plays out because there was
Yeah.
interesting data coming back about early voting kind of favoring
yeah,
Trump. I didn't see that, but
New
I
Jersey's early
didn't
voting.
see that coming.
Yeah, like I got the
Yeah.
flyer 3 weeks ago to
The
early
New
vote.
Jersey early voting, a lot more Republicans came out and voted early in New Jersey, and we've actually
Yeah.
been leading in New Jersey, the Republicans,
Mhm.
for the past like 4 or 5 days. You see that, Throw?
Yeah, I definitely saw that. Like,
Yeah, and
especially
they said
too, they
Morris
were
County's going
advertising it
back
a
red,
lot
too.
on the highways, on billboards. They were literally like saying, like, you can go vote now.
Yeah.
and whatnot.
So
that's
okay,
that's
so
what
we
I
have
saw all
some
the time.
we have some news. It looks like Trump,
Trump
has basically
broke
won.
100.
Well, not just that, but it looks like Trump has won Florida. 91%
Yeah, he
is
won
in.
for
And
that.
he's ahead
So-
56.1.
I am a real American.
Skagz, did you get that thing I sent you about Florida?
My-
How they were
I
talking
don't know. My
about
phone
how
was busy.
Florida. Did you get it?
No, I don't know. My
Did you
phone's
send
busy
it
as
in
a
our
camera.
group chat?
Yeah,
I
Captain's
might
got
have.
his phone on him.
So I'll just give you guys a little context. They were talking about, oh, how crazy it is because Florida always has like the Northeast transplants, right? The snowbirds and whatever. They spend their time or they go retire down there. So it's really like a purple state or whatever. Since they did voter ID and something else, the whole state turned like deep red. And now
Wait,
that
did
they're
you guys-
checking voter rolls,
You know
there's actually-
why?
Yeah, Trump's
there's
ahead
actually
right now.
rules.
In the moment, Trump is ahead 105 to 27. Now, again, context, a lot more to come. But
Yeah, that's nothing.
at the moment, it's looking good. But this, I don't think it means much at the moment.
Yeah, 'cause
My
it's
thing with
different.
Florida,
On
I-
yours, on mine, and then the TV, it's like 3 different scores.
yeah,
What do you got on your TV, Chris?
On the TV, it's 105 to 27. On Google,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I got.
101 to 49.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the
maybe-
same
We've
thing
been
on
switching
Google.
back and forth between those
Yeah.
Maybe-
two.
This goes back to what we were saying
something
before. How
else.
do you get a straight line? Which one do you go? Which one do we go to? I know. We'll
by
both bounce.
10, 11 o'clock, you
Yeah.
got to,
You gotta have
closer.
3 of them on just
see,
to
like
count.
right now, Fox is saying 111 to 72.
Yeah. So I remember in the 2020 election very clearly that
Fox called it like a bunch of jerk offs. Yeah.
they call, but throughout the night, CNN was quicker on what state was given up. Yeah.
So
they had everything preloaded on their prompters.
Yes, they did. Wait, I hope we kept that receipt of that little snafu of
I could send
Kamala winning.
Oh, I have it.
You have it. So I know all of us have it.
Because if the numbers are the same for Pennsylvania by the end of the night.
Well, I think what Captain's talking about is there was like Formula One racing was going on. And underneath the Formula One racing, it was an announcement that Kamala had won the election in Pennsylvania.
They said
it was like 2 weeks ago. So everybody's like, what the fuck?
2% to 47%.
Okay, let's keep that on hand, Sean. We'll see later. But I got some videos and things we can react to in the meantime while we're looking for results and whatnot that are actually meaningful. And we were talking about before is accepting the election results, and that Garrett, you said before, I was trying to segue to this, but everybody was talking. I don't want to interrupt. That we'll see what happens on January 6th if Trump were to win this time and things go the other way. So I found this video, which was very interesting. This is this is Raskin, the guy who used to be bald because he had cancer. Now his hair grew back apparently, and he was on Jon Stewart's or I forgot what he was on one of the late night shows recently, and he was talking about this very same concept. Now he is a very high up Democrat, so let's hear what he had to say, and then we'll react to it after.
When I say we will support a free and fair election, no, we're not going to allow them to steal it in the states or steal it at the Department of Justice or steal it with any other election official in the country. If it's a free and fair election, we will do what we've always done. We will honor it.
So,
Bill Maher.
Yeah. And that is the Democrats' history. They honor it. That is the big difference between the parties. One of the big. Okay. So,
and on that point, I'll tell you, the political scientists have told us the hallmark characteristics of a fascist political party. Number one, they don't accept the outcome of democratic elections that don't go their way.
Yeah.
Right? Number two, they embrace
Hillary
political
Clinton.
violence as an instrument for obtaining power. And three, they're not organized democratically. They're organized top down as a cult of a personality around a charismatic or allegedly charismatic figure, right?
Okay.
That's not even what I was looking for.
That wasn't the one.
I thought you had.
Goes on to say that they're gonna not certify.
He laid the groundwork. I thought you had the clip of him like laying the groundwork. How they're gonna just like not certify.
Yeah,
not
civil war conditions. Fences will go up, and
he did to be fair to expose both sides. He did tweet today in response to somebody tweeting. Raskin said, "Let folks cast their votes for Trump if that's their choice, but mark my words, we won't certify the election. He might win, but we'll ensure he doesn't step foot in the Oval Office." So Raskin retweeted this, and he said, "This fictional quote is 100% fabricated. It's one more lie in the stream of right-wing lies designed to undermine our election. Despite the actionable libel and all disinformation, America is having a free and fair election, and Congress will certify the winner." So I don't know exactly what you guys,
video.
So I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about, but I thought the video that I played was bad enough to begin with. I mean, he is.
No, there's a worse video.
No, but there's a video of him saying exactly what he just said he didn't say.
Okay, I believe it. I'm just saying.
Cap, you saw that, right?
I've seen it. Yeah.
He is in a sense, putting his toe in the pool of, denying the election. And then he kind of has the projection later of talking about fascism. Go ahead, Sean. What are you saying?
He's putting it in the ether. That's what. But again, this is what I was expecting to happen to kind of shift it, because it's like this war against the working class, right? And Cap, you're wearing a Hulkamania shirt, right?
Trumpomania.
Trumpomania. and all of us, it's not like I coined this term or anything, but politics is professional wrestling, right?
Yes, it is. It is.
But it came something new that came to it that I kind of started figuring out is not only is it professional wrestling, but Trump brought the Attitude Era.
Yeah. So cold.
It's professional wrestling. But now instead of having these little cartoonish characters, there's more realism. And that's what we're getting with Trump. And I think this is the dawn of the new politicians. So it's going to be very murky waters because they're entangled with the Tucker Carlsons and the Joe Rogans. Because if you see Joe Rogan's flip, just go look at Joe Rogan 6, 8, 9 months ago. And I get people change their mind, but the way that he flipped, it just seems so psyopish. And I know everybody throws those words around, and I don't necessarily think it's a psyop. I think it's one of those things that you try to sway public perception. And they're constantly going after us, and I just say to be wary, and nothing to not vote for Trump, right? That's fine, but let's hold him accountable. I
agree with that. I don't know. I don't know if if
So you saw hold on real quick. You
I
saw
don't
the
think there's
reaction to
one
that?
of us that
You saw the
wouldn't hold
reaction to
them
that amongst
accountable.
everybody here, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, I know you guys, right?
Yeah.
Like I know you guys, but there's a large portion of people, and you got to remember that a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump also voted for Barack
Yeah,
Obama.
no, I mean, perfect case in
Yeah.
point. Like my father, he will follow Trump to the ends of the world. He will. My father fought in Vietnam. He's ready to go fight in Israel right now for Donald Trump. All right, you know, like, and I'm just like supporting any wars is retarded.
Kevin
But
throwing his dad under the bus
yeah, he
live
is,
on
yeah.
election night. I love it. So as it stands right now, 101 to 52. A lot of the South has reported in.
Now I got 71 for. Oh, you got it.
I got 71. It just bumped up. So 101 to 71. What something? This seems like the New England is reported in now. Let's
So
see
let
what's
me-
going
let
on.
me
Hang on.
ask-
Let's see what's going on in Jersey real quick.
let's see what's going on in
Yeah,
Connecticut.
Wait, then. Connecticut's a blue dog.
All right,
state,
so
man.
see
We ain't
see
winning over
see
there.
where that map is. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, even our area over here is blue, but the northern corner of Connecticut is.
See, that's where I want to buy property.
See where you go.
That big
north.
red
Where you
area.
go back to Jersey.
North.
They didn't count mine yet. So
we got the
so
king of
like
trash
Atlantic
coming.
County, that's blue.
Oh,
that's
boy.
Sorry to cut you off, brother.
What'd you say?
We got another visitor.
The
Oh, dude.
king is here.
The king.
The king of the trash realm has arrived. I was hoping you were going to come in full regalia, as I was saying.
What's good, baby?
You got coffee? You want some coffee? Coffee. Oh, you got coffee? You got more coffee?
You want to put some bourbon in your
Got a whole box
coffee?
of Joe over there.
Want to put some bourbon in your coffee?
What's going on, man? All right. So, what's that? Yeah, that's Trill Boy right there. There you go. I'll put on full screen for you. Sit down so we can see you. He's not even on camera yet. There you go. I got you a nice chair here
That's
too.
the
I got
other
you the big
Dudley
chair.
boy.
Sit down. You know what you're
Sit
doing.
down.
Put your
Yeah, you're a
headphones
pro.
on.
Come on, man. This is the first time you've been on a podcast. Shit.
First rodeo.
Trill, don't laugh. I can hear you.
He can hear you. Put the headsets on. I can hear you from all the way over there.
Let me get a cup.
You want a cup? I'll get you a cup. Sit down. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Chilling. We're here on election night, pal.
Oh, let's see how this turns out.
Yeah. Did you go
Pull
vote
that mic
today,
a little
Absolutely.
or did you do early voting?
No, I went this morning.
Yeah. And how was it?
Easy.
Yeah.
In and out. No, I'm good with coffee. I just need booze.
I think it was easy because all the other people voted like 2 weeks in.
Yeah, everybody went early apparently.
Yo, there was no one at mine. Now, given I'm in like a
Yeah. You live in the middle of nowhere.
sparingly,
Yeah.
populated area in Connecticut, but it's not that sparingly populated. And
No,
it was like,
it's like
when I
where
went at
live
8
in
o'clock
New
in the morning,
Jersey.
there was no one there. I was literally maybe I was like me and one other person were there, and there was more
a
poll workers
constant
there than
flow
there were
by
people.
me. Like it wasn't a line. I mean, I was probably in and out in 10 minutes, but like it was literally just a constant flow of like cars coming in, cars coming out, cars
Yeah.
coming. And I mean, I was when like everybody went to work. I dropped the kids off at school or whatever, and it was like I went right after then. I know a couple people that went later in the day, and it's just been like that constant train all day.
So we were talking about New Jersey before. I'm now seeing on the Google thing saying the AP is calling the race for Kamala Harris wins New Jersey. 29%.
29% reporting,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
1% in. Kamala Harris wins.
I know, but they do that with Jersey all the time, and that's what I don't understand. So, like, if you go to that map, right?
Sorry, I'll go back.
No,
to
you're
it.
good. I know you got a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, there's a
over there.
lot going on here. Yeah.
I know there is, buddy.
Go ahead. What do you
You're
want to
doing a
look at?
great job. We all
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
What do you want me to look at?
So, like, basically, I mean, where I live is that, like, see where the blue is up top and the red is on the side?
Yeah.
I live in that, like, top
Yeah,
corner
you're over
that's
here in
still
the
not
corner,
counted
yeah.
right there. There,
Right.
and then a little bit. And, Trill, you probably live right underneath me, right? Like, in between.
No,
those-
they already have it blue. It's like north
Yeah,
of
the
Yeah,
New York.
Newark
well, I
area.
thought that
Yeah.
was like Essex County, but I guess Bergen County's kind of in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like that whole top corridor. So, like basically New Jersey, I call it the junkie vein of New Jersey. Basically, anything from Newark down to Philadelphia is where all the trash bags are, and they always like blue. Everything north is red. Everything south, especially like Cape May County and all that.
Yeah,
stuff,
the shore.
and the whole shore.
Oh, the shore? Yeah.
Yeah, that's like that's
all
why it's
Trump
so
country right
wild
there.
because like literally probably more than half of our state is red, but there is a lot of blue.
There's only blue cities, not blue states.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I hate that.
That's a good point, Captain. You know, that's pretty
Yeah,
warranted because
cool.
no
Let's
matter
just fight.
No matter where you go, like you could be in a blue state if you're in a rural area. It's most likely like a red area. Like New York State. New York State is probably the most extreme example of that.
New York,
all of New York is a red state. It's just the fact that the population is so densely concentrated in the city in the south, and then like Buffalo and whatnot, that there's just more population
like that too,
in that
man.
area.
I was talking about like earlier today, like, you know, you think of like being out in the woods and hunting and fishing and being just rugged and stuff. But then you look at like Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, like they're just all blue states, but they have all the makings for a great red state.
Yeah. So Chris is here. I thought perhaps while we are still waiting for some election results, we could shift to our big news story of the week.
Yeah,
that came out this week. This was the big one. Forget about the election, folks. Peanut the squirrel. This was the big one of the week. So let's play the video, and then we could all say whatever we want to say about this one. But TMZ broke this one.
We just learned that they have euthanized Peanut.
Raccoon as well.
And the raccoon as well.
For a second, I thought that was
I
Hugh
am
Jackman.
so sorry. This must be really difficult.
It not only tears my family apart, but Peanut was the cornerstone of our nonprofit animal rescue. And 10 to 12 DEC officers raided my house as if I was a drug dealer. I was sat outside my house for 5 hours. I had to get a police escort to my bathroom. I wasn't even allowed to feed my rescue horses breakfast or lunch. I was sat there like a criminal after they interrogated my wife to check out her immigration status, then proceeded to ask me if I had cameras in my house, then proceeded to go through every cabinet, nook, and cranny of my house for a squirrel and a raccoon.
They got a search warrant?
They got a search warrant. 4 departments and a judge signed off on a search warrant for a squirrel and a raccoon. And then they took them and killed them.
Why did they go through all that to get a search warrant for an animal that had been with you very safely, and the world witnessed this for 7 years? Why now suddenly did they show up with a search warrant and take these animals?
We haven't a clue. We don't know who made the complaints. Again, Peanut was an indoor squirrel, not harming anybody. He's been with us for 7 years. Not a single complaint was ever filed for this animal. We had him for 7.5 years. He became the world's most famous squirrel. We weren't hiding him by any means. He was all over TikTok. He became the first squirrel on TikTok to ever hit 1 million followers. He did.
Nuts.
This sounds so crazy. This is the world we live in now.
It's a fucking
He's helped kids gather joy. And then we started a nonprofit animal rescue called Peanut's Freedom Farm to help animals like Peanut fight a good fight when they're in a neglected case or they're sitting in a slaughter auction. And he was the cornerstone of our life and our organization. We used his platform to help raise money for the 300 animals we have at our sanctuary.
All right, I'll tell you one thing. This guy, he's good.
He's a good actor.
He's good.
He's
good. He's part of the reason why this whole thing went so viral.
Yeah.
He sold that. I just also want to point out the fact that they checked his wife's immigration status. She's white as fuck.
Yeah.
What do they check? Unless she's maybe mail order
Eastern
brought from Ukraine or
European,
something.
bro.
Yeah.
Ukrainians, man, you know the Ukrainians are everywhere.
Ukrainian.
I don't want to live in a country that has the time and resources to kill a pet squirrel, or agencies that are concerned about what pets you have. And all I'm going to say is it started with Harambe, but it's going to end with Peanut.
He started that timeline. This is breaking that.
Yep.
Starting
Harambe was our anchor being. He was our anchor being, and ever since he died, our timeline has shifted and been off.
Yeah.
And now
Harambe was an absolute point in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now this is our opportunity to change it all back.
So the only reason I came here tonight
Was talk about Peanut.
advocate for Peanut.
For Peanut.
So because
a
it's
vote
great-
for Trump is a vote for Peanut.
Absolutely.
You heard it, fellas.
So I like you said, it's just similar to Harambe, which we were widely affected on. But this one cut deep. This one was really deep. So I
Fucking
said
New York State, man.
I said if anything sketchy happens today, My goal is to, after this, I'm hitting the streets in a fucking squirrel costume.
Purge night.
Causing chaos on behalf of Peanut.
You gotta have a little snout and
You
whiskers.
think I'm
too.
joking?
Chris is gonna be like one of those giant union rats that show up when
Scabby.
Except he's a fucking squirrel.
We talked about it. It's obnoxious, but there's the principle behind it.
Yes,
it's a principle, and you have to take that serious. This is where we're at, you know, and that's the scary part. It's like, okay, it's a squirrel, pet squirrel, and a pet raccoon, but it's the meaning behind how far
that
would
the
you
government can go this far
to invade your home and take something that is your property or a dependent and just completely be like, no, we're gonna kill it.
Why don't we want to give up the Second Amendment rights? Well, promise me that the government won't turn tyrannical and kick down my door and, I don't know, start killing members of my family. Oh, they would never do that. Yeah, well, they did it for a squirrel and a raccoon. That wasn't even causing a problem. Listen, if you had, you know, like if you were Joe Exotic, if you were Joe Exotic and you were feeding the neighbor's kids to your tiger and wolf,
I get it.
Wait. We all have to show some respect, not just a squirrel. Guy was a fucking super
squirrel.
Yeah.
All right. He was a fucking
entertainment
TikTok
superstar.
star. Okay. That means something now.
Has more followers than all of us combined.
You had an OnlyFans, right? Didn't the squirrel have OnlyFans?
Yeah, the OnlyFans too.
Probably.
Wait, the squirrel had an OnlyFans?
No,
Yeah, it was all
my
about
God, that makes me
that
even
would've
more
been
angry.
insane.
That makes me more angry. No, yeah, that's just insane. This is the world we're living in. You know, I don't know what's crazy.
Some lady from Texas, like supposedly, like they weren't even in the same state, saw a video or something. They found out who it was. Like supposedly they have exposed the lady that, you know, they're canceling her and throw her out there. But
was she the one who called or ratted out?
Yeah,
or something?
it was the person who made the call.
Does anybody know what, like, why was it? Because it was just rabid animals. That
Karen caring about the wrong things.
Yeah.
Clearly had nothing better to do that.
You know what it is? You know what
That's
it is?
what I'm saying.
Sean,
Like, what was
I want
the justification?
Sean, I want to hear your perspective on this. But you know what it is? It's an example of anarcho-tyranny, right? I'm sure Captain Me and you have talked about this before, but like anarcho-tyranny, it's the inverse of anarcho-capitalism or freedom, right? It's like the worst scenario where the government exists to kind of like enforce criminality on the population instead of like protecting the population from criminality. You know, you could literally have in Central Park junkies shooting up in the, you know, and no one will do anything about it. The cops are scared to do anything. But at the same time, the same police force will go and raid someone's house because they have a fucking squirrel and throw and kill them. Right? It's the inverse of how it should be. It's the worst form of anarchy.
Well,
essentially, it's just complete totalitarianism. They can just decide on a whim what they want to and not want to enforce. This is kind of traditionally one of those things where, like, even if it is a law, it's one of those laws you just ignore. It's not that fucking
like
serious.
that law in Alaska. You can't look at a moose from an airplane or something.
Even in my town here, there's a
laws
rule.
that, like, around here, you can't eat ice cream on Sundays and shit like that.
Yeah. Not trying to out myself here, but there's a law here in my town where you have to have a license to have a dog. And my wife told me, and I lauged right in her face. Like, I'm gonna get a license to have a dog. Where I'm like, what are they gonna fucking do? What are they gonna do? They're not gonna do anything, right? But at the same time, I mean, you never know now at this point. They might show up and just machine gun my dogs to death. Who knows?
Now, how funny is that, right? You need a license to own a dog, but you don't in some states need a license to go vote.
Yes.
How hilarious.
Crazy.
That's a very good point, sir.
But the point I was trying to make, though, is that it's like my town is not actually enforcing that or has no ability to actually enforce that in any way. And that's the way normally things like that go.
Because you let the dog loose and attack.
Right, if they did. In this regard, it's New York State. It's an anarcho-tyranny state, and they decided we're going to go after it. And, you know, I'll probably be honest with you now. I didn't even know that much about this, that this guy was that famous on TikTok. That's probably part of the reson why. Just because he had such a high notoriety thing. They're like, let's make an example of this fucking
squirrel
guy.
have a
We're having a squirrel.
Like, imagine that conversation behind closed doors because they said they got a search warrant. So you have to go. So imagine
they're sitting in like the war room printing out the blueprint on how to kill the squirrel.
They're getting the battering ram.
They all got ARs and MPs.
They're all sitting down like it's a fucking it's a campaign mode of Call of Duty. They're sitting down, you know, briefing each other.
They're modding their weapons, putting on their skins.
Fucking squirrel. Come on, what are we doing here? It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
that's New York, bro. That's New York. That's California, bro. Like, maybe the last time, Garrett, maybe you were on, we might have talked about, like, at the beginning of COVID, when California had like insane strict COVID rules, some guy took a paddleboard and fucking strapped a mannequin to it and set it out into the ocean. And there's this picture of what looks like a guy on a paddleboard out in the ocean and like 35 police cars lining up the beach. All the way, you got to come in. You're breaking COVID protocol. And they spent all this time and resource, and it was a mannequin on a fucking paddleboard.
Yeah.
Just to prove how insane they are.
This is how incompetent some of these agencies are, right? And Trill knows who I'm going to be talking about. Tfue, he's a very popular streamer. Got hit with the hurricane not once but twice.
Okay.
The first time he put up a vlog of the whole event that happened with the hurricane.
Where did he live? North Carolina?
No, he lived in Florida.
Florida.
And Florida, where his part got completely obliterated.
Yeah.
So his house was underwater, all that stuff. Takes a dirt bike, right? Because there's no access to anything. Like there's debris.
They ticketed him.
So he goes onto the street. There's a cop there, and he goes, hey, listen, you have to evacuate. What are you doing? And you can't be riding around with this. And he's like, how am I gonna? I gotta go check up on my parents. How can I get there without? He's like, you gotta go on foot. He was like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't even get over such.
Dude,
And he's like, either you turn around or you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna arrest me to go check on my.
Yeah.
So he's going back and forth, and it's just like, why do you have to complicate things?
I have a firsthand experience of how incompetent people are. Several years ago, there was a very bad snowstorm that crippled Northeast for a whole afternoon.
Story's bad. I remember that.
Remember you took like 10 hours to get home?
Yeah.
So I had this little Hyundai at the time, and I'm stuck on this back road trying to get home from work, and I got stuck on some ice, and I hit the little bit of gas, try and get off the ice, and my whole engine blew in the middle of a snowstorm on a residential road.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I had to like push the car off to the side, and I'm like, shit. So I call up the police, and I'm like, my car broke down. There's no tow trucks. It's snowing. And they're like, you're going to have to stay there. We can't help you right now. And I go, no, I'm not freezing to death. Like, I can't sleep in my car. I can't run it. I was like, I'm going to have to abandon it. They're like, sir, if you abandon it, we're going to have to come and find you. Cool. Come. I told them online, on the phone. Cool. Come. Come find me. I'm abandoning it right now. This is where I am. Goodbye.
I'm in fucking dress shoes. My toes are freezing. Come on, pick me up. I want a heated seat, not that plastic shit in the back.
I'd rather spend a night in fucking a holding cell than freeze to death in the back of my car.
Asshats.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, but you know what? Like
Jerry says NYC might turn, boys. Don't be shocked. Highly doubt that. I will be shocked. Jerry.
I will be shocked. But Trump did a full court press on New York. And you know what? It's not out of the realm of possibilities.
I would like to see the numbers of how many people vote for him.
I thought like Michigan would flip for sure, because just being out here, like literally all last 4 years, I see nothing but Trump stuff, barely any Biden things at all. And then just in the last, I'd say like month or maybe month and a half, little by little, you'd see a few Kamala Harris here and there. But I'm talking about, you got fanatics out here. Like I just, on the way home from work, I saw a dude that had a big old Trump flag, like, and he had this little SUV. He had a big old Trump flag, and then he had like him with the hat as a decal.
Yeah,
and these little MAGA flags in the front. I saw. In my neighborhood, they have a cutout of Trump on the glass window. Like I see it everywhere. There's a guy that has this huge Trump mobile, like it's like a trailer.
That's a popular thing.
Well, let's see, man. 8% is in Michigan. Hasn't been called yet, but it's leaning blue at the moment.
Yeah, it's leaning blue.
Leaning blue, 54% to Harris.
It's amazing because Michigan, I mean, Detroit is just so like destroyed.
Yeah.
And for them to be like, let's do it again.
Yeah, with Lizzo.
I know.
All right, a big one is North Carolina, which is 23% in at the moment, and Trump is leading there, 52.9%.
I'll be shocked if North Carolina doesn't.
I thought that North Carolina was probably. We talked about this. It was had the possibility to lose him the election.
Yeah, but that was before FEMA fucked them over.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because of the hurricane, because the hurricane struck in an area definitely demographically that represented Trump. I was like, are these people even going to get to vote? Like, is there a polling station that exists? At this point, it wasn't that long ago. It looks like it might go his way.
Creeping on Michigan though, man, because when I first seen it at 1% and 2%,
he's down big. He's down big there, 54.4 to 43%. That was only 8%.
He climbed because she was at 66 for a while, and like I'm saying, it's starting to climb back up. Like she's been at 200 for a minute.
Texas looks like it's going red. Texas looks like it's going like 54% in. Trump's at 53.6.
I mean,
I'll tell you what. One of the so far. Now there's a lot to go. Still a lot to go. But interesting, Trump is leading the popular vote, 22 million to 18 million. Republicans do not ever win the popular vote for the most part, right? So that will be something I think we should keep our eye on here as the night progresses.
I gotta say, I'm impressed. This is amazing. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly.
I'm trying.
This is
That's a lot going on. I'm pushing my computer.
But I just got one. One criticism. I got
Go ahead, make a criticism.
You have to dress up as Wolf Blizzard on next one.
Oh yeah, maybe we'll do a Halloween.
Oh my God.
Maybe we'll do a future Halloween.
No, not Halloween. Just
do it.
mock,
All right.
Yeah, just come.
We'll play the music. Dun 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 dun.
I will create all that shit to put on there, and then you. Whoa, hello, welcome. You know, you just gotta do the whole thing.
So I found this before. I thought this was interesting. I was watching TV in my living room a little bit before.
Oh my God,
Kyle!
dude. Yeah.
No. This just happens to be. I'm just sharing this. This just happens to be.
I'm laughing at the one.
Kyle Kalinske, who was just echoing what I saw earlier.
Yeah.
But NBC. This is what I saw before the NBC exit poll, and it says a top issue among voters, and it says democracy is number 1 at 35. So I looked at that just. Who the fuck's top issue is democracy? First of all, who are they asking that question to? Yeah. Are they carefully curating exactly who that question is asked to, or are they just making these numbers up? Right? Like, are they doing exit polling where they're literally like, no, this person's got blue hair. Let's ask them the question.
That guy's got a MAGA
This person
hat
looks
on.
like this person's dressed conservatively. It's not ask them any questions.
Anybody ever wonder like who's doing these polls?
It's all
like I've
farce,
never
bro.
gotten asked a question to do a poll or anything.
I know my mom finally. I know. I agree with you 100%. We've always joked. For once, they actually called my mom, and she's like,
"Really?
Call me. Guess what?" And I told her I'm voting for Trump.
All right, here's another interesting race we got going on here. Sorry, let me just bigger so you guys here could see. But Virginia's very close. Trump is in the lead, but Virginia's very close, 49.7% to 48.6%. 47% of the vote is in. So Trump is leading, but it is tight. Virginia is the nexus of evil. It is the swamp itself.
Yeah.
Not, I don't know. Like it does bounce back and forth, but not necessarily safe Trump country there. But he's got a solid block here, man, in the South. The whole South right now is
what's PA looking like? Because PA is a big linchpin for everybody.
PA is surprising at the moment, man. 15% is, and he's getting crushed.
Yeah,
but a lot over here on MSNBC, NBC. Man. They're calling South Dakota.
So they're also
Wyoming for Trump. They're saying that's projected. They're about to call it.
Okay. So. Pennsylvania, though, I know they have like I just saw a post probably about an hour or two. They have like an army of people going to Philly and everything because there's such which we all know Philly and Chicago are the biggest voting fraud capitals in the world, right? But they're sending teams of law enforcement out there and they're doing something in Philly. So like PA, I'm not trusting it too quick right now. I think we should give it a little bit of time.
Trump had some interesting truths or whatever you call them before, actually.
Yeah, about Pennsylvania, about Philadelphia.
Yeah, let's see if I can find those in the meantime.
What, the birthplace of democracy? Democracy.
I got some other videos and things we can react to at some point. We also got tweets of the week.
You guys see the videos of them switching democracy to bureaucracy lately?
Yeah, that was interesting.
No, right? I haven't seen that.
I thought about this the other day. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. So, coming back to Sean's thing, like he was saying too, like that's the same thing by me. Within the past month, I've seen Harris Walt signs pop up in my town where they'd never been before.
Yep.
So it's weird because like obviously we're getting a lot of New York transplants that are like, oh, we can't afford it and we don't like where we live because it's dangerous. So let's come fuck your shit up, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So like that's how they go, and then they bring their bullshit here. And I just want to slap the shit out of all of them. I have zero tolerance for stupidity at this point in my life. I'm too old for that shit. So like, but like I have been seeing, but it's weird. It was weird. It just like kind of set off with me when you were saying like within the past like 4 or 5 weeks, all of a sudden like randomly. So I don't know if that was a strategic play because especially where I'm at, it's very more red leaning, and then the county above me, Sussex County, is like as red they can come. It's like basically like you going to Alabama. So like yeah, it is like they're still riding with like shotguns in their windows to school, so which is amazing.
Yeah,
but,
Trump truth at 5:55. Philadelphia and Detroit heavy law enforcement is there.
Yes,
whatever that's supposed to mean.
Well, I was told that there was some bomb.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of that, man. People have been paying very close attention this cycle, this election, to like every little tiny detail, way more than they did in 2020. Now
people are waking up.
Yeah, no, I just think everyone is so. Yeah, no, it is. People are so skeptical, which is great.
Even if it's overkill, at this
Trump
point.
looked like he didn't even want to win it. This is what I think is fascinating. I've said it the whole time in 2020. I felt like Trump didn't even want to win that election. Like he didn't. He didn't have the same campaign. He had the campaign in 2016 that was similar to this campaign. I mean, I think for sure, Cap, you're right. This is probably one of the best campaigns, like just strategic wise, and the really having the pulse of the people. I thought they were really good at that. Getting on top of stuff like the garbage line, boom, right away. That was
working at McDonald's and then showing up in a garbage truck and then going on Rogan and then selling out Madison Square Garden. I mean,
about having the presence of mind to get shot and immediately sell it right.
Making T-shirts
40 seconds after, to have like an iconic moment.
How big of a moment yesterday with Joe Rogan endorsing him?
Huge.
I mean, I think he waited a little bit too late to do it. I think that he was waiting for Kamala to go onto his show and then maybe endorse Trump after. Or
I've heard both of them.
But it's a little bit too late the day before. I mean, it's
better late than never.
She left millions of views on the table. Views on the table. Shame on her.
I think it's smart on Trump's campaign. Whoever's running his campaign is smart. It's like, hey, listen, you know what? All these news networks, fuck them. Right now, what it is podcasting.
Towards the end, he leaned into that.
If he wins this,
too, because like Call Her Daddy, that's a huge podcast. Even though they talked about nothing, and she was on Shay Shay, which is another huge platform. I think that it would have just made her more personable. The problem now. Don't get me wrong. I think Joe Rogan could have pushed back on Trump, but
I agree with that 100%.
Is that it made him look like a regular guy. He was in a calm setting. It was a real discussion. He was able to explain things that for a lot of undecided, like when he talked about the whole tariff and getting rid of like income tax, that was smart, genius idea. Now, how it implemented, but I mean, that kind of talk hooks people like me. You know what I'm saying? Like people like me that are like anti-Republican, anti-Democrat, like, you know what I'm saying? The duopoly, I'm out, right? I don't vote for either party, but that's the things he was saying. But then I was like, this sounds too good to be true. And why is it always at the end you start bringing it up, right? And then, could say, well, this guy got in the camp now. And it's possible. I thought he had a good explanation too for why he didn't get things done, right? He said, hey, I misled. He had some vulnerable moments where
some humility he showed finally. Hey, I picked some bad people. I made some mistakes. How many years did we roast him, Cap, for being like, can you just fucking admit that you picked shitty people? That doesn't cost anything. Like, we're more willing to listen to you if you just admit that he did.
This is something that everybody should recognize. Right? Is that Joe Rogan? I agree. He could have pushed Trump harder, but Joe Rogan's idea behind this was, I don't want this massive political debate. I want to talk to the person and get to know them.
Yeah.
And that's why he gave Kamala the opportunity as well. And he even was saying in the episode with Elon, she was like, I want you to come to me for an hour. And we're only going
45.
Yeah. And he was like, at first he was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just go do it and just go talk to her and see what type of nuance I could get out of her. And, Trump was able to talk in a calm setting and speak on these topics where she couldn't even promise to do that. And he even showed like, no, we're just going to talk. I have no gotcha moments planned or anything like that. But all she can do is, Well, I grew up in a middle class family, and my mother didn't own a house until I was.
It probably was the right move for her to not go.
No,
I don't know how she
100%.
would have done it.
100%.
Like not be a lizard person setting. I don't know how she would have done it.
I just don't understand how they keep getting away with like sitting in their basement and not talking to people, and people still elect them.
Well, she did okay, and in her defense, she was out there though. Like
she was out there more, but it was all controlled settings.
Not as much as Trump.
When I sent my fucking toddler out there with training wheels to learn how to ride a bike and put a game around.
My thing is,
she was out there. He's out in the real world pedaling too, but not really.
The way, the way
I'm sorry, you go first.
The way I see it is, if you're not willing to go talk to a podcaster like Joe Rogan, what makes you fit to go talk to anybody in leadership?
Because she's scared. I mean, that's why she'll go on the Breakfast Club, because Charlamagne the God will suck her asshole.
No,
I agree with that 100%. Like if you can't
questions. But that's the thing,
Well, that's
I'm not
just
big
it.
on
She's
Trump,
not
but,
the
Trump
one.
Does go and he just sits down.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't know what he's going to say,
perfect.
But at least he shows up and he presents
He even does it in hostile territory.
Yeah.
Well, their power
Perfect
move is just getting
definition.
Celebrities, man.
Perfect definition is she's a puppet. So how would she do this with world leaders? It's just simple. She's not the one meeting with the world leaders.
Yeah,
her handlers are meeting with the world leaders, and they're there for a photo op.
You know what I'm saying? Like she has to be on script, and a lot of these like MSNBC, Fox, and CNN. These are segments. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we got 7. You got 7 minutes, then commercial break. You got 10 minutes. So she can do that. Yeah, and I agree. Like she would have looked terrible, because even on the Shannon Sharp's podcast, they had to like guide her and just keep it in this realm, and she just did a lot of the laughing and like, oh, like her little stupid stories. Nothing like where you could sense you see this fake person. That's why it was so important that Trump went on Rogan, because he looked like a real person.
Humanized.
It was
I'm a real boy.
I think Vance looked the best on there.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
about you
Oh,
guys.
that one.
Vance's interview was way better.
I gotta
After
say,
watching
JD
that-
Vance, I was like, I'm impressed.
That's the
I like. Yeah, I didn't like
I'm
Vance in the
impressed.
beginning, but I did like him more as I saw more. And I see why Trump picked him.
Between the
100%.
debate,
debate
and
too,
Joe Rogan, like you could put me in a room with JD Vance.
He's very well measured. I'll give him that.
One thing I'll point out, I noticed, we were talking about Peanut the Squirrel before. They did try and float out Peanut the Squirrel in the last 2 rallies that they did.
They had him with like helmets on and shit.
Well, I'm just saying, but like at the rally, Vance did mention it, and it didn't land with the crowd at the rally. Like
they brought up Peanut.
Yeah, Vance did. He
What
brought
state
up,
were they
but
in?
it didn't land.
What state of heathens were they in?
I think they were. I think they were either in Pennsylvania or one of the swing
where
states.
there's no issues with that, right, for their state. But it's an
have you
issue
guys
for New
been to a
York
Trump rally?
that they were able to do it.
Has anybody here been to a Trump? I haven't. I just want to know something. But have any of you guys been to a Trump? Now, what's the age demographic?
It's everything.
Yeah,
a Trump rally is truly crazy. I mean, it's people our age in their 30s.
Honestly, yes. We went to the one in the Bronx, and then we went
to one in Long
We didn't go
Island.
into the rally. We were outside, like trying to get the vibe of what's going on. And it's mostly people our age, millennials, I guess you could say.
Questions to young kids, like in college.
Yes,
or whatever,
but
right?
so
we tried to. There
I
was
mean,
counter
every
questions.
time it's such a hard question to answer, because you want to see like diversity. Yes, is a Trump rally majority white? Yes, but it is men, women, all different races, all different ages. We were in Long Island. There was grandpas there with their grandchildrens. You know what I'm saying? Like 6-year-olds with 86-year-olds. The age range is huge. Huge.
The reason I asked is because I was thinking like maybe the age range at that particular event might have been, if you're not
sure.
If you're
Oh yeah, they could have been all boomers, Pennsylvanian boomers.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't know about the meme magic. You know what I mean? They haven't really got. I mean, they got a little bit of memes, but they're not. That story might not hit the. That stuff is right up all our generation's alley, where we're like, oh, this is hilarious. Because the guy was the OnlyFans guy. Him and his wife did only. They think that they were called on because they had their spicy stuff that they post online, which makes me wonder,
They're
like,
fucking
what are they
squirrels?
posting? I don't know.
The gerbil up in the ass, but this guy had a squirrel.
That's probably what the raccoon was into. I don't know about the squirrel, but I can see raccoons being into that sort of shit.
Bigger, right?
I was gonna say Peanut was recording it.
In terms of like the metrics for like pertaining to age, I would have to say that's why I said Trump going on podcasts is a huge thing
Mm-hmm.
in terms of like he does the Nelk Boys
Yeah.
podcast.
Right.
Now the Nelk Boys are very influential with young men.
Yes.
Huge.
Yeah.
So
Theo
for
Von,
him
he
to
did
be
too.
on there, going to UFC
Sure.
events, it's great for marketing too.
I said this.
Well, it might be the move soon.
Yeah, I said this. If Trump wins this election, he will have just changed the campaigning landscape forever. Politicians are no longer going to be able to go on home turf CNN, get 2-3 softball questions for stretch it out for 10 minutes. We got 3 sound clips. Run the headlines tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, now you got to sit down for minimum an hour and get grilled. And
But
who's the comedian that I'm sorry
if he wins, if he wins,
If he wins,
No, but either way, I think you got to give it to Vivek, right? Like Vivek
Yes,
was
he
doing
worked
this
hard,
before. So like he kind of pushed this because Trump wasn't doing this and he was he's older. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like and everybody still
fucking
thinks,
boomer.
yeah. Network television is where it's at, man. If we're not like Vivek and some of the younger staff and
Tulsi, RFK, when he surrounded himself with this crew, which is interesting. He's really surrounded by that specific crew now. And I got a video too.
Democrats.
In a sense. But again, going back to the whole campaign, I got to hand it to Trump. Now, put the nuance of policy aside, we'll hold him accountable for all that shit if he becomes president and sucks later. But he did go and physically went to almost like every political group in the country this past year and appealed to them. Like he came to the Libertarian Party convention and was like, here's my pitch.
He got booed.
Obviously,
he got booed.
He did, whatever. But I'm saying he went to East Palestine when the train thing happened. He went to McDonald's. He went to multiple different Jewish communities to speak in front of them. He recently went to Dearborn, Michigan, and spoke to the Arab community there. I thought that one blew me away, right? Because I have been saying for months, Harris has like left her left flank open on the war in Gaza. She has just been like, no, we're going to give Israel everything it wants and blah, 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 and whatever. Meanwhile, her base was like, hey, like, we don't like what's happening here. Do something about it. And she didn't do anything about it. And it took Trump a little bit too long to go and appeal to that community, but he did. Now, he didn't do it from the way I probably would have done it, but he basically went to them and like, look, I'll make peace. That's what he said. He didn't say, I'm going to like help the Palestinians or anything like that. He just basically said, I'm going to go make that. That's something.
Wouldn't you rather someone show face and just listen?
Right. Yeah. Right. So who do you think?
A bigger
who do you
step
think
than
like
anything.
that community to be, Sean, you're from Michigan, but like that area, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. That Muslim community there, if they actually end up voting in those neighborhoods for
huge.
Trump.
I'm glad you brought that up because I thought that was huge too. Because a lot of people like different truck drivers, like this guy that comes in every day, like at my work, he's from Syria, so like he's having a lot of trouble. Always tells me like, oh man, they killed more people in my village. My cousin lost his eye, like all this stuff. And he goes, I don't like either of them, but I think Trump, he gonna stop it. He still believes that all of them are gonna be for Israel, right? Like he's like, hey, they're all for Israel. He's like, you can't get in here without Israel. That's what he said,
right?
Like, because he's from that area. Wrong. He's like, no one's going to be able to challenge Israel and this and that. But he says that if anybody can kind of calm it down and can get the economy back, it would be Trump. And so, like, it's interesting to see a lot of Muslim Americans do identify with Trump when you would think not, when it's spun this, xenophobe, bigot type of character, which I've never understood why they try to use that. My thing is they should have always went at him being a rich billionaire, not like the working class. They always get these angles that are so stupid and pathetic. Like you're like, man, does anybody even think on the other side? Like
Trump's a Nazi. He's going to be a dictator on day one. But he wasn't a dictator for the past 4 years that he was in office.
Okay,
that's why I don't understand that.
Let's check in here real quick.
Michigan getting close.
Lot to go. It's not looking good for Kamala Harris at the moment. It's not looking good, but we'll see. A lot to go.
California is going to jump in at any minute.
Sure. California will be big.
Like 940 votes.
But at the moment, it's not looking big. Trump is up in the popular vote still by over 3 million.
Telling you, look, Michigan's creeping up. 10% of the reporting's in, 52.5 to 45.6.
They did. It is making jumps.
Who's yelling? Who's yelling in the background?
Right here.
Was that you? Okay. I thought somebody was yelling at us from outside or something like that. Like, oh no, someone would be like, are these guys talking politics? Shut up. Some shit like that. Who knows? You never know, man. It is
game's on.
Election day. Oh, you're gonna get us banned, Captain, on YouTube. Don't play that. Yeah.
And we're off.
Banned again? You mean?
Let's ban. Well, no, we're just demonetized now. But let's segue here for a minute. Let's we're about halfway through, I guess you could say, or we're an hour and 20 minutes in. I thought we could do our tweets of the week, Captain and Guy. I will say, man, it was a fucking active day on Twitter with a lot of really good
Hellfire
tweets.
Missiles, bro.
Yeah,
Hellfire.
everywhere.
Hellfire.
So let's go through them and we could all react and laugh. So this was hang on. Sorry.
Oh, Benny Johnson.
This is a video. Hold on. I gotta start this over. I'm sorry, I fucked up.
My boy Benny.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. So I forgot that if I share a video, it has to be done differently, so you can actually hear it. Of course, now my shit is blowing up. You like Benny Johnson, Trill? That was
I follow him on Twitter,
unsuspected
on Instagram and all that.
Okay, so the Lord of the Rings
Shallow scale. Fuck you. We don't need your cheap viewers. Sorry. I'm saying that as a streamer, it right, Trill? It happens every fucking day.
Night.
Go fuck yourself.
Every night.
So,
Fucking
one of the things I noticed, man, the Lord of the Rings memes the past 2 days have been incredible.
Yes.
References, memes, etc. Of everything I saw, and there was some good ones that were really nerdy shit. This one is mainstream, and it was the best one from Benny Johnson.
What a nasty woman.
Oh my god. I love the internet,
Oh
man.
my god.
For peanut.
Yes. Tucker Carlson is pipping.
Mr. Peanut.
That was the strongest Lord of the Rings one I saw today.
I'm telling you, I'm highly affected with this peanut thing, man. It really fucked me up, honestly.
No, you don't fuck with animals, dude.
Yeah.
You know,
A pet.
yeah, right.
I was loved. It's just crazy. It's just
Wow, bro.
what world are we living in?
Here's Captain's next tweet of the week from Elon Musk.
I got a lot
Hold on,
from Elon.
Scagz, somebody's in
Oh,
the
you got to
waiting
make.
room.
Think I could see that far?
What's that? Hang on. What's that?
Somebody's
Garrett?
in the waiting room. They said,
Somebody
take a
is-
look
oh,
for him.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go. I did send an angry text, so that might have something to do with it. My computer is bugging out. A lot going on here. Who is it?
Oh, it's the sergeant.
It's the sergeant. He made it. After all, he responded to my angry text I sent. It's because I got my phone back before.
What the fuck?
We did it. We completed the reunification of the Sergeant and Samurai.
You cocksuckers! I've been trying to get in here for like 10 fucking minutes. I've been in the
All right.
backstage, and all you assholes are out here talking shit.
What's up, buddy?
So, how many drinks are you in so far tonight on election night?
How many rails are you in?
I am absolutely destroyed right now.
That's crazy.
It's election day, so I might as well get after it.
Yeah. I haven't decided if I'm driving home tonight or not. So.
Is that the Harris Waltz hunting hat, the famous one? Is that what you're wearing tonight? Camo hat?
It is. I voted too.
Oh, you fucking loser with your I voted sticker. I thought everyone who posted that today was so cringe, including you.
You're welcome.
I hate that. And you over
I
there.
didn't post it. I posted
Oh, you're
it.
right. You
It's
sent it
on
to-
my head.
It bothers me so
your
much.
comment.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about that too.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
I get personally bothered, but I feel like maybe I'm like being a weird. Like I want to ask you, like, do you guys get bothered? Well, you did it, so you
I
got the
did it, yeah,
question.
but-
You got the question. Do you get bothered by that at all?
I don't get
It
bothered
annoys
by
the
it. I think
fuck
it's
out of
gay.
me.
When the woman handed me the sticker, I went, the whole reason I voted.
It's like you did the easiest fucking thing you ever did in your life.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
It also kind of reminds me of on Thanksgiving when everyone posts the photos of their food. It's like,
or 4th of July.
and there was that great moment. It's like, bro, we're all eating the same shit. No need to post photos of your fucking food. Like everyone got the same sticker today. Everyone, did it great. That's fine. You don't need to fucking. At the end of the day, all it is, honestly, I'm being honest, psychologically,
Virtue
it's
signal.
a virtue signal.
Yeah.
I went and did it, and it's like this weird, democracy, religious thing.
Yeah,
People don't really think of it that way, but it is.
I
Sean, back me
voted.
up here, Sean.
If you don't vote, Out here, I guess.
Yeah, your sticker's gay.
They had the kids draw them, and they had different I voted stickers at some counties around here. So people were showing me like kids like third graders, fourth graders drew their
Designed
own.
it, yeah,
and they made their own design. So I thought that was at least cooler.
Did any of them have like penises in the back?
New York did that like a couple years ago. Maybe the 2021 New York did that, and the winning contest because people could vote for it themselves was like a monster. And I'm like, all right, now this is based because this is like a representation of what the system is. This gross zombie fucking monster. So at least it was like applicable.
Yeah. Imagine this poor kid who's fucking drawing something nice. This guy gets the fucking sticker and it's like
garbage.
Like it's just crazy.
Into the trash room you go.
Steven, are you just hiding in the basement, bro? What's going on over there?
He's hiding from his wife.
Yeah.
What, me?
No, he's down there with
I'm
an
in the
AR-15, bro.
garage.
Canned goods. He's ready to go. It's doomsday for Steven.
Steven's back in Iraq right now.
Yeah. Flashbacks and everything. Steven, what's going on, man? We haven't had a chance to have you on in a long time. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm actually in the garage right now because I am in the process of rewiring my whole entire basement again because I fried the whole system.
There you go.
On election.
With my backup generator.
He's podcasting, he's doing electrical work. All at the same time.
And he's saving America.
Yeah.
So I fried my whole fucking my whole backup generator and my whole panel. So I had to rewire my whole basement. So there goes my whole entire fucking podcasting system. So I'm like, I gotta call him through my phone.
You fucked your generator up on election day. Or you fried your whole system?
That sounds like CIA meddling.
I was going to say FBI.
FBI.
That's the whole reason why we have this survivalist shit is for situations like this. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? The whole thing could go south. Right? This guy just fried his whole fucking system on the worst day you possibly could do.
Today,
like the one day you might need it. Yeah.
I know.
Before I left, I told my girl, I was like, the revolver's over here.
Make sure I go without electricity before they turn off the grid. Awesome.
Yeah. Finish that fucking garage, Steven. You got exposed studs there. Let's go. It's probably cold in there.
So, and the craziest thing is, I work for the power company.
Yeah.
Were you a DEI hire? I don't know. It doesn't sound like you're very fucking qualified at this point.
Yeah, we're all in trouble, gentlemen. So so brace for impact, okay?
Someone clearly lied on their resume.
Yeah.
We'll send Danny over here to fix your shit. He's an electrician.
Nice. It's good seeing you, fellas. How's everyone doing? How's everyone being?
Straight chilling, doing good.
Living life out.
Chilling.
Having a good time.
Did
We'll
everyone
have to do
vote?
another.
Yeah.
Just about everyone in here did.
Everybody except for Sean,
Nice.
I think, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to single him out, but I just met the guy. I don't want to throw him on the bus.
Scarlet lettered him real quick. We were like,
We all did, but
I know. Shit, dude. This is. I think from here until inauguration, it's going to be the craziest times of our life. I don't want it to be. I don't.
Yes.
No one wants it to be. No one needs it to be. But I think it's going to be from here until what you say.
January 7th. Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely crazy, and
you can see it already.
I hope everyone's safe.
Oh yeah.
You can see it already on X.
We were talking. There's going to be no peaceful transition of power.
How many assassination attempts
Absolutely
do you think will
not.
happen?
Well,
There's no way.
That's what I've been telling people. I was like, look, the work's only just beginning because even if he wins the election, if they certify the election on January 6th, if he gets inaugurated on the 21st, they're not going to stop trying to kill him.
It could be year 2, year 3 of him. They're going to still.
If they could kill him with 1 day left on the clock, they will.
How about the fact that
absolutely,
if you're a MAGA person and he ends up winning here tonight, good for you. I hope you do celebrate. But nothing's actually been accomplished.
No, nothing.
First of all, he has to then survive.
Yeah.
Is it get to actually be inaugurated? Then he has to survive the 4 years. Then he has to actually accomplish some things and unwind the Leviathan that you want to do. So
wins,
it's just
the Leviathan.
Yeah, but if
I
he
love
wins,
that.
It basically preserves democracy. In
Okay.
in a
All right,
their
Jamie
election,
Raskin.
right? You know what I mean? No, I'm
Like,
just, I'm
there's a
just
be-
saying.
like, there's a
Because
beacon of
if he
hope.
does win, it's a beacon of hope, and everybody got together and they were like, "Hey, listen, this is the guy we want to represent us." As a
Fair
country,
enough.
right?
Yeah,
So it's like it's
symbolic.
in the right direction.
It
But I do
reserves
agree with you. You have to
democracy
get in office
temporarily.
first, you know,
Like, I've been on edge, but after tonight, if he wins, like, I feel a little bit better. But I'm aware it's not done. The fight's not done. We
Oh, it's
got
the hope
plenty
he
of
is.
time.
Well, he can right the ship, but he's not going to stop it from sinking. That's the only
Yeah.
problem. We
'Cause, I
have to
mean-
stop it from sinking because he's not going to be around forever.
No, but
He's 78 years old, and he's only got one more term left. And what's after? Vivek Ramaswamy, JD Vance. I mean, who
Eric
else
Trump,
is going to
Don-
come
yeah.
into
Tulsi.
like who's going to step up into that moment, into that time? So
I really
believe
believe the end of Trump's term in office is really going to be like we're gonna see like some Game of Thrones kingmaker type shit.
I think
it's going to be
one of the
nuts.
most
It's gonna be absolutely crazy.
Like 16 years of this. We need 16 years of not like a Republican Party, but like America being
16
put
years.
first. Yeah, we need like
we don't have 2 years.
Well, no, I'm just saying after Trump, we got the 4 years, and then maybe two terms
Well,
after
hopefully,
that.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what's that? Like 12 years at least.
So,
this
Sean, this is something I want to run by you.
Yeah,
Get your perspective on this. One of the most interesting things, one of the coolest things I find about Trump and MAGA is that it's this different energy, right? That's been different from years past. Now, whether it's perfect or not, in mine and your eyes, as like libertarians and anarchists and things like that, it's not, right? But it's way fucking better than previously. What now? There's going to be a change no matter what. Even if he does win, it's interesting. Who carries on the mantle after that? What does that look like? Who picks up the torch of this kind of like populist energy? And if he doesn't win, then what happens to the rest, to this whole
War.
populist energy?
War.
Whatever it might be.
War.
Who fills the void? Does like some of the libertarian vibe, kick in? Does the, channel through Vivek or something like that? What do you think about that whole idea, Sean? I'd like to get your input on that.
Well, so like there's a good documentary that everybody should watch by James Corbett called Hopium and the history of the election, a brief history. And this is the thing that we get involved in constantly, right? With Ike, JFK, Obama, Trump as well. Because remember, in 2016, when Trump was his inauguration, when he said that he was going to be throwing his hat into the ring, there's FCC documentation that crowd was bought. That wasn't a natural, homegrown like
coming down the escalator.
Yeah, when he came down, that was paid for audience. The
Iconic.
Yeah, but everybody that was holding signs were paid people. There weren't people that were like, and I get it, you have to jump in, and I'm not saying that it's the same thing though, right? We're continuing the cycle of this hopium, like this guy's gonna come in and he's gonna fix all of our problems and he's gonna change everything and he's gonna put the right people in place. And I think that's what is gonna happen again after Trump. Is the other side is gonna build this case of, oh, this big bad Trump guy, he destroyed everything. But we got a new savior that's gonna save you. And
AOC.
No. If I could interject, and I'm very sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Little stoner rampage right here. I really think is this burning? Holy shit! I might just burn shit. Fucking
about
Oh,
a
you gotta put it
thing.
out. Shit.
anyway. Sorry,
Gonna
minor.
be all right.
All right, so I really think for 2028, Mark Cuban is going to be the Democrats' version of the outsider, non-politician billionaire. He's completely unhinged. He's completely bought and owned by the left. He got screwed. A lot of people are saying he got screwed by Trump in his first administration, and now he's on. What?
Oh, somebody's bugging out.
What the hell is that? Are we getting? Is that the FBI?
Might be.
We're tapped.
We're good.
I really think they're going to promote Mark Cuban as the Democrats' version of Donald Trump.
I like that.
That's
like
a
that.
reasonable one, but I would go one step above. Who would be Elon Musk's equal in terms of powerful and wealthy?
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, he's a bit odd. What do you guys think about John Fetterman? I could see him doing that guy. Like,
you're
what was
crazy.
what was he doing on Rogan? Like,
True.
I watched the whole thing. I wasn't
Well,
expecting that. First of all, what was Fetterman doing on Rogan? Anybody else watch? I have clips from it. Did anybody else watch that?
I watched it. Yeah.
Anybody else watch that?
I watched pieces of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
Okay,
I
I
just
watched
saw
the whole
one
thing.
clip.
I watched the whole thing. I'm not going to say he didn't criticize Trump. Very mildly. Very mildly. He didn't like hit Trump hard. He didn't do any of the TDS stuff. It was weird, right?
Well,
it was
he's
like
been
he
going
was
against the grain since he's
right.
gotten in.
But
as of
why is
late.
he doing that? In my opinion, he could be trying to like he's the junior guy. He just got in there, whatever. And he's very far away from the next opportunity to be presented for somebody like that. Could be he's putting his hat in the ring to build himself up as this like, look, I'm a working class guy. I don't even wear fucking suits here.
Fetterman Newsom, 2028.
Or defend himself because of the media outrage, or when he had a stroke and they attacked him while he was running.
Yeah, but you got to but remember, we attacked him because he was running against Dr. Oz. Now, do I trust Dr. Oz? No.
Right, yeah.
But do I trust Dr. Oz, a doctor over a stroke victim? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do. I'm sorry.
I have some-
sorry to any stroke victim. It's nothing on you, but you're not running the country. All right, so we had a choice between Dr. Oz or a stroke victim, and you all went with the stroke victim.
Wait,
Do I trust a brain surgeon over a person that has a brain injury? I don't know.
Well, have you guys met
I'm
Joe
shocked
Biden?
here.
Yet? So
I miss Joe Biden. I really miss Joe Biden.
Joe's been getting a tan for about
It was fucking
8
fun.
months
Down
already.
the stretch here, Biden was fun.
Wait.
He was a lot of fun down the stretch.
Oh,
Do you think he voted for Trump today?
I think he did.
Or
there too.
With his mouth.
Dude, down the stretch, he's still the fucking president of the United States of America. Who's running this country right now? Like, who's
That's a
running
great
this
question.
fucking country?
Can we get into this conversation honestly?
I don't
Like
know.
seriously,
Yeah.
who the fuck is running the
The
country?
machine.
While
Who's running
guy-
this fucking country? Nobody
Okay,
knows.
So then,
wait. You want a good?
Yeah,
one at a
Wait,
time.
wait.
One at a
You
time.
want a good definition? How
Sorry.
we always use the word they. They are going to do this to you. They want this
They?
to happen.
They are running
Who's
the
they?
country right now.
Who's running the country? When
They,
we
them?
say they, this machine, this dark shadow government.
Yellow jacket. Somebody get me something to crush it. A yellow jacket just flew in there, crushed it.
He's like twerking.
That's not a
over
that's
there.
not a yellow jacket that was sent by the CIA. It's a bug.
CIA bug.
It's like
That's what I'm saying.
the pigeons, bro.
So when we say,
Hold on. What's Sean
Check
saying
that
over there?
thing's
What
vid
it is,
number.
the country is non-voted in bureaucrats.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All we're doing
Yes,
is changing
bureaucrats.
the role and putting, hey, you're now the manager of this department. You're the manager of this department. There's still a lot of stuff that's going to slip through the cracks. To me, we got to shrink the government.
Yes.
Party. Trump doesn't seem to really want to shrink the government either. He in this last push,
Because he wants his kingdom to be big.
and the more government, the more bureaucrats, the more red tape, the more bullshit that we get. Things like Peanut the squirrel getting murdered, getting George Floyd.
Well, like I said earlier, too, you're seeing the narrative change from democracy to bureaucracy, too.
Yeah, well, you know, they're pushing in the new agenda
So-
for in case Kamala wins. They're pushing it in.
I'll be hopeful here in terms. I don't think that Trump's going to really that meaningfully again unwind the Leviathan. Even if he wanted to, it's such a tall task to do. That's like a
Put it
that's like a
Elon
30
and
to
Ron
50
Paul,
year
bro.
plan to do that.
Yeah.
But I will inject some hopium here. What do you guys think about the fact that Ron Paul has entered
what
the
I'm
conversation
saying.
Yes.
at the
Yes.
talking about the 11th hour before,
And he wants
Ron
to be on
Paul,
the efficiency
out of
commission.
nowhere is
Yeah, thank
it's
you.
now part of the discussion. I saw some tweets about 2 hours ago. He was tweeting at Elon saying, how he was voicing his concerns about Mike Pompeo being part of Trump's administration. And Elon's like, yeah, noted. We shouldn't be including warmongers and neocon warmongers.
They're talking
Literally
about
on Musk. I'm like, that's
Pompeo
fucking
back?
great. Yeah, dude. I have a clip.
Yeah.
Pompeo's
No,
going to be back in the
That is the
fold.
worst fucking thing. The only way
But-
they should bring him back is to publicly execute him.
That's the end of the stream.
Hey, hold on, no,
Metaphorically
It's
speaking,
kisses and
metaphorically
hugs,
speaking.
guys. You didn't let me finish. You
Go ahead,
cut me
go
off.
ahead.
Kisses and hugs.
Go ahead, add the context, Garrett. Go ahead, add the context.
I know you guys cut me off. I know. Ooh, funny soundbite. Get me in trouble. Yeah. No. Publicly execute him with kisses and hugs because he did such a fantastic job the first time.
Okay,
Right?
that was believable. Sure.
believe
It
it.
was. I thought he was amazing. Like they call him
shit, that was
Kansas,
great.
right?
And don't mind me being cynical, right? Like I'm the person that's supposed to play this part because I'm gonna say these things that are maybe not true, and I'm hopeful, right? Like I think there's a good possibility. I liked where the campaign ended. I'm skeptical, but that's just me in general, right? I gotta say, I loved how he ended the campaign. Like obviously getting shot helped. I mean, not his fault. Not a bad thing to throw in there if you don't get killed, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that didn't hurt him, but because everybody said that was staged, and when we talked about it, I was like, bro, if it was staged, you would do it in October.
No one would have died.
Bro.
You know.
People forget in 3 months. You know what I mean?
How can they time turning his head to shoot his ear? And you know,
But again, like I said, if you're going to do it, you do it in October.
It's all right to publicly execute him, right?
Yeah.
So here it is from Michael Tracy the other day. Yeah, of course, Garrett. Yeah, it is. It's completely within the boundaries of YouTube. So Michael Tracy said Mike Pompeo speaks at one of the final Trump rallies in Pittsburgh, reminisces about how he was Trump's most loyal cabinet member. He talked every day for years, declares that Trump in his second term will take down the Ring of Fire, Iran, and support Israel. Let's hear what Mike Pompeo had to say, because I do think this is really interesting.
And I often get asked, Mike, what was it like? Right, the Washington Post described me as the most loyal cabinet member to Donald J. Trump. I had to remind the president that they did not mean that as a compliment. Yeah. They asked me, what was it like to serve for President Trump? And I told them, and I've told everyone hundreds of times in these 3.5 years, it was the greatest privilege that Mike Pompeo could ever have. I was proud to be a part of President Trump's team. I talked to him every day for 4 years, first as CIA director and then as Secretary of State. And what I was so proud of is that we understood the greatness of this nation, and we never once apologized for the United States of America. Not once. Now, President Trump's going to secure our southern border. We will bring peace back to the world. We will take down the Ring of Fire. We will support our friends in Israel, but he's going to need help to do that.
Your taxpayer money going to another war.
So it's interesting, man. I don't know. Like let's play devil's advocate here. I don't like Mike Pompeo. I think he's awful. He tried to literally kill Julian Assange.
Terrible.
Yep. But let's play devil's advocate. Perhaps he's just one of these guys that's in the deep state that doesn't agree with everything the deep state wants to do, and he's a slightly better version of your worst possible CIA director,
like Liz Cheney,
who likes to eat steak and is.
Would you rather have Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney support fucking you?
I don't know. Maybe he is like a red-blooded American deep state type. That's kind of the way perhaps I look at him. Maybe that's why he's siding with Trump.
Yeah.
Or on the flip side, he could just be the deep state plant
Mhm.
within the Trump inner circle or something like that.
Well, I think Trump got in too. I think that one of the main reasons why they want him in is because we're going to have this huge shift, and you started slowly seeing in the media, China. It's going to be Taiwan and China, and I think that we're going to have him there because he's the guy, the face. Again, you got to remember, I'm looking at it as an occultic eye. I'm looking at that as like these mafias that control the world. So I think he's just part of a different mafia.
Right.
But I do agree that sometimes you need the mafia, right? If everybody from New York realizes that Giuliani, he cleaned up the mafia and it kind of made it worse, because I don't think New York would have as much crime if you had the mafia, where they're like, though when they had the control of the streets, people didn't dare to touch people's things, because now you're messing up other people's businesses, which can be deadly for you. Now that it's free range, that people don't have a structure, because people say, hey, all crime. I go, yeah, but structured crime is better than
anarcho-tyranny,
and I think that's the argument for Trump, is that he's not him. I'm just saying him in general, his reign, his next 4 years, which I think it is going to be criminal under the circle of reading it, right? The law, but everybody's criminal. So I'd rather the structured criminal that's going to get me a little bit more money than the ones that are going to just take all my money and it's chaos. And I'm just trying to, like, I have a gun in every direction trying to shoot people away from me. So I see the appeal for him, and that's what I think we're kind of in, this kind of like matrix of like, hey man, not pick the lesser of two evils, but hey, what crime boss do you like? He's a little bit better, man. He gives me respect.
Well, how about
that's I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is a great way of seeing it, because every once in a while, like when I get into an argument with somebody who's like on the left or whatever, I always like to remind them and be like, listen, you think the right is corrupt. I think the left is corrupt. If we work together and look at the whole picture, both sides are corrupt. We're just mad that
it's a false paradigm.
Yeah, we're just mad that like you figured out my side's bad too. Like
you have to choose which corruption you want to go with.
And right now, Donald Trump has the better level of
Which
corruption.
level of corruption?
He ain't killing
I
squirrels.
don't want to look at.
He's serving French fries and picking up trash.
So sticking on Pompeo real quick, did you guys see when Trump was recently talking about John Bolton, who I think is one of the worst people?
Ramsey
alive,
Bolton's brother?
right now? Yeah, Ramsey Bolton. Yeah, basically. I mean, basically. But Trump was talking about John Bolton, and he's like, the guy's crazy. He wants to go to war with everyone, and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, then on the other hand, he's like, when I went to go negotiate with Kim Jong-un, I had John Bolton, this crazy warmonger, sitting next to me. And he's like, in some way or another, he kind of like instills fear in Kim Jong-un. But he's like, oh, man, Trump's backed by this guy Bolton.
It's like showing up to a meeting
who wants
with a
to go to
dog.
war with him. Now, maybe Trump actually has no intention of going to war with North Korea. But maybe he, again, here's how probably the MAGA person would spin this, right? Maybe he is thinking, I need one of these neocon warhawk guys on my side to make that appearance of we're fucking crazy. We're going to be the empire. We're going to go to war as a leverage in possible negotiations at future conferences with Putin or Xi or whatever. And maybe he does like James from Movie the People Radio. Anytime I've brought one of these things to him, he's like, dude, I share every concern you have. Trust me, Trump ain't going to war. That's what he always tells me. Right now, he has a lot of faith in that, but I don't know. I feel like Trump's instinct is not just to go to war immediately. That's not necessarily his first instinct. He likes to play this game.
He likes to negotiate.
Yeah. And perhaps
But is that a wrong
perhaps
thing?
Pompeo is a tool.
But
in that toolkit.
we
Like if
could
you have
just
just
blame
Scott
this-
Horton's, it's
one of the best arguments for it, like, because look, the military industrial complex is going to want their money. And one argument that I think that people don't bring up as much that could be possibility is Space Force feeds the military industrial complex, right? You got to build all this. We got to get to Mars. We got to get that may feed and it's something that I've heard floated around, and I kind of like the idea of it because I'm like, okay, that's a non-war style of
let's
feeding.
turn their attention to like space exploration instead of blowing people up.
Space Force. Let's go out.
So we can blow
with
other planets up.
With the Elon Musk interview with Joe Rogan, Elon even said it that the people who work for SpaceX has to be residents in the United States.
It's a weapons
because
program.
It's a weapons program, and they don't want their information being leaked to other countries so they can use it. So that's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, a good segue. What do you guys think about the fact that they are apparently testing a nuclear missile delivery system, hypersonic tonight? That's apparently the rumor. That the military is testing a hypersonic nuclear missile.
I cannot think of a worse idea to do on election.
No. Like
they're
our
just testing
military,
the delivery system for
maybe.
Please.
What seriously?
I'll turn it to the Elmo meme.
Steven, you are the military man here. What the fuck is that? Why tonight of all nights?
I just got to say, like, if anything shady happens, like maybe that missile really did have a mark. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you think, Steven?
Well, talking about hypersonic, you're talking about you're able to maneuver a weapon system that's traveling over Mach 1, which is over 600 miles an hour, and you can laser the target on sight. When you do that, you have a whole bunch of different people, not the president, because once you go hypersonic, it's out of the realm of the actual president of the United States of America. Because once that thing is fucking sent, you have a person on the ground lasering the target, or what we call painting. It's called painting the target. So once you paint the target, it can maneuver a actual munition system to maneuver through up and down, left and right, north and south.
so flying a missile like a drone.
Why?
Exactly. Mach 1.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Why today? Why do you guys think today of all days they've decided to test one of this cutting edge nuclear
the same
technology?
reason why Thanos went on a fucking rampage.
This is
hang on, Garrett. What'd you say, Garrett? Sorry.
Because nobody in our government is capable of making fucking good decisions.
Yeah. This is just a combination of bad decisions. Honestly, I think this is an insurance policy. Trump runs away with it, and like the entire country's turning red. They just whoops, there was a nuke on it. You're all gone now. Shucks, election's over.
What's the character Stewart or Stu from Mad TV? Look what I can do. That's what it was. The military industrial complex. Look what I can do.
Trollboy, what do you think about this whole thing? We haven't heard from you really in a mix.
That's kind of like crazy to like test that out like on election day. Like that's so random and like out of the blue. But I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Like the first thing I was thinking about was like the opening scene of like fucking Top Gun with fucking Tom Cruise in the fucking hypersonic like jet, and he's like testing it out. That's like all that came to my mind. I'm like, bro, like that shit is just crazy to me. Like,
if I may, I also think on January 6th, the Department of Defense is running a cyber attack test. Like if we were to be attacked by like China and they were to wipe out our systems.
To be fair, that is a real threat.
Right, but the day they're going to test that is January 6th, apparently.
Well,
It's like these dates are weird.
Just like they ran Able Danger on 9/11, right?
Yeah.
What do you hang on? I just want to get Sean's opinion on that as well. What do you think about the nuclear missile delivery system test today?
I mean, in my head, I'm just conspiratorial wise. I just think like that sounds like a false flag waiting to happen.
Thank you. It's an insurance policy. If tonight goes south for the wrong people, they'll kill us all.
You think like I said, I'm turning to the Elmo meme with the fire.
It can't be us because it can't kill us because China needs us. Like we're there. They need our money, but could it hit like a Iran or
to kick off World War III?
Something to blow. You know what I mean? Something
land in the middle of Moscow.
Oh my God!
I can see the person pushing the button.
Moscow,
like, Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, and he stands up on the phone and he's like, "Fuck you."
All right. So
what's happening in America?
Let's just keep an eye on what's going on. So
let's cycle through. Let's cycle through a couple of different websites and see all the different numbers.
Sure. So let's look real quick. Pennsylvania is 34% in now, at least on Google, and it says that the gap is closed. Definitely, it's now 51.6% in favor of Harris and 47.5%. But the margin of votes is very slim. It's about 100,000 almost exactly. And
that's the Amish, baby.
There's still a couple of counties that haven't reported in. I felt like there was some energy around Philadelphia and that whole area in favor of Trump, like at least the past day or two.
There is with anybody who's not on the fucking Fed Olympic team.
Not turning out that way.
And so New York, New Jersey, all staying blue.
Philadelphia needs 700,000 plus to flip.
Wisconsin's real close.
The entire state,
bro. How do we get New York red, bro?
It is red. It is red.
New York is red.
New York is red.
This is interesting.
The only reason New York is not red is because of New York City is Manhattan and the other 5 boroughs minus Staten Island. So every other district in New York goes red except for the fucking 4 boroughs minus obviously Staten Island, which is a shit show because it's fucking retarded. Because what do they have? 34 electoral votes.
Yeah. Because I live in the city, so going and casting a vote, it's like you kind of like, let's see, maybe this one will make it completely right. But it's
what borough are you in?
I'm in the Bronx.
Bronx kids.
You're in the Bronx, okay.
All Bronx kids here.
Unfortunately.
Dude, this Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan is going to be interesting, I think, and Pennsylvania, because Michigan's creeping back up. Wisconsin's going back and forth. Now she creeped up a little back up, but it's jumping. And it's interesting. He has such a huge lead, but I know it's just the beginning for Minnesota.
Yeah, we got to win Nevada for sure.
So this does feel a little bit similar to 2020, where Trump, I felt like, had a lead most of the time.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere in the middle of the night.
Well, yeah. At the 3 a.m.
jumped up. Boy, that that is, if that's setting up for a repeat, that's also in effect kind of a poke the bear scenario where
Squirrel
you're doing the
costumes, we hit the
same
streets.
thing again.
Yeah,
you're doing the same thing again. Like, do you think the diehard MAGA people are going to be like, oh yeah, the exact same thing happened again? What a fucking coincidence.
Well, then I'm
They're
going to be on
not
their
going to
side,
accept that.
to be honest, like if the same exact game plan happens and he doesn't win, and you could tell like that, like if I go to sleep and I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck?
400,000 votes overnight.
There's no way that I'm like, all right, guys, what day are we going? Like, you know,
Yeah.
Also, I feel like that's
question
so.
for everybody: do we go to work when the Civil War starts,
Nope.
or do we go to the like?
Y'all think I'm joking about the fucking costume? I'm getting a squirrel costume tomorrow. I'm ready. I'm joking. I'm just FBI. I'm joking. I'm not though.
Oh,
I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think they're like, I don't think these people are that impressive that are in charge, but I do find that very unlikely that the exact same scenario would happen twice in a row. You know, like I wouldn't. That's
But
a big
there's
ask.
a lot
for
of
me
things
to-
that happen,
to
even
believe.
with the George Bush and Al Gore, that recount thing, which is wild. I mean, even that happened in the first place, and then you look at it, it's like, oh well, it landed in Florida, and the governor of Florida, and the governor of Florida happens to be the brother of the person who's running. It's just yeah. I mean, this shit happens, and I'm tired of it.
Should we continue tweets of the week, boy?
Yeah.
Boy, was that a
We
tangent?
did
with that
one tweet, and that was it. All right, you got to blow it up on the full screen if you want me to be able to see it.
Easy, buddy. Easy. You want to take over the mixer here, Phil?
Domestic. In-house domestic.
Yeah,
Phil,
he's
for
been offended.
All right, so this was Captain's first tweet. Go ahead.
From The Simpsons, don't make me tap the sign. If they will raid a house for a squirrel, they sure as shit going to come after you.
For sure.
That's what like. That's this squirrel thing should annoy everyone. One, because it doesn't matter who you're voting for. It doesn't matter who you're voting for because they killed a helpless little 2-pound animal.
It's fucked up.
It's not like if the
That's
guy was
just crazy.
breeding. If the guy was breeding like wolves and like feeding lost children to him,
Bro, you got Joe Exotic,
Yeah.
bro. He's out here doing crazy
no, he's still
shit.
in jail.
But when he was free,
Yeah.
bro,
Yeah.
homie was
was
wild.
wild, yeah.
He was wild.
That
And
was
then you have
Oklahoma, so you could get away with that shit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Not in New York.
Come on, man.
You want to do some more of the tweets?
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
get
run
through
through
the
them.
tweets because we got a lot here. So here's my next one, and it's a two-parter.
I saw it.
And hang on,
Bro,
let
I
me
need
make
a
sure everybody
magnifying glass.
here. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So Politics Girl says, look at my cute husband double harassing on election eve. We're not going to go back. Now, I didn't pick it because of this. I picked it because of the response by none other than Roseanne Barr, who goes, that chair should be in the corner of the bedroom.
I love it. I was thinking that. I'm like watching you get
His beard almost looks fake.
Fuck, man, that one made me
Man,
laugh.
it sucks to be
Hey,
you, pal.
The one you sent of Jimmy Dore.
Him
today.
calling Coughlin.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Coughlin.
God,
that
that
was
was
so
so
good. That was great. Yeah. All right. Captain's got a lot of Elon Musk.
Yeah, man. I just okay. The people who want to take your guns invaded a home to murder a squirrel and a raccoon.
Cap is very on this squirrel.
I need that.
True story.
I will make that into a fucking flag. You guys want me to?
trust
I swear to
Yes.
everything I love. Okay.
Yes.
So any if we
Make
hit
sure
the
for
streets, I will
Thanksgiving.
wave this fucking thing.
Okay.
100%.
This is one I shared on my personal one. This one really made me laugh out loud. This is by Jarvis. He said, if Trump wins, I'm moving to Canada as a member of the initial grounded.
Yeah, that's great. That's
a good one.
I'm going, man. We're going over there. We're gonna fucking overthrow those bastards.
No. Shout out to Canada. We got friends. in
Oh,
Canada.
dude, I got
We'll
some
get to that.
good friends up there, man. They're
Yeah.
good people, and they're out
They
that
really
side.
are the
They'll
nice
start
people.
coming from the other way down to meet us and join forces.
This is Captain.
They're so nice. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is pure
My God.
mayhem here. This tweet.
This is the right to bear memes. It is a dude on the ground playing with himself as a woman pours a bottle of wine down the ass crack of another woman, and there's a dude in the corner,
bro, if
being
you're-
cuffed.
Put
And it's
out.
Diddy, celebrities endorsing, low IQ voters. Kamala
Look, I'm going to make the point right now. Is it more fun to be watching CNN's coverage or to do men's coverage of the election?
Let me tell you
You're not going to see shit like this on
If-
CNN or Fox
if
News.
your channel goes down, I'm fucking honored to be here. Because of that. That's fucking amazing. That's balls. And if you guys are not fucking following these guys, make sure to hit that fucking sub button.
Or else he's gonna go in his squirrel costume and get done.
I'm literally in a fucking garage, drunk, smoking cigarettes, trying to figure out how my life's gonna end.
I'm gonna wait here a second because I can't do the next one without Sean. I really wanted to see what he had to say about the next one. So
then just skip over. Go to my next one.
Okay, we can do that. Sure.
So where's everyone at? I'm in Rhode Island.
Oh, we're here in Connecticut.
Where's everyone at? Connecticut.
Yeah,
New York.
Jersey, and
Jersey.
Yeah. We're a
Where's
bunch of
Michigan.
Where's the other guy at?
Sean's from Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah. Which is in.
Is he in Flint?
No. I don't know. So Cap, go ahead.
If Peanut the Squirrel was an illegal immigrant who was dealing fentanyl and raping women, New York Democrats would have given him $5,000 and a cell phone.
Hey, I don't like how they're talking about Peanut, honestly. This is crazy. This is not a fucking joke.
They're dragging his name through the mud.
They've forgotten what they did to Harambe, too. This is crazy.
Started with Harambe, it ends with Peanut.
I told you it's a fucking split of the multiverse, man.
Wait, wait. So Peanut had a fucking OnlyFans?
I think the owner.
I don't know.
Can we fact check this? I don't know.
I don't know. You're on OnlyFans right now. Go look.
Captain's next tweet was one of the things we talked about so far from Disclose TV. Just in the United States, it tests hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after election polls close. My goodness. What a fucking crazy.
What
thought.
terrifying news.
I wish I was in the room when someone
dark is that?
Yeah.
How fucking dark is that? That's like what?
That could be a meme. You know the meme where like the people are at the board meeting and they're like proposing ideas. It's like, what should we do after election day? It's like, let's stage another January 6th.
You know,
let's deny the election results. The other guy's like, let's launch a nuclear hypersonic missile. Yeah,
oh my God.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh my God.
You got like
It's like, wait, let him cook. Let him cook.
Yeah, exactly.
we got
what's that meme where they're holding him back? The kid's about to go in. He's like,
cleaning up all these browser tabs.
Hey, everybody, we're fucking cooked. We're cooked.
Let's check in.
Oh yeah, what does CNN have or Fox? Do we got any?
Dude, you have to dress up as Wolf Blitzer, bro.
We will.
You have to do it.
Let's go to CNN. All right.
The guy was just Vince McMahon. Give him a break.
Yeah, he's just fucking stale and stained, bro. Like you just sit, just monotone the whole thing.
Wait, so are you not going to find Peanuts OnlyFans? Or?
Look it up, man. Look it up. I can't look that up right now. But here, this is interesting in of itself. Going to a bunch of different sites and seeing what their live results are in the moment. They all have different numbers so far.
Yeah,
all of them.
But they always have. They always have.
So CNN right now has Trump at 162 to Harris 81. Popular vote. Trump is crushing Harris on the CNN poll. 37 million to 32 million. Let's see what Manu Raju says. Never mind. Whatever.
The goal is to win the popular vote. I don't care if he fucking loses everything. Win the popular vote just to show America that we're done with this shit.
That'd be interesting. That'd be very hard
crazy to say.
To deny.
But isn't there a chance the Electoral College can just
sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
well, you got to think California's got what 19 votes or something like that, and it's going directly blue.
California
it's
has
not
50,
There's no question
54 electoral.
Right. Sure, but what is the population of California going to vote?
That's a video, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But the population of California isn't all like how many people live in California? A lot.
Yeah,
but not all of them. Not every single person is going to vote for a Democrat. So in terms of
they still get, but they still get electoral votes, even regard if they have
right. But we're talking about the
legal
popular vote
representation.
I like the popular vote won't be that impacted.
I got a question.
California.
Do you guys think that Electoral College should be considered in an election?
Yes. I used to think. I used to have the opinion way back when I started a podcast that it should just be one person, one vote. No, I've completely changed my mind on that. Like, I think democracy. Do you want like all these idiots to have a say over your life at an equal value? No.
Think of it.
So like the Electoral
right
College is an imperfect solution to that, but I'd prefer that stay in place because that has prevented insane tyranny, tyrannical people from just taking over. On top of the fact that, like, in a sense, then you'd have literally New York City and the state of California decide who the president is.
Exactly. And you'll have people from New York City and New York deciding where people in Iowa live.
Right. And is it perfect? Because then you kind of get the scenario where like Midwestern states kind of have some unbalanced more influence. No, that's not perfect either. Right. But it's But then if that wasn't the case, they would have no say whatsoever in this whole thing.
No,
and is
not
that good?
zero.
No, that's not good either, right? So is it perfect? No, but there's a reason why the founding fathers put that in there. Like, I'm not one of these libertarians who want to, just be like, the whole system's crazy, we should get rid of the whole thing. I don't know. I think, and Jamie, you'll probably back me up on this. Like, they sat down for many, many days and they hashed all these fucking things out at a very deep
republic,
intellectual
not a
level.
democracy.
So my
very deeply back
with
in
that
the day.
said, with
There were
that said,
reasons
and
why.
I'm glad you brought that up. Do you think that they're rolling in their graves that fucking they invaded to kill a fucking squirrel?
Yes. Yes.
That's
They like, yo, why haven't you guys overthrown this government yet? They would have been just for that.
They would have been in
Squirrels, icing
Congress
on
for
the
a
cake.
week. But and this is another thing too, because I love history. I love history. I love the American Revolution, the start of this country. So it's crazy to see how these guys would sit in a fucking room. Doesn't matter if it's hot, cold. They'll sit there for fucking hours, maybe days, weeks.
Imagine the smell, bro, around the 4th of July in Philadelphia and Independence
Talking
Hall.
about policies and how to better their situation. And then you have some of these congressmen and women who don't even show up to some of these fucking hearings.
Yeah.
That's
it's wild.
crazy.
It's wild. Okay, so Sean is back. I was waiting for you for some of my
Sorry
tweets.
about that.
It's all good. It's all good. I was waiting for you for some of my tweets because they're in your.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Pop that up. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, Lance! Shout out to Lance Leduc from the LP of Connecticut. Lance says California's population breakdown: 47 men, 11 million women, 32 million days, one whatever Pelosi is. Pretty accurate, spot on assessment of the California population.
Pretty true.
What's up, Lance?
So I wanted to wait for Sean for this one because it's in the music realm, the political and music realm crossing over. And it's something, Captain, that we have talked about. Jamie, I'd like to get your opinion on this one as well. Even Danny, I'm sure you'll have an interesting opinion on this one. But this is Tom Morello. Tom Morello says, never ceases to amaze me how many folks who've heard Rage Against the Machine are in Paul Ryan mode, having literally zero understanding of anything that the band was about, and even less understanding where any of us might stand on contemporary issues. Recently was talking to a couple people at a restaurant who were big fans of Killing in the Name of the song. The nice lady said, I love that song. It helped me rage against my parents and later against the jab. I said, ma'am, that song is about racist cops who often behave like the Ku Klux Klan in service of a historical white supremacy and are bootlicking lackeys and thugs of the racist capitalist ruling class. She sat there chewing and blinking. That was Tom Morello. Sean, what do you think about that?
He's a lame, man. It pissed me off because I'm like, okay, if you want to say so, there's not racist KKK people that are in the NIH or the CDC. They're only cops. Like,
yeah, no, exactly.
It's so stupid, and they're pushing big pharma. Like, who benefited? Like, you don't hear them ever coming out. They just had that brief range. It pisses me off. And didn't he go to Harvard? And isn't he like an Ivy League school guy? It just annoys me that people like that they really don't understand the working class. And you can tell because some of these musicians got, big fame early on, and maybe their families didn't have. I mean, conspiratorially, he's probably connected somehow. Like,
conspiratorially, you go into it deeper. Half of these guys are senators' fucking kids and come up through, big wig stuff, and they're like, oh, they got their start because of that kind of stuff.
I'm convinced, and I'm gonna probably get you canceled, but I'm convinced just because you went to an Ivy League school or have a college diploma doesn't mean you're smart.
No shit.
Nope.
Sure.
We all had agreement on that one.
Yeah, man. Rage Against the Machine, by goodness, the past couple of years,
they are the
exposed as complete fucking frauds. Rage on behalf of the machine. We did a whole episode on that years ago, Captain. Where me and Captain, I did some digging on a fundraiser that they were doing at the time on like a GoFundMe that Rage was promoting, and it was for Ukraine. and I looked into like who the money was going to, and then I found the group that was going to. I then Googled the group and found that the group was basically a part of like the Azov group. So I was like, "Are you fucking joking me?" Rage Against the Machine was raising money
The
to go
Azov
over
Battalion
to Ukraine. Yes, like it was guys affiliated with the
The
Azov
Nazis?
Battalion. So Rage Against the Machine was raising money to go to war, end war, to fund the fucking Nazi element in Ukraine at the time. How crazy was that? So they are the fucking boot. That was all projection right there. He's a fucking bootlicker.
Hey, he's a lame.
They all are when you dig into them. They're all the
They're all a fraud. It's all fraud.
Hey, a little update for PA. It is now a difference of 0.5.
Oh, hold on.
Oh man, you're
Hold
about to
on.
get fired, bro. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Fired.
Two more.
You're fired.
Two more tweets, but yes, let's check in.
Oh,
Trump is in the lead in Pennsylvania on Google. Trump is in the lead in Google in Pennsylvania. That's where we're going to have to frame all these fucking things. 50.1% to 49%.
Let's check.
The actual goal is for Trump to win the popular vote. That is, if he wins a popular vote, it just shifts the whole entire window.
Landscape. Overton window. Yeah. I agree.
The main majority of the Midwest, that's huge, man. That's crazy because right now he's close to Michigan. He might not flip it, but he's really close. Only down 3 point.
Arizona,
1, 2.
Much better.
Wisconsin
He's very close to Michigan. You're right. Yeah.
Now he's leading Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin was another one of those battleground states. What's going on in New Hampshire?
Last time, didn't Trump win all those fair weather or whatever bellwether states?
He won 18 of the bellwether.
Election.
Trump's winning Oregon with 1%, and he's killing it.
Nice.
No way.
Dude,
all right.
That is super left.
We got 2 more tweets.
I remember in 2020, my wife and I went to bed, and Rhode Island was 60-40 for Rhode Island. And when we woke up the next morning, we lost because of that huge jump of the whole entire mail-in voting. And we're like, what the fuck happened? And it was a wild time because
Jersey at the time too, I think. Or no, they called Jersey with 1% of the vote in.
Yeah.
Because
Maine has a long way to go. It doesn't look like they've made any progress.
6%.
But Maine is weird because Maine's split, so they can send 2 different electoral votes. It's weird.
Gotcha. Okay. Looks like let's see.
Shocking. Texas is running away with it.
Texas, yeah. Trump has got a pretty significant
Is
lead
it
in
true
Texas.
that Texas, if they ever wanted to separate from the Confederacy, they can?
They wanted to in the
like
past, but remember what started the Civil War was when
they want war.
Succeeded,
All right.
Yeah, but you also got to remember
at
too,
any
like
time,
Texas is one of those things where like they're the third world's they're the largest economy, number 2 or 3 in the world. Just Texas itself.
You guys ever seen Texas laid over?
You know what I'm saying? Those two countries
like it's bigger than all of Europe. Yeah.
Have ever seen it laid over Europe? It's huge. Yeah.
Twice triple the size of England. All that. Yeah.
Okay, we got 2 more tweets of the week. I want to get to them. This is a good one the captain has, and then I have what might be the best tweet of the year.
Okay.
As the very last one.
Okay. You guys are gonna love this little Asian lady. She just goes off.
Yeah. So this is
New Hampshire.
Yes.
Lily Tang Williams. So she is pretty.
She's
awesome.
the dragon.
Yeah. So this is her debating her opponent. Yeah.
And hope for the best. Hope that the results will trickle down to hardworking people. I take a very different approach. I believe that the middle class deserves a tax cut.
I like the way she's looking around, looking at her like
she's confused.
We don't continue this.
The fuck up, me.
You are wealthy. You're worth $20 million to $30 million. How do you know how regular people suffering? Do you go shopping, go to Walmart, buy food? I talk to those people. And you pretend to be renter in Nashua a few months ago, move back to run for this open state with Washington, D.C. insiders. And the millions of dollars. I don't have money to run a TV ad. And you pretend you are poor, complain rent is so high. You couldn't save that apartment for other people to rent in Nashua. Just go back to your
yes.
Please don't say that because you do not understand regular people's concern. People cry in my arms on this issue.
Good for her.
Steam roll.
I love how close they were. They're so awkwardly close.
Yeah. Yo, did you see? He's like, you're worth $20-30 million. You saw her face. She looked down like, you're right.
Remember, we just did wrestling.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, these people.
She turned her head like, she turned her head. She's like, okay, yeah, you're right. Pat.
I just want to make a point about Lily Tang Williams.
Wealth for years, thanks.
Lily Tang Williams is a Republican, but she is actually a libertarian, part of the Free State Movement in New Hampshire, and she's one of the ones that took the strategical path of like, let's just run as Republicans because it just works better. And she has a good chance to win. Actually, we'll check in on her race later. I also want to check in on Jose Vega, see how he's doing. Yeah, at some point.
Was she ever a former member of the CCP by chance?
No, she's going to be a dude. She could not be more against.
I don't think she's Chinese. I think she's Filipino.
She had one of those viral moments.
Filipino.
She had one of those viral moments with David Hogg where she was like, the debate on gun control is over because you can't, guarantee the tyrannical government, if we gave away the guns that the government wouldn't get tyrannical. She had one of those moments. Okay. So she's awesome. So this might be the tweet of the year, folks. And it's not necessarily just a tweet.
My God,
it is also
community
note.
Me and you were sending back and forth.
So this is from Sam, and he says, Bill Clinton stuck cigars in her ass, jizzed on her, and made her sleep in a gimp box at the White House. And she's like, yeah, I'll keep voting for that team because I'm just stupid piss mop idiot. Next level right here. Who's he talking about, Sam? Sam's talking about Monica Lewinsky.
You guys got
posted it. Let me finish.
Yes,
Monica Lewinsky posted in favor of voting for the Democrats. And the community note says, Bill Clinton inserted cigar in Monica Lewinsky's vagina, not her ass.
I love it.
God damn, that's amazing.
Me and Scagz said that to each other crying the other day.
Yeah, I was like, damn it, Gary, you
my God.
gave away my tweet.
Well, to be fair, she looks great still, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if he's got any of those cigars left.
Had a cigar taste. Yeah.
You got to call Alan.
All right. Lance says, rumors the Amish are actually voting.
MyPatriotCigar.com. Promo code to do men.
Promo code Monica.
You got to get a Monica Lewinsky brand. Get her on board.
My God.
Lance says rumors the Amish are actually voting after all that bullshit with Amos Miller. They may give PA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, could be. It could
They said
be.
something like 140,000 Amish actually registered to vote.
Yeah, they normally don't
Those
participate.
motherfuckers don't even like having social security cards, so that's pretty ballsy.
That's crazy. Hey, shout out to the Amish. I know you're not watching.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Hey, look at this one. This one has up Trump 201 to Harris like 98 or so. I think it's
really.
And popular vote Trump 41 million to Harris is 36.
Yeah,
million.
see on Google they got
that's the goal.
42
Win the
million to
popular
37
vote.
million.
So
He might take the popular vote, man.
How many votes did he get last time? Like 60 million?
No more. I think
76 million.
Yeah, Biden got like what 88 supposedly 88 million.
Okay,
I'm going to assume that they're going to break the record here again in terms of just people voting. Like,
I think so too.
Dead people or alive people?
Just people. I won't specify.
Even squirrels.
Squirrels.
Peanut deserve better, man.
What are we doing here, kids?
Fucking
Donald Trump was the first president in history to get more votes than he did last time and still lose the election.
Yeah, Joe Biden was the most popular ever.
Well, that's
more popular than 82 Obama million. And Hillary. Yeah,
which is pretty.
Which is fucking
likely. I think.
We know.
Trump should honor Peanut with a Medal of Freedom.
He should.
Mario. He's gonna put on his dead corpse.
Or hold on, I got a better one. Or they make the Medal of Freedom into a squirrel shape, like a chain, and then they throw it on.
I like that.
And the
I want a 35-foot bronze statue in the front lawn of the White House.
Right.
Oh my God!
Squirrel and gorilla hands closing it.
Or if he does actually win, he gives Scott Pressler a statue right next to Lincoln.
I can see that. Well, I'm just thinking now.
He's ringing the fucking Liberty Bell.
all the predictions, all the things all of us talked about this entire election cycle. Who the fuck thought one of the key things would have been a squirrel?
Never.
That wasn't on anybody's
radar.
But what talk about perfect timing, though, right? Like, I mean, it's unfortunate what happened, but I mean, you couldn't. Like,
He's got to make sure he has that guy.
Yeah, he gave his life so we could have liberty.
You have to make sacrifices.
He ran so he could walk.
It's looking like that Trump's going
True.
to take Wisconsin.
It's going back and forth. It's really close. And the Michigan one keeps bouncing back. It was 49-49. Now it's 50-48 in favor of Kamala. But
Yeah,
it's only
I just looked up New York, and they're running away with it.
Yeah, they're running.
I don't think New York's going to flip. I'm sorry,
He's holding
Jerry.
tight right now on Pennsylvania.
Oh, my bad.
Holding tight. Wisconsin's up there. Michigan's. I'm telling you, I think Michigan's in play, man.
Why not?
They got a dump in there.
Dude, I mean, I've
It's
listened.
only 19%. It's only 19. It's very close. It's only 19%.
Very close.
I've been to Detroit, and that was like 8 years ago. And boy, it's rough out there. And I can't imagine it's gotten any better. I can't imagine it's gotten any better. And it's no disrespect to the people of Detroit. Just, I mean,
text me something.
Try something new.
Yeah, it was Rogan's.
No, I think there's a lot that are flipping. And when you talk to the youth out here, they're all in on Trump, man. I don't care what race they are. I don't care what their background is. Almost all of them are Trump, except for like, the younger, like prissy, like, like.
So that's a good question. That's a good question. What do you guys think? Everybody who turned 18 this year, like the youngest people who are out there voting,
Dude, there's some
you
of
really
those
think
kids are
they're going
base as
with?
fuck.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
There's a lot of
I
kids
think-
that, especially on
I
like
think the dudes are going Trump and the girls are going Kamala.
I think like
I
in
saw a
like
lot of videos
Georgia
of
and
young
all them,
girls
they're
that
going
were-
the
That's
other
quite
way.
possible.
Because remember, like the
But-
Nelk boys, so they got
Wait, hold on, one person at a time.
I'm also 40 years old, so I don't know like how they think. Because like I
Even
work
hang
for
out
a
with the
fucking
youngins
living,
anymore.
so I don't know like how an 18-year-old male thinks because they're all retarded. most of them are though. Most of them are like
would
they
have to
have
agree with
no
that,
idea how the world works. Like they have no idea how like actual like I'm paying for like Medicare and Social Security and all this shit. They have no fucking clue how it works. They just like, hey, I'm gonna go to Stop and Shop and fucking bag groceries. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking building structures in the middle of fucking nowhere to fucking keep the power on. But these morons have no fucking clue.
Garrett, you jumping out? You tapping
Yeah, I
out?
gotta take off. I got a bunch of stuff to do. I'll see you boys later. Hopefully,
Gary,
we're
take
not
care.
in civil war in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Later,
if we
Garrett.
are-
Love you, bro.
If we are, I'm glad to have you on our side, pal.
And if I am, I will see you all on the battlefield, boys.
Let's go.
sir.
All
Love you,
right.
bro. Be good,
Later,
man.
kid.
Be
Later,
good.
man.
Love you guys.
See you,
Love
buddy.
you.
Later.
I hope he's a good shot because I don't know how effective it's going to be. Just Garrett choking out everybody on the battlefield.
It
Civil
really
War.
isn't
Like, I mean,
energy
clapping
efficient for
shins.
me, but I can shoot too, Bubba.
Yeah, if it comes into close quarters combat, then we might really need Garrett on our
He's gonna
side.
show
but,
up with a mace.
Just, we have an army.
Full suit of
We
armor.
have a Garrett.
True. That's our guy. Garrett's our guy.
Our fucking jujitsu master.
Oh, boy.
Got a couple
He
more
is.
videos. Of
I
things
just-
we could watch.
I
here
just
in a minute,
don't
but,
know. I see how everything's going on, and I'm still going to work every single day, and I just see how fragile the infrastructure of the power lines are, which I work on every single day. So one fucking flash, one stupid moment, one dumb thing could absolutely destroy this country instantly.
So you mean
Like,
like
I don't
maybe
think-
like a hypersonic missile that like just
Oh,
goes
God.
offline and goes away and hits like some important
Something
power plant
like-
or something?
Something like that. I mean, because
Man, that'd be really coincidental and crazy to
This is,
happen
That
like
was
tonight.
wild.
Yeah, good thing they're not
Oh, I
testing
saw this
anything
one.
tonight.
this is what Garrett sent me before he
Yeah.
left. It's the electoral map. If you're at Diddy's house, it's a blurry electoral map.
because in reality, all you would need to do is take out 9 substations, and it would cripple the country overnight. And like,
Does that include water?
Yes,
Yeah,
because
I mean, water is
yes.
pumped out of the ground by electric power in a sense, right? So yeah, it could. It could. At the same
Yes.
time, I don't know if that's necessarily like the route they'll go. they're mission creep, man. They're not like, for the most part, like go over the edge on one night type.
Yeah, but if they
like
can't hurt
Soviet
him,
Union, like they're more of like we'll creep over like a 30-year plan here. They're
They
not
like to
the
tease
type.
you a bit.
Not,
If they also
nine
destroy the infrastructure,
substations. That's it.
if they destroy the infrastructure of this, I'm not saying this isn't possible, but they destroy the infrastructure of this country, then they can't use it either. To get benefit. Oh boy, I think we ran out of power on the camera there. I'm gonna have to fix that.
Oh boy,
that camera always runs out of power.
Well, we still got.
It's just it's so fragile.
Here we go. Talking about running out of power, and the camera literally runs out of power.
For a second.
Working for the power company, you realize how fragile the system really is, because you look at it and like it would only take 25 guys to fucking take the whole country out. Like 25 guys that know what they're doing could fucking take the whole country out.
Or whatever.
Which is very frightening.
What were we just talking about, gentlemen? I'm sorry. We got to ignore
the power grid going out, and
the power grid
went out.
Yeah,
our power grid just went down here. We're winning too hard.
I work on it. I see it every day. It doesn't take. It doesn't take very many people to fucking ruin the whole system. So if 35, 40, whatever guys could get together and take it out, it doesn't take much.
So let me ask you something. Do you think that's by design, or is it just we're so inefficient as a government we can't get it fixed? Or is
we're so inefficient. Yes, we're so inefficient because it's so big and there's so little people that work on it. I mean, because I do it every day, and I look at it, I'm like we're fucked. Like,
so that we can't even attempt to replace this or fix this thing.
Like in reality, if you want, I could take the whole system out myself tomorrow.
Oh my god,
by myself. Like I don't need people with me. I could do it myself if I wanted to. Obviously, I am not going to. I'm not saying I'm going to.
Strike that from the record.
Make sure you say you're not going to do it.
Obviously, I work on it, so obviously I'm not going to take it out because
you see it.
That's my job security. But yes, but if I wanted to, if my goal was to take out the system, I could do it myself.
So then back to my main question: how do we fix it then? If we were efficient and Elon Musk is in charge, I don't know. How do we fix it?
You can't.
We can't go forward. So what do we just abandon it and come up with a new system?
You can't, because it's too broad. It's tied into every single person's house. You have house services, you have transmission, you have distribution, you have underground, you have. Everything's all tied together.
Then we're fucked because we can only evolve so much before this just goes poof.
Yeah, so you go from distribution into transmission to you go to generation to transmission to distribution. So if you cut transmission or distribution, it just cuts automatically. So it goes from a power line that's $1.5 million to dumbed down to 7.75.
You're speaking
kilowatt
Japanese right now.
I'm sorry. I'm talking major lines. Like I work on major lines. I work on lines.
You have power transporting in and out of the state that you work on. It's not just.
I work on the lines that are coming from power plants that are coming from $1.5 million.
Yeah.
And then they come from $1.5 million to 7. It cuts in half every time. And then it goes into distribution to a substation. And then from there it gets distributed to like your regular house service, which is at like 7 kV kilovolts. And then but I'm working at it at the end from where it's coming from direct current. So it's coming
easy
from
to knock it out there.
Yeah, so if you cut it there, it's done. You're done. You're fucking done.
Stop it up.
And that's how easy it is. Like you can just if you cut one plant, you're gonna cut the whole entire eastern seaboard. You're gonna cut the whole entire fucking East Coast, which all our power comes like from Canada and Maine. So like a simple fucking line cut or a simple fucking minuscule
just some kind of disturbance.
One disturbance, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Gotcha.
That's how simple it is, and people don't understand that. I'm like, one line goes down, one phase or circuit goes down, it's done.
All right, boys. As interesting as electricity is, I'm gonna change the subject here now.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. It's that simple to shut the whole country down with one circuit.
Yeah. Let's check in on the results. And that's all good. It's all good. Thank you guys for filling the time as I was fixing the cameras and taking a whiz. Appreciate it.
Hey, once Trump wins and we have the utopia, we could talk about other things.
So Harris is creeping up on the Google results, but on the
fake news.
Fake news. You're now getting to the point where there are tremendous differences on based on what you're looking at. If we were to look at this other one that we've been looking at, the which one is this? The NBC one. He's at 207. She's at 91.
I'm looking at Fox right now, and it's 132 to 89.
Yeah, like they all have huge
number gaps.
Yeah,
how does that work?
Huge. I thought maybe we could shift gears, go back all the way back. We're doing the weave here, folks. We're doing the weave. Well, we could perhaps go back to John Fetterman's interview on Rogan. I got two clips that were very interesting. I thought everyone saw, I'm sure, the one where he was going back and forth with Rogan about immigration. That was
kind of gets his
that was
fucking shit
interesting.
pushed in, right?
But this one was, I didn't see anyone highlight this one, and this is where Fetterman's talking about like being bullied online and how elections work and how money is involved in it. Let me play a minute here, and then we can all give our thoughts, and I'll kind of give my thoughts on what I thought was interesting about this whole thing.
I'm like, who jumps online to go after a stranger that's never really done anything to you personally?
Well, I think it's not just individuals. I think it's targeted. I think there's a lot of that stuff, especially when there's something that is significant as a Senate seat. And I think there's
well, I mean, it's like if I have $100 million to convince you that you're a terrible person and you're the worst thing ever, and that inspires a lot of people, and hey, that's the mission. It's like he must be those things, and we're now there's no tap out. There is no tap out. It's like even after I won, in some sense, it actually accelerated.
Right. It's not the war's not over. It's just begun.
No,
fucking drugs.
The second you step into that kind of arena on the federal level for like a Senate seat, if it's like a purple state like Pennsylvania, I promise you there will be
he's
millions of
lifting the veil,
and their mission is to turn you into the worst thing in the world. And whoever survives, that's the one that's going to be in that seat. And I still will never understand why someone, independently wealthy kinds of people will spend, incredible amounts of money. And I tried people, I'm like, there's no glamour here. I'm in a 500 square foot apartment, and I'm like here with my phone. I'm like, hey, Grubhub, what's it tonight? Mm-hmm. And then it's like, I'm like,
well, I'm going to pause it here. He literally just said, I don't understand why people spend so much money on trying to win Senate seats, especially rich people.
Yeah.
So again, what was John Fetterman doing on here on Rogan, right? Like John Fetterman is literally telling us, I don't get it. Why would people be spending millions and billions on winning Senate seats? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What do you guys think about that?
He just showed the veil. He just lifted the veil and showed everyone what it's really about money.
Yeah, in a sense, he is doing that. But I mean, again, why is it? I find it hard to believe that John Fetterman doesn't understand why
he's positioning himself. I think you
correct.
I didn't see this part that does give me that he's positioning himself at least to put himself in the bidding of hey, look, the working class people, and then because you can spin him as a good VP. He may know he can never be the president, but he may be a good VP candidate for somebody that's like, hey, look, a average Joe working class guy. He knows what it is like to be blue collar. I like that. I think it is him positioning and just saying like, look, I'm against the elites. You know, I'm just a working guy like you, man. I just get my hands dirty, roll up my sleeves. That's what it sounds like to me.
I don't know why they spend so much money on winning a Senate seat. I don't get it. It makes no sense whatsoever. Well, if you go to AIPAC Tracker, Senator Fetterman is a bloodthirsty ghoul. AIPAC has contributed $250,000 to John Fetterman's campaign. So I don't know, John Fetterman. Let's use your same logic. Why on earth would AIPAC be giving you $250,000 towards your political campaign? I don't know if you guys know about John Fetterman, but he's one of the most pro-Israel candidates around. Does that perhaps have something to do with his position on Israel? I'm going to say yes, right?
No.
So again, given that context, what's John Fetterman up to here? Obviously, he's doing the exact same thing. He's out there like outrageously being like, I don't know why they're doing this, but he's doing that. Right. So the Rogan thing was bizarre to me because it's like, what's he doing up there right now? It seems to me, like we were talking about before, that he is trying to build his brand as like, I'm the common sense working class Democrat guy, and all these things that you guys are outraged about, so am I. But then if you actually like dig into it, he's doing the exact same shit. He's just there presenting himself as if he's not, and most people aren't going to dig into it as perhaps as much as this is here. Sean, what do you think about that, Sean?
No, I totally agree that he's bidding himself. And then, like I said, I don't think he could ever be a president character, but he could definitely be a sidekick to somebody, depending like
you know who?
Gavin Newsom.
Exactly. Gavin Newsom is so rich and fucking Californian and polished that John Fetterman would give him like a real role.
Well, that's what happens. Well, that's what happens when your what was it? Aunt is like the best stock fucking trader in the history of the world.
I got an app for that. You heard about that app, right?
I kind of want to just start using that app and copying, investments.
That's a good point, man. Maybe he is. So maybe he is positioning himself for like a second seat position up in the future polls, and that's probably why he didn't go so hard after Trump. Because I think he is probably thinking long term, like how can we kind of recapture some of that Trump working class base that he captured, and I'm definitely not going to do that if I go up there and insult the guy that all these people like, right? So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go there and try and like relate to them and gaslight the fuck out of all of them and portray myself as this guy who's not one of those people. But then if you look into it, he is. So although he did have a stroke, and he was talking about people making fun of him for being retarded, which we probably are some of the people who did say that at the time, right? I don't regret it whatsoever. I do think he's a bad faith actor, and the whole thing is some sort of very crafty scheme of his. He's actually not as retarded as you think he is. He's actually very slick and very clever what he was doing there. I thought it was one of the most brilliant recent political moves the Democrats have done. Like that's what Kamala Harris should have done. Gone on Rogan and done something like that. Instead Fetterman went and did it. Right? So I think he not only did he go there to make all these points, but I also think he went there to bill himself as well. If she ain't going to do it, I'm going to go do it, and I'll start working on building my brand up for next time around.
Totally agree. I got some ice cream, Lieutenant Dan. Ice cream.
We're out to 2,000 votes, man. The race is tightening up, man.
Let's see what are you looking at?
25%. I'm on Google.
On Google? Okay. Let's take a look, see what's going on. Let's do a look around.
Oh man, they are basically tied right now in Michigan.
Yep.
Come on, baby.
Virtual tie, only like
okay. So did anybody put money on Trump or Kamala?
We can't actually bet on.
Cap, I'm sorry, but due to inflation,
you can't polymarket.
No, but I think I heard an ad the other day from Robinhood. I think it was Robinhood. There was some sort of way
turned purple.
It turned purple. What, Michigan?
Yeah, that means that he's a little bit. I mean, it's tied, but that means he's
creeping on them hoes.
What's crazy is that Rhode Island has the same electoral votes as Montana, and Montana is the fourth biggest state in the country.
Yeah, but nobody lives there.
Right. So Virginia is
obviously
Virginia has turned back blue by a smidge here.
But
By,
Montana's massive.
Like 16,000 votes or so, 17,000 votes about Virginia's going back blue with 69.
Is everyone in California retarded?
Yes.
Is that,
Yes.
Like, is that a thing?
They chose to live in complete like tyranny, like Orwellian reality for 360 days of sunshine.
Yeah. Well, Reagan didn't help that.
Yeah.
All the amnesty.
I mean, it's like the dog meme sipping the coffee in the fire. This is
Yeah.
fine.
We get to go to the beach every day.
This is fine.
All year long. We get to go to the beach. Thank God.
This is CNN's results at the moment. Trump's 195, Harris is 91.
Holy
Again, these
shit.
all these
Wow.
websites have such different results. Let's go
Yeah,
over
you
just
think they'd have the same statistics, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
not even that. Like I can understand them being slightly off, but the amount that they're all different by is pretty outrageous.
Go to the CCP website. They're probably
Well,
yeah,
say
that's
that
the
they're
most
the
accurate one.
closest. Oh shit!
Fox News got Trump at 211 to Harris's 117.
Oh my god.
Because I live in Rhode Island, and the only reason that Rhode Island is blue is because of Providence, and everything outside of Providence is red.
Yeah, but everything outside of Providence is like 6-7 blocks.
It's true. It's true. It's very tiny. It's very small, but the major city in the actual state ruins everything else.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like, how many people like Newport, Rhode Island? Those are all secondary homes and stuff.
These websites are so bad.
Well, yeah, those are all vacation homes.
Yeah. So I mean, there's not that many people. You know that I understand in your case, in Rhode Island's case, I understand why Providence calls the shots. But in like New York's case, it's fucking. You live all the way up by Niagara Falls in New York, and Manhattan's telling you how to live.
All right, so I meant to
Albany, and
demographics.
Screwed.
Talking about demographics. Damn it! I wish we would have got to this point. Completely forgot about it. I wish we would have got to this while Garrett was here to get his input. But Sean, it'll be interesting to get your input on this here. I said, Captain, that we weren't really going to go after Chase Oliver during this election. We met him in person. We smoked a bunch of joints with him. He was nothing but nice to us, so kind of knew him in person. Wasn't going to go after him, but
really,
the election day is now over, so I don't give a fuck.
You met Chase Oliver?
Yes.
Yeah, we spent the night drinking and smoking with him.
Yeah. And
really,
he didn't try to fuck us. At least there was that. So this is a clip that came out the other day. Joshua Smith posted. He said, "Libertarian presidential candidate explicitly comes out for federally funded prisoner trans surgeries." Let's hear what Chase Oliver had to say. Let's make a big screen first for you guys here.
That was the one where she's on camera applauding herself or making surgeries, trans surgeries, available to prisoners at taxpayer funding. What's your take on that?
As far as trans people getting surgery in prison, ultimately, that's a question of the prison, the doctor, and what they think is the best health care for the patient. Now, we have prisons for a reason, to separate people from society for violating the civil liberties and laws of our nation. I think far too many people are in prison that shouldn't be in there. I think the cost is too expensive. But I do think if we are separating people from society for the purposes of violating civil liberties and laws, we do have to treat them with respect and give them the health care that a doctor would prescribe to them. And so if a doctor says, hey, this is what we want to prescribe to them and what we think is going to be best for them, that's up to the doctor in the prison. That's really not up to me as the president of the United States to determine.
Okay, but hold on, time out. That there
You're in
something
prison for a reason,
that is
asshole.
the taxpayers are paying the bill for the health care that's going to be provided there.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah. And
Is-
ultimately, I'm not one to overregulate that healthcare marketplace. Like, if the doctor has determined, the medical staff of the prison. Remember, we're also paying for the medical staff. We're paying for the prison. That's all taxpayer funded. But we also have to say, do we want to overregulate and sit here and micromanage those decisions?
Our money.
I don't think so.
Retard.
Like, ultimately, and I don't.
So you would be okay. You would be okay with federal dollars being allocated to that, so long as a doctor said so.
Yeah, if a medical board and medical professionals sign off on that, just as they would for any other medical procedure that might be, in their eyes, needed for a prisoner.
I'm sick of these people. I'm sick of these people.
Dude, I mean, I gotta say, he's a nice, friendly guy. He's extremely talkative. But
was he high doing that interview?
Maybe.
I certainly
It's a
fucking
valid
hope so. I mean,
The thing is, the Libertarian Party is supposed to be against the state, and then you're like, yeah, the state's gonna pay for more stuff that's taking more tax dollars. That's what I don't get about it. Like,
it's not even like a coherent libertarian position, even of itself at all.
When I always talk about the libertarians and I get so angry, I'm like, just get your shit together and we can make a movement. Like, dude, just get your shit together. Chase Oliver like embodies like you can't get your shit together.
But where does the state get their money from to fund these operations?
Yeah, they're robbing all of us, right?
Not-
Extortion in a sense,
Yep.
but
Yeah.
so it makes no sense. Look, man, Chase was in a sense he's just captured by woke ideology. He can't criticize anything that has to do with the woke shit because he's a fucking leftist at the end of the day. He really
Say
is.
something,
he's,
though.
He's decent
Say
on the
something.
wars. He didn't even lead his message with the wars, man, throughout this whole thing. He was fucking invisible the whole time throughout this thing. The Libertarian Party could have leveraged their position to try and extract some concessions from Trump the way that RFK did. You know, there was that great RFK made ad that they put out the other day with Trump. It was like him, Tulsi, everybody kind of Vivek, like everybody kind of saying the thing that they're for. I could have fucking seen Dave Smith on there being like, yeah, man, like, you know, the war, something about the wars as well, on top of like the health stuff and everything else.
Even
And no,
Dave
they didn't
Smith
do that.
voted for
Instead,
Trump, though.
Instead, this is what we got. We have to fucking fund prisoners' transgender surgeries in the prison. My goodness, man. Again, it's not even a coherent libertarian fucking position.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's wow. Sean? What did you? That's probably the
they're so
closest person
fucking
to libertarian
confused.
here besides me. What did you think about the whole Chase campaign thing? I don't know. If
I
you
didn't
paid
like
attention
that. Well,
to it.
he didn't have any energy, and then especially after we heard all, and nothing against Dave Smith or anybody, but like after we heard like, oh, the Mises Caucus, and that's gonna like break everything open. We're gonna get back to that Ron Paul fundamentals, and it just didn't. And then you get this guy, and nothing against him. I think like he might, like you said, he might be a good person, a cool dude, but his policies are so woke. It reminds me of like the Nevada libertarians. They're so woke. And they believe into a lot of this ideology where I'm like, look, the state, let's take off the transgender thing in general. It's like, okay, so the state's going to pay for a surgery that's not necessary.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, he needs to have a heart transplant or he's having a heart attack. You're talking about something that is irrelevant. And then they're just going to go get put in a prison with women and impregnate them.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is, right? It's an elective surgery that he's supporting the government paying for, and that people are going to nefariously use.
And he's marketing it as like healthcare. Well, if the doctor recommended that the patient needs to get his dick chopped off.
How about also, man, the fact that if you're going to be the fucking libertarian representative, you got to be way ahead of the fucking curve on all this stuff. The fact that he doesn't understand or talk about the fact that the woke shit is a fucking psyop, probably that came out of a CIA think tank sort of lab place aimed at like, separating the Tea Party and the Occupy Wall Street movement. Instead, he's just towing that woke line. Bro, you have as the look, we're not going to win. He had zero chance. He pretended like he had a fucking chance to win. He had no chance to win. All you have as a libertarian candidate is a platform to talk about shit. And then perhaps in this rare scenario, you could have like leveraged that to a concession from Donald Trump. And he didn't do any of that. Instead, he just towed the line on woke shit without any sort of critical thought around it whatsoever. He didn't criticize any of that stuff. You gotta understand that as a libertarian candidate, that this stuff is fucking fake. It doesn't mean that we hate trans people or gay people or whatever. That's not what it's about whatsoever. It's like the whole culture, the psyop of it, right? The fact that it's tied to supporting the war in Ukraine. Like, how the fuck is the LGBT community and the Ukraine issue somehow tied together? What logical sense does that make whatsoever? None, right? But it does make logical sense when it's a psyop from the state aimed at like forcing people of a certain persuasion into things that they want that otherwise wouldn't be related to whatever it is, like group that they're in or whatever. You got to understand that as a libertarian candidate.
And where is the state getting their money from? Where's the state getting their money from?
Yeah, right. Steven's a better fucking libertarian than Chase Oliver, man. Understands the
And where does the money
fundamentals.
go?
Where is the state getting the money from?
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Jamie,
what do
what
you
are you gonna
guys
say?
think about? Oh, go for it.
So the way I see it, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see like how you can align yourself and be like, you know, I am a civil rights activist because let's you know, LGBT and all that stuff. You know, it's like civil rights. Okay, I'm all for civil rights and people, you know, just human beings alone, like everybody's equal and stuff like that. But then just sit there and be like, well, you know, your party is literally bombing the shit out of fucking people. How is that parallel? How is that along your cause? Like you're allowing this to happen. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like it's
It
woke,
doesn't
woke
fucking make sense.
imperialism.
It's like
right?
you should be. It's a fucking absolute line. I mean, that's me
Well, that's
personally.
because their
It's like
team
I
is in
don't
favor
feel.
of
I
it.
don't want my money to go towards killing people.
No,
that
for
I
sure.
have no issues with.
Well, that's the most un-American thing we've heard all night.
What do you guys think about like recently Trump came out and said that he's okay with kids transitioning with the parents' approval?
Consent?
Basically. Yeah, consent.
Oh, I don't agree with that either.
Yeah, no, neither do I.
Should we be okay with kids?
Not everybody should be parents.
Should it be okay if the parents decide to murder their children? Are we gonna be okay with that because it was the parents' decision as well? I think there's certain baseline laws that should exist in civilized society.
Well, especially if it's going to harm you.
What's that?
It's especially if it's going to,
Right.
like you said, if it's going to harm you, like, and that's, I think, the problem that we're not allowed to discuss. It's like, dude, nobody has anything against someone that wants to be trans or like they say they need. But gender dysphoria is a small percentage. But there's something that we need to look to when a large percentage of people that are going non-binary and trans are 12 to 17-year-old girls. There's a problem. There's something that's pointing at something like, hey, statistically, it shouldn't be this narrow. And the reason why it's being that and then nobody wants to talk to it is they're hypersexualized, right? And a lot of girls want to go away from that. That's why they like the they, them, and the non-binary. But if we discuss it, we're bigots. We're not allowed to discuss about people hiding studies that show that this is detrimental and it is not reversible, which we all knew that it destroys their bodies, and they're still not fixing the underlying mental health issues that which a lot of these kids have from social media and trying to keep up with the Joneses and trying to be as pretty as the next girl and getting bullied online. They're not seeing that, and then there's not enough structured homes. Not that there's none. There's not enough structured homes to keep them together. Because I don't care what anybody says. Just in my life, I've seen it. Like my girlfriend I'm dating right now has kids, and I think that like people are like, don't date single girls. And that I say, well, who's gonna teach these kids? Like I might not be in their life forever, but the point is that when you are, you should give this exposure to them of like, hey, look, this is how life is. No one's gonna coddle you. You're gonna get punched in the face. You're gonna have to get up and give them the tools as you can to learn. And that's what a lot of these unfortunate kids are losing out. And I think it's a huge issue. Like, and I'm tired of it being pushed into like this bigotry shit.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Amen.
Hold on.
Sean, you run for office. I got to with a vote. That's
great.
I mean,
that's
real quick.
Mark that 250 because we need to. There's the clip. Cut it. See you guys.
So that Sean, what you just said there, that's the position the libertarian presidential candidate should have been running on, right? Not we're going to keep men out of women's sports. Like, yes, we should, right? That Trump says all the time. But that's like low fruit, low IQ way of going at the whole thing. Again, if we're going to be the Libertarian Party, we got to be ahead of the fucking curve. We got to make the points like that gets deep into the fucking psychology, the reasoning behind it all, right? And then, yes, is everyone going to understand that? And, throughout the whole country, probably not. Right, not the whole country isn't as autistic as the rest of us are, especially in the libertarian community. But goddamn it, if there's a lane or there's a reason for it to exist, it's to make that fucking point, and then leverage that into some sort of good that you can with the Trump or whoever, stand in for any other candidate at the time. Instead, we got Chase Oliver, in a sense, is running as like a civil rights activist. Right, the fucking civil rights movement's over. Right, but he's trying to attach himself to this new civil rights movement that's going on, and I'm the libertarian candidate, and I'm going to be like at the vanguard of this thing. I remember, look, again, not to throw him under the bus, but one of the things he was talking about, he was talking to me about he was at like a John Lewis speech in front of a courthouse when Trump was president, and talking about this whole thing about how he stood, toe to toe with Martin Luther King Jr. And I'm like, that's great. I'm like, bro, I was like 50 years ago. Like, and that, for them, like, I think all people should have rights. They do, right? Stop trying to fucking feed into this thing. Obviously, the woke shit is a fucking psyop, actually aimed at subverting our rights and like into some sort of collectivist structure that favors the state. You need to understand that, and that's how you got to be attacking that fucking thing, not trying to brand yourself as some new version, some new civil rights movement.
It's to appease a certain group of, like a small group of people, because it's not,
It's also the same shit that Kamala Harris is saying. You're not even like standing out at all. Like, damn it, distinguish yourself at least.
Well, plus you're playing the identity politics, the thing that we're all against, like where you're saying like, hey, your race, your gender, your sex is your identity instead of you as a unique person, which becomes you're just a cog in the machine at that point instead of actually being unique, which they don't want people to be. They're like, oh, you're not unique. You know what I mean?
To be a homogenous fucking goo of everyone, is exact same and follows every exact approved talking point that they create. Yeah.
Hey, that John Luciano guy, ban him.
Honestly, there's a couple stations giving Trump, man. I mean, watching it live and paying this close attention, probably the closest attention I've paid to an election. Boy, it's all over the place.
Oh, it's crazy.
Results are all over the place.
Trump's ahead in Michigan right now, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Minnesota's only 9% in. That's huge, man.
Oh, wow.
Let's check it out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Check it out.
Steve.
Woo. And the popular vote.
Looking good. Looking good.
So Michigan's still way behind though, only 26% in.
Let the people talk.
Trump does have a 3% lead. Virginia is starting to slide towards Harris just slightly with 73%. She's got 50. He's got 48.4. It's been around that margin for probably about 10-15%.
Whoever said, as long as Trump wins the popular vote, I agree with that because it makes
he loses the election. What's the difference?
But it makes a statement. It makes a statement though. It makes a statement towards the govment.
Yes.
Like
that's
if you
the
guys don't
finger.
fucking listen, there will be an issue because, like everybody said, it's still till inauguration. You have to make it.
The only problem is, the government does not care on such a level that, like, to them, like to us,
they don't give a fuck.
To us, this was us giving you the middle finger. To them, they're like, oh, okay, yeah,
it will be
no
interesting.
more internet.
It will be interesting to see someone like AOC completely shift her position now and be like, she's all been about like abolish the electoral college and it should be the popular vote. If that does happen, you're going to see she can be like, no, we need the electoral college. It's great, and the fact that so many people voted for Trump. Hey, that's the way the system works, and we got to protect the system because democracy prevailed in the end. That will be interesting. If it ends up turning out that way, that will be something we'll be keeping an eye. Mark it, bookmark
for sure.
There will be something out of her specifically that will be
clip it, Trill, clip it,
Trill, clip it, clip it.
Oh yeah,
Trill, how you doing over there, man? We've been all yelling at each other here.
I'm good, man. I've just been checking out like the map.
Anybody peep this fucking Hezbollah shirt?
Yeah.
That's the good luck.
Let's see that.
Show everybody. There you go.
Love it.
I just saw the Mike Tyson thing where he was like, I think he gave Hezbollah a hug because he thought he was a little kid.
But he really thought it was a little kid. That's the best part. Yeah, he was kissing him like Yeah.
No, you guys see it's like the Yellowstone shirt, but it's like Trump and Vivek and like Tucker. In all like Yellowstone cowboy fucking beards. And it says Thug Life. It goes pretty hard, man.
How we feeling, boys? Feeling a little fatigued here now. We've been, let's see, where we at this for almost 3 hours. This is a Rogan level podcast.
Yeah.
I might have to tap out on a little bit. But...
all right.
I'm not too far behind either.
I have another Fetterman clip here, the one that did go viral about the immigration. If we want to watch that, and then up a couple minutes, so we don't have to
actually
talk.
You know what? Why don't we bring up who's the chick that's ran against AOC and that comment you shared?
Tina
because that is such a good
conversation
conversation because we actually got to meet these people.
Sure. Give me one moment. I will find it. I did make that point to you in our private text.
Supposedly, people still voting. Sorry, I'm reading your chat, but supposedly
go
people
for
still
it.
voting in some parts of Jersey. It's insane.
I got to run, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Steven.
All right, Steven.
All right.
Yes.
Good to see you, bro.
Have a good one,
Thank you
man.
very much for having me, everyone. Be safe, be good, take care of your families, yourselves, vote in the right direction, and hopefully this all goes the way we want it to go. I mean, I'm not a fucking goddamn scientist or a economist.
He's an electrician.
Yeah, but I'm a worker. I do what I can. So everyone be good and be safe. Love you all, and hopefully see you soon.
Godspeed.
Godspeed, man.
Like I said to Garrett, glad to have you on our side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Adios. All right.
Adios, amigos.
Later, man.
JD says Tina Forte, nice lady. Met her Saturday. All right, Jerry, you're on the wrong podcast. I have an axe to grind with Tina Forte. So AOC tweeted.
Why?
AOC tweeted earlier today. She said, hello. Our campaign has successfully organized a 67% increase in early voting in the Bronx. This is a breakout trend unique to our congressional district. Reaching out to people matters. Organizing works. Holy shit, Captain. How many fucking times have I complained on this podcast?
Mm-hmm.
How many times have I brought up the statistic in the Bronx? The last time Tina Forte went up against AOC, and the voter turnout was abysmally low. I think only about 100 and something thousand Democrats ended up voting, and AOC won, and like 60 or 70,000 Republicans voted, for Tina Forte. And so I was like, I know that's interesting. And like I dug through the numbers and I looked it up, and I found that there's like 300 and something thousand registered Republicans in the Bronx. So as we came to the rematch here, and we crossed paths with the Forte campaign at one time or another about the Trump rally in the Bronx, I brought that up to them, and I was like, hey, how are you actually going to get all the Republicans to vote for Tina Forte this time? Because if they did last time, you'd have won. You'd have literally beat AOC, the fucking powerhouse in Democratic Party. All you had to do was get not even every single Republican to vote, but a majority of them to vote, and you would have won. And what was their answer, Captain?
They had no answer. First off, I walked over there to interview her, and all the people in her camp immediately pulled me away. And then that's why Scagz started talking to her. And they were all they
were drunk.
Yeah, everybody was drunk. They were drunker and higher than we are right now around this table.
This was at Trump's rally. This was at the Trump
rally in the Bronx. She openly admitted to Scagz that she had no plan.
She had no answer to my question.
No plan. This is literally a publicity run for her.
Well, let's be fair, because I know something about her posting up these rants. No, not like that. Okay. But posting these rants on social media about the Democratic Party, and she ran. You think that she has any real intention of actually running?
She hasn't. She ran. She has no intention of actually winning. Is my beef with Tina Forte?
There is no intention to actually make a fucking change.
No, there isn't.
Right?
So you know what this is? You know what this is? This is her opportunity to be a big wig in a borough where she gets to go to ribbon cuttings and little galas and ceremonies and stuff. She gets to rub elbows and get free dinners and her name in the paper, and people know who she is. So when she goes in to get a cup of coffee, they give it to her for free. And this is the height of her fame.
That's it. And she'll run again next cycle, and the same fucking thing will happen. Here's my point is that AOC did exactly what I wanted Tina Forte to do, right? And AOC, say what you want about her, but she was fucking smart enough to figure out the same thing that I figured out. Oh my God, voter turnout was so low. If I don't do something about this next time and the other side does, I'm going to lose. Yeah. And she went out and she did it. And now I don't even have to look it up. She's going to win. Yeah. Right. And what's Tina Forte going to do? She's going to lose. And like you said, she'll be popular in this like boomer sort of community in the Bronx of like Italian old ladies and things like that. And
the St. Teresa like Festival
she'll get to go to Putnam Golf Course concerts in the summer and like rub elbows with people and be really popular. But she won't actually accomplish anything or affect any fucking change in the Bronx. And you know who She has an opportunity to get rid of AOC. That's our entire brand is built on that. But she has no actual game plan or intention to actually do that.
Scagz, you should be a campaign manager, bro.
I should at this point.
I always said I think we could really.
You would fucking kill
Yeah,
it.
I really.
You would be like, you would look at them and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Look at me.
I'm not a campaign manager. I was lucky enough to just look at numbers at the time for no fucking reason
But
whatsoever.
that's all it is, though. It's not. It's just, you do it with YouTube. You do it with everything. It's analytics,
Sure,
right?
in a sense,
Because
yes.
analytics, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, but it's not even about that. It's about the fact that the people running don't actually intend to do that.
Yeah,
they don't give a shit. It's just like
She's doing it for the same people, the same reason people go on Love Is
Sean.
Blind.
Sean, what were you saying?
No, I said you have to have the right person. Like you said, the mentality. That person's mentality is like, oh, let's have free drinks. Look, go chill with the people, have a good time. She don't care about actually winning or making any change. But now if you got somebody and you could run them against, when you go, hey, this person has good policies, this person has the ambition to actually help and actually put in the work and wants to win, then yeah, I think you should. But someone like her is the people that we want out of politics in general.
Yeah. Like if I could compare her to Jose Vega, who I really like the guy. I don't know what his chances are of actually winning, but by God, he fucking put in a lot of effort. He was on the street in the Bronx. He was running. Now he's a bit of a lefty, but he was running to the left of his opponent, who's a Democrat, like on the war in Palestine. And
Yeah,
things
but
like
his,
that.
who was his opponent?
I forget his name.
He
Richie something.
He
Richie
was
Torres.
the most like cookie cutter establishment. Yes, master. Oh, Israel. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Whatever
he's
the
a-
thing was,
yeah.
he was in favor.
And it's
of.
interesting, like the lane that Richie Torres was running in, it's the Bronx, and he's like, nothing's about the Bronx. It's all about Israel.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, I kind of get why Jose is going from that angle. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the Bronx? Right. And he's attacking him on the issue itself and then on the issues facing the Bronx. Now, do I agree with Jose on everything? No, he's a big government guy, and I'm a libertarian. I'm the complete opposite. Right. But I prefer Jose in there with an intention to do something good and actually a strategy to do it instead of just like, I get to go to cocktail parties and things like that. I have no intention to win.
Well, not only that, because it's a good point. Like even with the Richie Torres thing, you know, I went to high school with him. I remember him. He was.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and he, you know, he was in Bill Maher. He's in the limelight, right? And it's just like you get there, it's like, you know, who'd you have to compete with when you got elected, you know? And when you have someone who's like, hey, listen, we have fucking real problems here, and you have someone testing your, you know, your beliefs and you know, actually wanting to make a change, it's tough. And also, you know, with Richie with the whole, you know, Israel thing, he's got the money to back him too. So it's
right. It's very difficult, man. It's a different race.
Listen, I just want
It's a different race.
I just want to shout out something
real quick.
though.
I looked it up. So it did call in his favor to win the 15.
AOC, you're right. AOC's smoking.
The money's always going to win. Bernie Sanders literally let the cat out of the bag. Who was he? Oh, Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn got him to say, like, he's like, if I'm the money guy and I could be a complete idiot and you're like the good, honest, like blue collar, working hard guy, and you run a great campaign, he's like, still like 95% of the time, the money guy's going to win the election.
Oh yeah, of
There you
course,
go.
right? Because most people aren't digging that deep into things; they're just seeing the ads or whatnot. So,
I just have something to say though.
Sure.
I zoomed in on Connecticut, and boy, you know, Scagz and I live in Connecticut, and I'm disappointed. Only 192,000 votes for Donald Trump, the Republican Party, came out of the state of Connecticut.
What's the percentage?
I'm not shocked.
What is the percentage in? Oh shit! Wait, 20. It's already called though. It's called this race.
24%.
24%, but it's called.
It's gonna be more than that. There's a couple million people. Who live here.
That's what I'm saying. I thought since they called it,
So obviously, 0% is in for California, and it's been called for Kamala Harris. not a single vote's been counted yet. And they're calling it. Washington looks like it's going her way. Oregon flipped. Obviously, these are progressive woke strongholds.
Nevada is a key
race. Nothing. We got
key.
nothing out of Nevada's the only place where we get nothing yet besides Alaska and Hawaii, which are really far out. So
Hawaii's going blue, of course.
Hey, Tro, we got to order our squirrel suits just in case.
The squirrel suits.
All right, so Pennsylvania is looking good for Trump at this point. He's up 51.1 70% is in. It's still very close, but he does have a decent margin with 70%. And Michigan looks red as well. Oh boy, wow, Michigan really is going in Trump's favor. Although there's only 28% in, but 51.
Yeah, still a lot of.
What do you guys think at this point? Do you think we're gonna know? I'm leaning towards we might actually know. Like there's enough information here at this point.
I wouldn't put it past
that I don't know. What do you guys
By
think?
the morning at least.
I think so. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have the scenario at this point where we had to wait till Saturday to find out, unless it's literally neck and neck, and there's one state that had a complete meltdown and can't report.
Well, that's what I'm wondering with like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, like they're all like PA, they're all like so purple that like, and it's only what we just said, it's 20% in when it's 80% in, and it's still like neck and neck. Now they got to find that like that dump.
Yeah, New Hampshire's close. New Hampshire was interesting. I was wondering if the Free State right wing stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm always hoping
it's
for
still
that.
it's still it's still a progressive place somewhat, but it's close.
64% in.
Way closer.
What
than
about
some
Maine?
other
Because
Maine's not doing great.
no.
Yeah, only 18%.
Let's go check out New York. Let's talk about the demographics.
New York
again.
is crushed.
Yeah,
I mean there we
And
go.
we really thought
we got egg in our face on that one. Yeah, we thought we had a chance there. Given
click on it. Let's see what's in red.
In my heart, I voted that 42.9%.
But I will say that this has changed since we last looked at it when we were talking about how New York is a red state.
Wow,
and it is shaking out to be that.
Look at Westchester right down there, man.
Bro. It's so
Westchester's
crazy.
blue. Westchester's blue, but like
look at Long Island.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's insane.
This isn't a great interactive map. Like, how come I can't click on these and get like
district.
results from the districts? Yeah,
No, it's Google.
Yeah,
Google.
Go Google.
All right. I mean,
holy shit.
Trump made up a lot of ground in
Christ.
Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Shit, wow.
That's
That is fucking
That's awesome.
crazy.
Mhm. Maryland, how we doing? Yep, called for Kamala. Virginia is very
Look at-
close.
oh my
look at
God.
Virginia. Virginia is very
Dude,
similar to New
holy
York.
shit.
Let's go somewhere deep red. Let's go to Tennessee or something. Yeah,
I mean, there's not much interesting to
I know.
say.
I just want to enjoy it.
Yeah, Nashville,
Nashville,
is,
Memphis.
and Memphis. The
Jesus
big cities.
Christ.
The big cities, but yeah, Tennessee, Trump absolutely just demolished Tennessee, 64.7 to 34, and with
And
it's almost done.
87%.
87. It's basically let's see, they called this. Yeah, they called it.
Yeah, they called it.
That's
Yeah.
uninteresting to watch.
Wait,
When did they
look at
decide to
Florida.
call?
Yeah, Florida.
Trump got
Oh,
Florida.
Florida is
It's
going
over.
to be like
It's over.
Miami and. Like,
Yeah,
No, bro, Miami went red.
Oh,
No,
shit.
Miami
Really?
went red.
Wow.
Zoom in.
I can't.
That's
zoom in
West
any
Palm
further.
Beach above
The
it.
area
Wait,
isn't
Well,
that
West
the
Palm
whole-
Beach, that's all
Oh,
New Yorkers
shit.
going down there.
Wait, Miami is actually fucking red.
Miami went
Crazy.
red,
Yeah,
and the
that's
area where
crazy.
Trump lives is blue. Wow, that is interesting.
That's insane.
It's you'd think that'd
That's
be the
wild.
inverse, but
Fire everybody.
Look, I know Trump and DeSantis have their beef at this point, but you gotta thank DeSantis for this as well. He really has solidified Florida as a red place. He crushed it in his last election. It was no contest whatsoever. I think he's done a good enough job locally there, and people have kind of seen like the results of him doing a good job there, and they've now like fallen in line with the Republicans, and that's at least my punditry.
Do you think
analysis
he'll
of the
ever have a
area.
shot at being president,
Nope.
or do you think he's
Nope,
just
he's
a
done.
better
It's over.
like running one
He's got
state?
No, he's done.
He had a chance.
Nope.
He didn't do
did.
good. He
Yeah, no.
didn't do good.
He's
Too
just not a
stiff.
personable person. Like he's very
Yep,
dry.
he's done.
Yeah.
He has no chance whatsoever. He also pissed off enough MAGA people that they'll never vote for him again.
Yeah.
JD says Miami heavy red Cubans vote Trump. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's the only group of people they don't want to give amnesty to.
If you think about it, if it stays how it is right now in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, Georgia, that wins it.
I do. I
Impossible
agree. Yeah, let's actually bring this back up again real quick. I agree with that. It is looking that way. If Trump can hold on to those swing
Just
states, or
terrifying.
whatever
They're
they
only
call
a
it,
quarter in.
These are all swing states, and they spent so much time right here, right there. The two of them literally spent like the last 2 months in these three states almost exclusively.
How crazy!
And
is
right now
that?
they are leaning
How
towards Trump.
crazy
Those were the
that-
one, and I thought North Carolina too.
I'm about to move to Pennsylvania just to make a difference.
That was interesting, man. We did.
Yeah,
kinda,
we should. No, you know what? North Carolina is better.
We did talk about that. That the Harris campaign bust a tremendous amount of people out there to like Philadelphia and whatnot to like try and get people to go out and vote. I know Garrett was like, they're sending people there to illegally vote. I don't know about that, but like there was some of that. Like people from New York City were literally like put on buses and sent to Pennsylvania to like knock on doors and be like, "Hey, go vote today for Kamala Harris."
Really?
And like they took people from a deep blue area and sent them as workers to a swing state.
wow.
It's an interesting.
Yeah, but
strategy.
also in PA, Elon is fucking in trouble right now because he's given $1 million a day at random.
Trump wins. Trump wins something. Tells me all those things are going to go away. He'll protect his. People came out for him. That's my guess.
A fucking convicted felon.
I do feel like we're gonna get a result here though tonight, or at least by tomorrow morning. Sean, what are you saying? Good.
No, I was saying I'm agreeing with you. I think by tomorrow morning the latest because it looks like it's coming in pretty smooth. And now Michigan's starting to progress at 30%. And then, like I said, if he holds off, and they were in Michigan and Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania, like you said, so much, like he was. The surprising to me, I kind of had a feeling about Michigan, and now it could go either way still. But Minnesota, the VP is head Minnesota,
right? Oh yeah.
That you would think that he would have a stronghold there, and he has zero stronghold right now. I know
it's very early.
Tampon Tim.
Yeah. Well, he did a move too because when Michigan played Minnesota this year, he decided to go to that game. Like, bro, of course you're gonna get booed. You're going in.
It's very, very early in the reporting, at least on Google. They're only 13% of Trump's crushing it at this point. I don't know how that's going to shake out in terms of what actually was reported or not, but that would be interesting, right? Like you'd think that the place that the governor is from is a shoe-in to end up going for him. But if that doesn't happen, that's really bad for the Harris campaign.
Wisconsin right now is definitely the best bet to go into Trump first.
It's close though.
He's 63% in right now.
Close. I also just think there's an interesting point to make here in terms of people who just think that like everything is fake about an election. I don't know, man. Like they would not have spent so much time, money, and energy in these specific places if there wasn't actually some legitimacy to how votes are cast in these places. I'm not saying there is no fuckery whatsoever, or that the whole thing isn't some sort of sham. But I don't know. I just don't see. I like it just from a business point of view. Would they have really spent that much time in these specific places if it was meaningless? I highly doubt it.
Your vote counts more out there than it does in New York. Like voting Republican in New York is just pissing into the wind.
Yeah. When I voted, I basically when I voted, I just saw myself like fucking Trump in Puerto Rico with the fucking.
Yeah. Then you went to McDonald's and got a Big Mac and a Diet Coke to manifest the Donald Trump win.
So we got you guys here in person now. What did you guys? I want to hear what you thought about the whole Puerto Rico is.
Tro, you want to go first, Tro?
Yeah.
Well, the Puerto Rico thing.
First. Yeah. Because I'm gonna take a while.
Oh boy. Nah, it's kind of crazy because I had like a whole conversation with like family about that and stuff, and like they went crazy and whatnot. But I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like like what he did was like at the wrong place, wrong time type scenario. It wasn't like I guess like the proper like stage for that. But at the end of the day, like how I see it is that the people who are like bugging out, flipping out, I'm like, did y'all see the roast of Tom Brady and heard all the jokes that he said, and all the people in the audience are all Kamala like supporters? Like it just makes no sense to me. I'm like, everyone's just like flipping out, bugging out about that. So the comment to me, I'm like, I grew up with like comedy during like the 90s and like early 2000s. I'm used to like the roasting each other, and stuff like that, and like it doesn't get underneath my skin. Like it's comedy, like, but the way I see it in perspective wise, like it was like the wrong stage, wrong place, or whatever to do it.
Can I push back on you for just 1 second?
Yeah.
What if it is the right place and the right time? Because everybody who's in favor of Donald Trump and this brash style of his policies and stuff is like, yeah, it is just a joke. You know what I mean? Like, move on. Like, comedy's not illegal. And also at the same time, everybody on the left is talking about how a comedian at a sold out Madison Square Garden for a Donald Trump rally made this big joke. Both sides are drawing attention to it no matter what.
I understand where you're coming from.
From like a marketing standpoint, like
I understand
you
where
win.
I understand where you're coming from. However, what I will say is that about a huge majority of Puerto Ricans live in New York City. So therefore, by you standing up there and making that joke that landed pretty flat, because let's be real, and every comedian can fall flat on any joke because they are going to risk it. However, it is a political rally. So a week before, if it doesn't land and you don't get the laughs, you did it in front of a city with a bunch of Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
Eat my
probably,
red
we
ass
probably
cheek.
won't get in trouble for this one.
Previous
Eat
one.
my red asshole.
Okay.
All right, continue.
So I listen. I'm a Tony Hinchcliffe. So this is I'm
a big fan.
I'm a big fan. I watch Kill Tony. I've been watching Kill Tony for years. He attacks everyone. However, when you're trying to, because let's be honest with what happened. You're a comedian. Your job is to tell jokes. Yes. But when you enter the political atmosphere, it's now you have to be tactical about your approach and what you're representing. So when you make a joke like that in New York City, where there's a heavily majority of Puerto Ricans that live there, it's going to get clipped and then be sent out. Even if it didn't fall flat, let's say it was really funny. I mean, listen, I understand why he said it. Puerto Rico's not perfect. They do have a trash problem. So I understand it. No, I'm the king of the trash room. Let me speak. It's my time to shine, baby. It's my time to shine. But there is a problem. I understood why he said it. However, there's going to be implications. Even if it didn't fall flat and it was funny, they're still going to clip it. This is what he thinks. This is what the Trump campaign thinks about you. Either way, it's a lose-lose. I understand. So he risked it. However, you have to understand the implications because there's always consequences of what you do.
Yeah, that's what he's paying.
And that's what he's paying, right? So it should have been a little bit smarter. You should have never went after the Puerto Ricans in New York City because there's so many of us. It's crazy. And he's right. Latinos, we just fucking pop out kids like left and right. But listen, like he said, if you don't know who Tony Hinchcliffe is, then yeah, if you watch it for face value as a clip, you're gonna be like, this guy's a fucking racist.
Yeah.
But you never see
Somebody
him go
today,
toe-to-toe.
he's a racist.
You've never seen him go toe-to-toe with Dave Lucas.
Yeah.
You've never seen him go toe-to-toe with fucking any other comedian, anybody who's on Kill Tony. He goes after them. He risks it. Tom Brady roast. He's a roaster. But as a Puerto Rican, I wasn't offended because how can I get offended? Like it's a fucking joke. It didn't land well. I'm not gonna fucking be like, Trump's a fucking racist. Tony's a racist. No, because I know about him. Like I know him.
Yeah.
Like not like that, like a parasocial fucking crazy shit. Don't do that. I know it's a thing. But I've watched him enough to understand that like this is what he does.
Yeah, there's a legit criticism you can make of him if you're gonna like dip your toe and back a candidate and then get to the point where you make a speech at his rally. You maybe should be a little bit more strategic.
But I would like to make a point here because I think what happened with that situation, listen, I'm Puerto Rican. I love my island. I love my people tremendously. Like we have very big pride, just like you guys. Being Italian and stuff like that. It's the same pride. Like everybody, we're all from immigrants. We're all from people who came here, right? But you can't sit here and be like, well, Puerto Rico this, Puerto Rico that. It's like, I'm Puerto Rican, but I'm also fucking American. Yep. I didn't grow up on the island. I grew up here. So this matters more to me than Puerto Rico. And a lot of people don't know how to separate the two. And that's the problem. It's like, this is where you're from.
Because
that's where you learn.
That's
everything.
the issue of identity politics. Not to jump in on you, but that's the issue of identity politics. Because if they could get you so wrapped up in the fact that you have all this Puerto Rican pride and your skin color and you can't see past any of that. Trump didn't even say it. Tony Hinchcliffe said it. Right?
Yeah,
Trump could denounce it. At any moment, Trump could denounce it. And then it's really just Tony Hinchcliffe out in a.
Did he? He didn't.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he said he wasn't really sure who Tony Hinchcliffe was, and they put the stat together. Yeah, he said like he denounced him immediately.
So even better. So now Tony Hinchcliffe is out there on this island, and you're not seeing what the machine's trying to produce. You know what I mean? They want you so wrapped up in your skin color and
but
your
there's
pride.
not that many logical people out there. So when you don't, if you're not pragmatic about situations, you're gonna fall for it every single time. You'll clip it out of context,
and that's why they love these low IQ people.
You throw it out there into social media. Somebody watches that minute clip, and all of a sudden, Tony Hitchell is a fucking racist.
Yeah.
So, and without even doing due diligence and actually doing your investigative work and understanding that, hey, listen, this guy's a fucking comedian. Not only he's not just a comedian, he's a roaster, right?
Yeah.
He roasts people, right? So, like he said too, it's like I have friends and I call them Spanish. I'm Spanish.
Yeah.
My nickname is Spanish amongst my friends. However, it doesn't dictate, because he calls me Spanish or you guys call me Spanish, that you guys are racist. At the end of the day, I consider you guys my family. And I know, like we've talked about it, I'll go to war for you fucking guys. I don't care what you call me. Like, I don't care because it's just words. Like, you know?
Yeah.
And people like it's just so fucking crazy. Like words, it's like, oh my god, like, you know.
I made
literal violence.
I made the point last time that the same people that are making a big deal about this are the same people that are advocating for like every war that's going on right now, and how they're like, how they prioritize what they're outraged over is absolutely fucking insane. So like, you have what's happening to Gaza with 50,000 people dead.
How many
What's
kids?
happening in Right,
How
the
many
majority
kids?
of them kids probably.
Yep.
What's happening in Ukraine? Probably 500,000 people dead, and they're like the vanguard of those policies. The same people that are fucking outraged over words about Puerto Rico, and that's like top priority concern for them right now, but not actual policy of getting people fucking killed. That's just a crazy phenomenon, which I also do think ties into the whole woke thing we were talking about before. The woke thing convinces people that, like, no, actually, like, being offended about like words is more important than actual war policy
that
and
nuclear war.
mass murder sprees around the world that your tax dollars are funding. And you know, like, look, whatever. We just don't have to even do any of those things.
What if it was
like, we could just not do that? I'm not saying that like the Palestinians are great or the Ukrainians or Russians are great. Forget all that shit. We just not do that. Right? We just not. But instead, they're like, no, we have to do that. And if God forbid someone says a mean joke, they're the evil villain. They're a Hitler 2.0, but not us. Not the people conducting mass murder sprees around the world.
What if it was intentional though, right? Any publicity is good publicity. It highlights the cancel culture. It highlights the woke culture. It could be strategical. I'm just
builds the ideology.
You know what I mean?
I'll get Q on us.
I'm just so shocked. I'm just so shocked. Like nowadays, like with comedy,
I can't bring up. I can't bring up John.
That's gone. This whole. What are you? Where you're at? You're at 324. God.
Oh,
God.
Yeah.
But my thing is like, what happened to like the whole thing with comedy? Like from back in the day, everyone was laughing at all those jokes, and then now we fast forward to now.
You might want to take that down from chat though too.
People are like so sensitive.
Yeah, take it out.
Well, you're right. You know,
take it down.
No, it's not going to affect us, but it's going to. I was saying.
No,
I was saying the other day that Lucha's going to get banned from just commenting on our podcast.
You can get like a suspension.
Oh yeah, for not doing something about
happened
it.
to somebody I know streaming. Yeah.
My goodness. Sorry, Trill. What were you saying? Sorry.
But like my thing is like there's people that grew up in that generation during the 90s, the 80s, all that era of comedy and whatnot. And it was like just flat shit crazy. And then we fast forward to like now. Why is everyone like so fucking like get so butthurt?
I know you got raised on South Park and we can't handle what South Park was.
It's not organic, bro. People have been conditioned.
Truthfully, yeah. As Scagz is right. It's not organic. It's not natural. This was planned. Trauma was implanted. Just society was swayed. An agenda was set. Here we go. What do we got up here now? 55 million votes already.
People are saying that. People are saying that. What were they saying in the chat? That Charlie's here. Charlie's creeping. It says Dems are taking the House.
All right. Well, we're taking the Senate, but let's see.
Yeah.
Where's the
it'll maybe cycle around to that. So we'll see. House at this hour. 114. So I don't know. At least on this one at the moment, you get again. There's fucking different results on every single
single
website.
one.
This one says that the Republicans are gaining 2 seats in the House, and says that Trump's at 214. Harris
270 to win, right?
270 to win.
Yeah. Trump might walk away with 300, man.
That's what I think. 312. I'm thinking maybe 312 could be because if he wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, he's already got North Carolina now. Get Georgia and maybe possibly Arizona.
Look, man, he's got a 5 million vote lead in the popular vote. That is going to be very hard for Kamala Harris to overcome, especially with, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, California is only 70% in.
Yeah, it's on the board though at this point, and it hasn't completely affected what's going on. Let's take a look at where it's at actually, and then I have a video I saw of something else going on. Sorry, where's it at? Share this tab. Damn, it's just confusing. All right, there we go. 70% in. Yeah, so there's still a lot of people.
He could definitely take PA and Wisconsin, man. They're both over 70% in favor of Trump.
Let's see what's going on in the corporate press world. I saw that Clint Russell.
We should maybe just scroll X for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was doing in the background. So I saw Clint Russell shared this. I'm gonna make it big for you guys here so you can see what's going on over in the corporate press world. Oops.
Electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats if it's becoming a browner state. There's a bigger Latino population, and we know from Paulo Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino, does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party.
Shocking revelation.
Yeah, I think
shocking news, everybody.
I think Clint was trying to say that listen to the racists over at MSNBC as they first acknowledged the Great Replacement theory and then realized that brown people aren't actually their puppets. Mask off moment. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, right? They were just making the point that there are a whole bunch of new demographics in Texas that are gonna possibly change the way the state swings, but it didn't work out the way that we thought it would. In a sense, is exactly what
I never understood that either when they say about legal immigrants, because a lot of when they're mainly talking, they're not talking about, even if you go Muslim, if you go Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, most are conservative by nature.
Yeah, some of them are pretty based. Yeah,
a lot of the Cubans are.
Yeah, that's their values in general. You know what I'm saying? Growing up Christian or Catholic, it's installed family values. So I've always thought it was funny, and I was like, what if they just let a bunch of legal immigrants in and then it just goes the other way?
They just start voting Trump.
Yeah, look, man, I gotta be honest with you. I don't think most of these illegal immigrant migrants are down for any of the woke shit. I think they see that and they're like, this is fucking crazy. That doesn't work on winning them over at all.
No. The Democrats are about to be turned into Eddie Mush from the Bronx, though.
Lots of people losing their minds on X.
All right, we're kind of on. Hang on. So it's a good segue because we're kind of on.
I wouldn't showcase X is probably
I can't.
X is crazy.
But, X is probably got to be nuts.
But we're kind of on the immigration thing. So why don't we bring up Fetterman talking about the immigration thing with Rogan, which was probably the most viral moment of their entire.
I have problems with exchange. The captioning. Okay.
First Democrats saying, hey, though, we need a secure border. It's a significant issue. And if I thought there was any kinds of issues, and I've been very vigilant throughout, I've been actively involved in those kinds of things. And I've never witnessed those kinds of a thing.
But what do you mean by issues? What kind of issues you're talking about? You're talking about people letting people in order to get votes?
Well, it's not. There's not that level kinds. I don't think there's that level kinds of organization.
But there is an organization that's moving these people to swing states. There's a significant number of these people that are illegal immigrants that have made their way to swing states. And then there's been calls for amnesty. There's been calls for allowing these people to have a pathway to citizenship and allow them to vote. The fear that a lot of people have is that this is a coordinated effort to take these people that you're allowing to come into the country, then you're providing them with all sorts of services like food stamps and housing and setting them up, then providing a pathway to amnesty. And then you would have voters that would be significantly voting towards the Democrats because they're the people that enabled them to come into the country in the first place and provided them with those services. This is a big fear that people have, and that you're rigging this system and that this will turn all these states into essentially locked blue like California is.
Well, it's immigration is always going to be a tough issue in our nation. I had as a professor in grad school, Alan Simpson, and he was he was a United States senator. He was Wyoming, and he was actually a pro-choice Republican. I mean, how rare that would be. Well, it doesn't exist now. And he said, you are never going to have any meaningful immigration kinds of legislation. He's like, because both sides, that's useful for them, and it's going to be back and forth. And he said that 25 years ago.
Useful meaning the debate, having it always a political
it's
talking
useful
point.
for one side or the other. It's
Right.
useful, and he said they were never going to be, and he said that in 1999.
Mhm.
And I voted for the border deal, and that went down. And that's, I mean, he said that 25 years ago, and that was absolutely true now, that they had an opportunity to do a comprehensive border, bipartisan, and that went down because Trump, he declared that's a bad deal after it was negotiated with the other side.
But didn't that deal also involve amnesty? And didn't that deal also involve a significant number of illegal aliens being allowed into the country every year? I think.
Yeah, so this is one of like the differences about going on a place like Rogan, because when you just spew your bullshit talking point, Rogan would be like, yeah, but like, what about this?
Yeah.
Right? That I actually
What
know
about
about. I'm
what
gonna
really
ask,
happened?
I'm gonna ask you like a real question here.
Yeah.
So I thought that was just fucking interesting, just from like a foundational point of view, like going on a tough interview like this.
Yeah.
Like if this was CNN, they would have just never brought that point up.
No.
Right? They'd have been like, yeah, we agree 100% with everything you're saying exactly, and you're right.
But to think that it's not an option is absolutely insane, though. Too. It's like, yeah, you know, we're doing it. It's in good faith, you know.
Right. Like they just
Everything's in good faith. So you're meaning to tell me we have to believe the government is good faith actors?
Right. Rogan's not taking that for granted.
They're batting 1,000.
And he's asking,
Come on,
he's asking a
stop it.
follow-up question. To be honest with you, kind of wish Rogan did a little bit more of this to Trump on
Yes, I
certain
agree.
things.
Yeah.
Right? That would have been a little bit more interesting. But it's good. At least it's getting done
So-
to the Democrats. Let's keep going because there's another 2 minutes. But go ahead.
I added something to the tweets of the week page.
Okay. All right.
I was scrolling some Twitter before.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
There's some really good. There's as crazy as it is right now. There's some
I think
good
tomorrow.
stuff on there.
I think
too.
tomorrow we're gonna go into like the fucking the fucking Hall of Fame of memes tomorrow.
Mark Cuban. Oh yeah, yeah. We got Mark Cuban screaming into the sky.
It was 2 million people. So it was the same sort of situation. And their fear is exactly what I talked about, that these people will be moved to swing states and that will be used
pause this
to
real quick?
essentially
I'm sorry.
rig those states and turn.
You know, it's crazy because I saw this firsthand about when they were flying overnight flights and bringing immigrants over from the border. Right, and this is, remember you texted me about it. I really can't
You're gonna
speak
get yourself
much
in
about
trouble
it.
here with your
I
job,
can't
but
really
yeah.
speak. I can't speak much about it, but it's just very interesting to see. It's like, well, no, you have to believe us. It's like this is not the case. I've seen it firsthand what they did.
Right.
You know, and it's like, oh, you guys are full of shit, and people are calling you out. And the only reason why it came to light is because the person who was running the airport started running for government. So he had some type of weapon
thing to run
to
on,
be
yeah.
like, well, look at what they're doing here. You guys have no idea, or you're not aware of what's
Yeah,
what's
weren't there like
happening.
NDAs and things involved?
Yes, they
in
were.
that?
Yeah. Not. It was my company,
So,
but
we should totally take them
it's-
for granted. They're all good faith actors.
Yep.
Everything that John Fetterman was just on the Joe Rogan Experience just to be an honest guy and to just be like, I just wanted to have an honest conversation with Joe Rogan. That's all I want.
Real quick though, it says this is 30 minutes ago. It says CNN is now reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense. With some
Where are you saying this? Hold on, because I
feed me. What a raw alert! The unfathomable.
He's turning it to
Hold on. Sorry. The unfathomable tears of sadness. I
Feed
need
me,
them.
Seymour. Feed me.
Wait, is there a 24/7 camera on YouTube of the
headquarters?
So we go watch.
Watch it on Raw Alerts right now. 30 minutes ago. Also, Luke posted it from
Luke Rukowski.
We Are Change. Yeah, they're oof, looks interesting, man.
North Carolina for Trump. All right.
Oh boy! So yeah, Raw's Alerts also said about 20 minutes ago. According to Fox News, the Kamala campaign is apparently no longer responding to requests for comment. 20 minutes ago.
I am a real American.
Okay, hang on. I got it. I found it.
Justice for Peanut.
That's a weave for you, folks. All the way back to Peanut at this point. So here it is. Let's see. It's CNN of all people, right? So it's always interesting when you see someone who's in the bag for the other side, and then they have to kind of like admit a hard truth. That really tells you something. So let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now
is suck a dick.
Come on. I need to hear it from them, not from you guys. Come on.
That you gotta hold off, bud. It's too early. It's
Calm
too
down.
early.
Calm
for
down.
that.
Don't get ahead.
You need to calm down.
That just
don't
coming out
fucking jinx
perfect
it.
timing.
Calm down.
Okay.
You see the paper with that.
I'll tell you what, man. Does not
heard that.
The crowd looks tense in the background. They're not moving.
Okay,
Like they're
I'm sorry,
completely-
everybody.
all right.
There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very
Oh, watch
aware
CNN, I'm
of
so
the
hurt.
warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia,
All right, there's some energy
that
behind
is
them
what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for more votes
Ooh, yeah,
to
they're
come
all
in.
happy, though.
They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still
Georgia,
hear
girl.
from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
They throw better concerts than they do policies.
Talk about that, man. My goodness, the whole Beyonce thing. What a fucking
Yeah.
fiasco.
Nevada's
Yep.
just in.
That
Hey,
was-
but what a great meme that it made. That see that guy that made that shit on TikTok, like it went viral a little bit. That like Joe Biden sleeping and Kamala Harris is dancing with Beyonce, and they made it into a beat, dancing with Beyonce. It's pretty funny.
Oh my god.
So the Beyonce thing was so interesting because obviously they branded it and sold it as like a Beyonce was going to perform at Kamala Harris's rally, and then she came out and only did like 5-minute speech.
Yep.
Well, she got
Look,
paid
even
for 5
so.
minutes.
So first of all, why didn't Beyonce perform? Why do you guys think she didn't perform?
They weren't paid.
She's hiding.
Under the investigation of Diddy. There you go, Trill.
Yes,
I knew where you were going.
hiding.
Trill. Axe Trill.
So
Trill's
I'm
deep in this.
I'm
All
gonna
the
agree with you.
celebrities are hiding or endorsing Kamala because
So-
of fucking blackmail.
Begrudgingly, probably, right? They're probably begrudgingly endorsing her. So at the same time, they're like, okay, I'll come out and endorse you, but I ain't put on a fucking concert for you. You're holding blackmail over me, right? Like, otherwise, I don't see like what's the downside in that scenario if it's good faith, honest to God. I really believe in Kamala Harris. She's great. Why wouldn't Beyonce just do a performance, right?
Also,
On the-
too, Cardi B, like the way she just flipped the script, she was all in support with Trump. Like, what was that? I think like months ago or like last
Trill.
year.
Tell him.
And
Trill.
then
Let him know.
now,
Let him know,
she
Trill.
just flipped the script and like was at the rally, and
Let him
then
know.
that whole fucking shit went up in
Yep.
flames.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because literally the teleprompter went out. Someone had to go give her a phone with the whole
Yeah.
thing.
And she could barely read as yeah. Go ahead, Trill. Sorry.
Bro, it's bright as day.
it's
bro.
it's interesting.
Another person.
There's also a risk.
Another
real quick-
person I went to the same school.
Cardi B.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Wow, you know everybody.
Yeah. Another thing, man, like you also risked pissing off the whole crowd of people who came there to see Beyonce.
Yeah.
So like,
But
it just are they that incompetent, or was there more to that?
I'm sorry. Are you going to a concert or are you going to a political rally?
For them, they're going to a concert.
Sure, right. But think about how those people felt after they found. After
I don't
she
give a
walked off
fuck
the
if
stage.
you got let down that you
Dude,
went to go see a
honestly-
performer.
You're missing my point. You're
Yo,
missing.
yeah,
You're
no,
missing
I
my point.
I get it. But
They
I don't
risked
care.
pissing off
I'm here for
100,000
justice of
people.
peanut.
Why?
I'm not here for anything else but justice of peanut. I'm joking.
I'm just saying they risked pissing off 100,000 people. I don't know, it probably wasn't that many, right? But they risked pissing everybody off. Why'd they do that? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Are they that incompetent, or did like there was a misfire somewhere? Like not all like everyone was in sync, and not all like their agendas were aligned there, and they kind of formed this uneasy alliance that didn't actually come through as organic to everybody. Not a good campaign, man. If you're using blackmail to get people,
I'm waiting for
It's
Kamala to
crazy.
come out and be like, I'm gonna.
Minnesota turned blue.
Yeah, I seen
So
that.
did.
They jumped up big time.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
On
that's-
CNN right now, Nevada's red.
Well, fellas, I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna
North
have to get out
Carolina.
of here, man.
You're heading out. You're heading out.
Yes,
All
sir.
right,
man.
buddy.
It's a great time.
All right,
Appreciate it. I think you can. They can't call it yet, but it's pretty close, man. I think this has probably been one of the best election cycles. It's been fun. So
that's
how
one
we
way to
do
put
it.
it.
Appreciate you guys, man. Have a good night.
Take care, man.
Later,
Have a
bro.
good one.
Enjoy, man.
Jumping in. All right. It is the Legion remains. We're all
Mhm.
the last man standing.
Oh, go to I added a tweet from
Did you?
Obama. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm
Watch
at the
what
point
he has
where
the balls to say.
Now I'm at the point where like we could wrap this up soon, but now I'm at the point where like the moment we do, they'll probably announce the winner or something. How do we?
I'm not staying on until 1 a.m. So
where is this, Obama? What you sent it to me?
I
Where?
sent it to the Tweets of the Week page.
Oh, the tweet. Okay, all right, Cap.
It's the newest one.
Yeah. Okay. Whoop, I deleted the Tweets of the Week page, of course. So let's see. How you doing over there, Trill?
Doing good, man.
Hanging
Doing
in
good. Yeah, I'm just checking out some of the stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, keep an eye on the skies for us. All right, here it is. The captain's
Barack Obama, man.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Ashbet. Okay.
It took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard today. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard today. Respect them. Thank them. Don't share things before checking your sources. Let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot. Bro, the 2 times you won, we knew by midnight.
Yeah.
Okay?
Probably knew by now. Like,
okay?
It is.
Shut your fucking mouth, bro.
Check your sources. These people, like the balls on these people, they are the biggest purveyors. The people like him of misinformation and whatnot,
Yeah.
and the balls they have to tout that fucking line out over and over again about you're all be careful what you hear. Unless it comes from us.
Yeah,
it's
if
not
I
the
didn't
truth.
say it, just
My
come
goodness.
here. I'm the conveyor of truth. It looks like on Twitter, Kamala Harris won Ukraine.
Oh yeah. Look, man. If nothing else, man. Again, Trump winning will be awesome for the memes and whatnot. But repudiation.
I
for this
fucking love the
bullshit.
internet, dude. I fucking love it.
Dude,
It's
you
so
know
good.
what? I almost wish maybe we do record a little bit tomorrow and we just sit there and just go, look at this meme. Look at this meme.
Yeah. Next episode. So Trump won North Carolina. It's been called for him, 90% in. So there you
Bing
go.
bong.
Good one for him. What's going on in Georgia? 91% in. It's close, but not called yet.
But it's still
Race,
Trump ahead.
51 to 48.3. Charlie,
I'm just worried
Lazara-
about the whole North over there, man.
Charlie Lazar says, "Don't worry, everyone. Just go to sleep. We'll let you know that Kamala won in the morning."
Yeah.
That's probably the next talking point to be on CNN and MC. Just go to bed, guys. Don't worry, we got this. Yeah.
That's when shit gets real tomorrow.
I know. The crazy, like everybody's like so prepared. Like we know, like once people go to bed, there's gonna be a 4 a.m. dump
Some
of
fuckery.
Yeah, all 3 states just get an influx of 500,000 votes, all in favor.
You would think too that shifting the way we do an election to where a lot of votes are done ahead of time would actually speed up the process
Mhm.
on election night. We're like, well, most of the shit's been done, so like we should just know right away. But it's actually the inverse.
Yeah.
It's like now because I don't know. Like, think about that. Think about like in anything else you do in life. Like, let's say you're in school and you have a lot of homework to do, right? And you have a project that's due on December 13th, and November 1st you start working on your project and you do like 70% of the work for your project, but then somehow you end up taking longer after, like you miss the deadline to hand it in, or so you do 99% of the project and then you still miss the deadline
last
somehow.
1%, yeah.
Like it just doesn't follow.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. I know. What else? Trill, what do you got over there? What's going on?
Nah, I'm just looking at some of these funny tweets right now. It's just hilarious.
AOC won. It's official. And a tweet 2 minutes ago thanking everybody. Alan Jacoby says Georgia should have been called over an hour ago.
81% in for Pennsylvania, and Trump is still with quite a big lead.
Hold on. This isn't this is old.
put that up anyway.
But we're gonna have fun. And we don't know if to punch down on the two doom men, but soon. Soon we will. So mostly peaceful memes shares.
Mostly peaceful memes.
Soon.
Oh my god.
This was 2016, I think, when Hillary lost.
It is.
Oh my god.
Eat it.
And some of these people probably like, would you like that if we did that to you? I wouldn't be such a fucking fairy to crying over.
I
over
remember
this.
the day.
You ever see the this lady?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You
You ever see the meme? It was the hangover meme, and it's Chow, and he's like, "Did you die?"
Yeah.
That's like okay, that happened, and then 4 years later, like does anything significantly
Bro,
change in your life? Like,
I remember,
all those
I remember
people-
where I was working the day. I remember coming in when Trump won, and I was on the train, and some girl I had known back in college, I had shared something on like my story or Instagram or whatever, and she went on this tirade, and me and a couple we just rained down hellfire on her.
Yeah.
So like I'm burning bridges as I'm going into work, and around like noon, my company calls like this company-wide meeting, and we sit down in the common area to watch Hillary Clinton's speech.
Concession speech?
Yeah, concession speech.
Yeah.
And people are like bawling, what are we gonna do? And they just like you thought like the
The
gulag
rollers,
trains
yeah.
were pulling
Yeah.
up at Grand Central Station, and we were marching at gunpoint. And then like the owner of the company was like, I want everybody to go take an hour lunch and so we used to have TVs all over the office for a fucking week. They had it on the Puppies and Kittens channel to
Just to
like
alleviate people's
ease.
stress.
Yeah. I'm just like,
So
we can't be this weak.
Just,
like,
you know, like
but we are though.
Yeah, an exercise in just stupidity here. Like all those people were probably crying because they did think that like the Gulag train was going to
Yeah.
show up and put them off in the camps.
Slavery just came
hold
back,
on,
yeah.
that never happened. Obviously,
No.
right? Trump
Yeah.
didn't do any of those things.
Yeah.
And here, I guarantee you, all those same people are terrified over the fact that that's going to happen again. Right? and if Trump does win, they'll have the same reaction
Yeah.
because they'll think the same thing is going to happen again
Yeah.
that actually didn't happen. When
Imagine they
when the
filmed that
opportunity-
same woman at Kamala's
Yeah.
rally right now.
Oh
Dude, so what about that? Remember that teacher we saw at the Bronx rally, and she had the
she
sign.
was one of
And so, like, she was mad.
Real,
at
real quick,
Trump.
some news. Virginia has been called for Harris at 83%.
Oh, boy.
and Won by
Okay,
like,
well, if we're
3
calling
or
it
4
at 83%, then call PA for Trump. Then we're at like 82%.
81%. And it's a similar margin. It's at what is it? At least on Google, 83% for Virginia, 81% for Pennsylvania, and it's almost identical margin.
Yeah.
51.2. Actually, Trump has a larger margin in
Yep.
Virginia by 0.2%
Mm.
than Harris has in Virginia, but there's 3% not reported yet. So we'll see. Maybe if in Pennsylvania, if 2% more comes in, maybe they'll make a decision on Pennsylvania.
You're hiding
But
squirrels
Michigan
underneath
is
the floorboard, aren't you?
Michigan is really lagging behind. It's only at 40%. You're hiding squirrels beneath the floorboards.
Did they call Georgia yet or no?
No, just 91% in Trump's.
Jesus Christ! Come on.
Yeah, we need a couple. If a couple of
Let's
these,
see. Let's see. California, just so we could get a good laugh, was 2% in.
37.
Oh, 30%. 61 to 35.
She's picking up popular vote there. Yeah, but Trump is still leading the popular vote by a couple million.
Yeah,
about 4 million.
How many votes does he have? He's got just under 60 million votes.
He's got almost 60 million. She's got 55 and a half. So it will be interesting to see because I do feel like this right here, if this goes to Trump, it's over. And this is close. Pennsylvania's close to us probably figuring out, like, if we hang on another half an hour here, we might find out. Michigan's way behind, though.
Scagz, I'm going to send you something real quick.
Georgia, too. Like,
what's Minnesota doing? Is he moving up at all?
Dude, Nevada has not.
Yeah, and Trill's telling us on what? Fox?
Go to CNN. They have like the numbers for Nevada.
Do they?
Yeah, it's 73 to 26.
What is where do I even see that on CNN?
Maybe click that.
Okay, here we are. Oh yeah. So it's a I mean, there's nothing in there. Only 2%. It's only a handful of votes.
What's up with these different numbers?
That's crazy.
Like, I don't understand.
It's annoying. What'd you share to me here? Is this
it's Joel just sent it to me.
Is it a link or is it a picture?
It's a picture.
I don't know if I could share a picture.
God damn it! I'll just show it to you.
I'll try.
Just hold it up to the camera.
Oh yeah, this is complicated.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Here. Pass it around.
Send me the link. It's a tweet or something.
Yeah, this is a tweet. I could send it to you.
I found a good tweet. We can read this one from Bill Ackman if you want, real quick. Bill Ackman says, if the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause the large minority of the country who supported Kamala Harris and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. Half the country has believed that X is filled with mis and disinformation and that they could only therefore rely on the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, and other mainstream media for their news, and they did. If, however, you have been active on X for the last year, you have known the truth days, weeks, and often months before the facts appears in the MSM mainstream media. The mainstream media excerpted, clipped, and cut to defame Trump while claiming Biden was fit as a fiddle.
I read the same thing.
Yeah, this is a long tweet. I'm not gonna read this whole thing.
Jesus
actually,
Christ, so there's a
it's a good point. You know, is that true though? I don't know.
It's not, because some people it might wake up, but there's still the percentage of people that are going to stonewall it.
Yeah, I mean there will be. Is it a majority of them though? Well, I mean maybe he's not wrong though. Maybe some people will start questioning. Man, maybe I was wrong. I don't know in terms of like
if he wins the popular vote and wins an overwhelming majority.
Yeah,
you could look at like these people who are like, well, he's just a racist bigot. So 70% of the country thinks he's a racist bigot, or maybe you just misguided.
Who's this JD character in your chat? Is that
somebody we know?
A reputable news source?
Not really. He says JD says also every outlet uses their own formulas. That's why all numbers are different. I mean, that makes sense, but how can it makes? I get it. Like I get why that would lead to them having all different results. But there's only one election, though. How are they all running different formulas and producing different results off the same thing? It's like imagine if we were watching the Yankees game and like ESPN was broadcasting the score as 8-9, and then Fox was as 6-3, and we'd be like, well, the thing is, they all have their own reporting mechanisms. Yeah, but we saw that they scored fucking 4 runs.
So then you look at Fox News, it's like, of course, Trump's ahead more than fucking Harris. And then CNN is going to have him like, it's going to be close.
Maybe we have to make some sort of reporting algorithm that just pulls all the data from all the different corporate press things and then takes an average of it. And then that's the true, results or something like that.
JD, keep up the good work though. You're killing it,
man. JD reporting in the background. JNN News. Let's see what. So
Wisconsin's very promising,
love you, JD.
man.
As it stands at the moment, 230 for Trump, 205 for Harris on Google. And we're inching closer to Pennsylvania, 82 now.
This whole week's going to be wild.
Bro, it's going to be nuts.
Oh, God, I hope people just accept their fate. If Trump wins.
No, they can't.
I don't think
these
so.
people are too toxic.
In the alternative scenario where Harris wins and we continue the mission creep towards this weird new brand of authoritarian, totalitarian government that's portrayed as your friend. I mean, they always are, I guess you could say, but not portrayed as that, obviously.
Next year, your channel could be taken down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Next
well,
year
I was going to say,
in jail.
I made the point before that a lot of the MAGA people, the boomers, are like, that's it. The country's finished if Trump doesn't win. No, that's not true. Right? None of us just snap and vanish.
Yeah.
If that happens,
they might
what's
be
the
right
move?
because we might be, put in cages.
I don't know. I'd recommend to all those people that they read Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, and you could see like humans that were in the most dire situation under the boot of their government. They got out of it after fucking 75 years of it somehow. Right. And like I read that, I'm like, oh man, these people had it.
But 75 years is 75 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, those people had it 1 billion times worse than anyone is going to have after Trump loses this election. Right. And those people in the Soviet Union were nowhere near, were like not in the position to oppose what happened to them the same way we would be here. Like they didn't have a Second Amendment, nor this culture of like fuck the government and whatever. They all kind of fell for it and welcomed it with open arms, and then they were all trampled by the boot of their government.
Yeah.
All that being said, they got out of it, right? And like Vladimir Putin's not perfect, but my God, it's like night and day compared to the Soviet gulag system that used to exist. So I feel like perhaps if you're feeling a little bit black pill, you should actually read a really dark book like that to give you some perspective on how bad things could be and how people could get out of that. And how they have, right? Like the worst example ever actually ended, and people got out of it.
But the problem is that you can get out of it, but how many years to get out of it?
Sure,
like you shouldn't
sucked.
You shouldn't even enter it in the first.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm not saying that.
Like you said,
it's never over. Like it ain't over until it's over, and when it's over is when you're literally just dead.
Exactly.
Right?
So it's like hey, how about we don't enter that and actually prosper as a nation, unified. Right, because the division is not gonna. It's gonna ruin our country within 100%. Like it is right now. Like if you look at people, like people don't even want to talk to their own fucking family members. How sad is that? Like everything's all politicized now, and all that stuff, and it's just not doing anything good in terms of society. And
I know people who in the last week like have liberal friends. And like their liberal friends are just looking for fights. Like, are you voting? I can't believe
whatever happened to agree to disagree. Hey, you lost.
Yeah,
you lost.
That's so stupid.
And just go about your day and listen. And if you really want to make an impact, how about you go and serve in office? How about you make a difference? How about you?
Because all they want to do is virtue signal. This idea of being virtuous is more important than being right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
normal people.
Yeah, like it's being shown as this virtuous, moral high being is more important than like.
It's also weird because it's like you're playing
anything you can imagine. Like
you're also playing this weird game against nobody.
Yeah.
Like it's like a game
against like words of one person saying
like it's not even against anybody. Like you're playing this weird game where you could be more virtuous, but you're not like playing it against one specific
and you're not
person.
winning anything.
You're literally playing it against no one. Like you're posting it to your social media, and then the people that follow you see it, and you're like being more virtuous to them. But it's not directed at any one individual.
You're boasting to a generalization of what you think is your opposition.
Right.
Like you're not really going toe to toe with someone.
Right.
So that's why it's all about validation. Like I'm going to validate my feelings and my belief system to like nothingness. That's why it's like I know me and you go back and forth with this, but like X is a fucking cesspool of just like what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's just absolutely. What I will say is though, it does bring out like one of the best, funniest fucking the internet has.
It's a double-edged sword.
100%. That's what gets me hooked. I'm like, the meme that he just shared. I'm like, this is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
But then you have people who like just get personal like on these accounts, and you can get away with it because like you're an anonymous account. And you can say something about someone's family member and get away with it. And it's like, people are human. Like, what the fuck, talk about the policies. But now it's getting to like the past couple of days, personal attacks. And people are just like, I don't give a fuck. Gloves are off. And that's where you get into murky territory in terms of, hey, shit can get fucking real quick. Like we're on the precipice of something that could be absolutely disastrous.
After tonight, let's say
we need to avert that.
Let's say Trump does win, right? People that are going to protest are the peaceful protesters of the George Floyd movement of BLM. So think of that. Biden is still in the White House. We still got a few months. Russia is on edge. Thankfully China won't invade. Israel can pop off again at any second, or just continue increasing and we run in. It could get out of control. And then if anything funny happens on January 6th, and you start creating these, that went off again, civil war like conditions or whatever you want. It's almost being pushed to this precipice.
Yeah. And what's interesting too is that like people
that
say
one's beeping too. Is that going off?
It's midnight.
Yeah.
CIA is about to get us real quick.
I'm getting out of here soon for real though.
I do think, man, going back to the virtue signal thing quick, I do think it's almost kind of human nature. Like people are tribal, right? So like they want to like feel in with their in group.
Yeah.
And a lot, and like these new technology things give us this like massive megaphone to do that, to like so most people don't even know what the fuck they're doing. They're just acting almost through like psychological instinct. to do this. They're not like actively thinking they're
And
virtue
what's
signaling. I bet you most people don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
Most people don't even know what virtue
validation.
right. But and like these tools have given us this ability to do this in a very unhealthy way that people haven't like come to grips with yet, like society hasn't yet. Like we're still figuring this shit out. And then there are the worst bad actors of all time. The governments, the states, the intelligence agencies,
and they feed off that. And
they're manipulating these things in the
1000%.
background to fuck with people to their advantage.
And it's just interesting to see. It's like, people are joking about like the whole like Civil War stuff, like not joking, but like throwing it out there, just like it's not going to be good.
No,
it's not going to be good.
No.
And
we're not organized. It's going to be a disaster.
What's crazy is like, as someone who likes it and enjoys history and growing up, I also I love to read about like Civil War era stuff. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, how can like families turn against each other, during, because there was brothers versus brothers. Family, family versus family. And you're sitting there and I'm like, how the fuck? And this is when I was young. I'm like, how the fuck is that possible?
Now you know.
And now you're sitting here in the middle of it and you're like,
and you've only gotten such a small taste of that. Like we're not kinetic or anything with each other at this point. Yeah. So like you've only gotten like a very brief window into what that's like. It's kind of interesting that we have in our lifetime got like a kind of a window into what that's like. Like, people said like, after Soviet Union fell, we lived in like the post-history world where like now nothing happens. We just won. And society goes on now forever peacefully. Like, no, actually, it's not what happened. There's going to be way more history that occurs in the future. We're now living through like an example of that's happened many times, and it's fucking cool, but concerning at the same time.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, to be marked down in history, but then at the same time, it's like, hey, if we get there, I mean, it's not going to be good, and that's where it's like hopefully level heads prevail out of all of this, and people really start. We need to come together as a country, man. We need, we have.
It's not going to happen, man. It's not going to.
I would like to.
You know what needs to happen. You know what, and it's this idea of like utopia, which is just it's not going to happen.
No.
But like in Trump's administration, if he wins this tonight, like the way to get it unified is like when the income tax is gone, and when you're getting tax-free overtime and tax-free tips and tax-free Social Security and stuff, and all of a sudden like crime starts going down and there's less problems in your area and gas and groceries are affordable, and it just becomes so, and this is only if this ends up being in a perfect world, but it becomes so abundantly clear you're making so much more money that his policies aren't garbage that like you can't deny it. Like you would like you're making $500 a week now, and then when he's president you're making a total of $1,500, like, and you can't argue with the results that you're benefiting from. You went from this little Honda to a Benz now, like,
but people are still gonna have an issue with it, right? So like you can't really change someone's opinion about like if they hate Trump,
it's the ideology.
They're gonna hate Trump. If they hate Kamala, they're gonna hate, and it's on both sides. Everybody, but it's just crazy to see how fucking tense it is. It's insane.
At the same time, I'd caution there's something to be skeptical about there being unity. Like some of the worst things have happened when the country was united, like the wars on terror, right? Like the bombings of fucking Japan and Dresden and all these things. And like, I'm sure Germany was pretty fucking united when Hitler launched the Blitzkrieg, right? Like, so like what exactly are you united behind or about is more important, I'd say, than just like, a lot of people always like, we need to be united again because that's when things are great. Like, I don't necessarily know if that's like on its face a good thing.
Yeah,
like it depends what you're united about. Like if we all are like, all right, let's put aside our differences and we'll unite again behind like the foundational principles of the Constitution. That's pretty good.
Perfect example. Great point. The last time to my knowledge, like from what I've seen, our last time being unified was after 2001, 9/11.
Yeah.
That's my exact example.
And we all became unified, right? We all were unified. And the day after, everybody's like, "Who the fuck are we going after?"
We're gonna blank check.
And then
someone's got to be killed.
That's literally what it was. We don't care who it is.
As a nation, we wanted blood. Yeah.
And sure enough, the leaders at the top was like, "Yeah,
right.
Yeah, weapons of mass destruction. We're going after." completely
Let's
lied
not even
blindly
get down
and let
that
us.
rabbit hole.
Captain wants to go home. How about I mean, you could go, but I live here, so I could just stay. But so look, people who want to blame like Israeli citizens for the whole thing. I don't know. How do you think they fucking felt after October 7th?
Yeah,
the same way. I don't give a fuck. Nuke the fucking Palestinians in Gaza, right?
1000%, yeah.
Now, are they being manipulated by their governments on both sides? Yes, right. So like in that scenario, like being united, not necessarily a good thing. The same thing go for Palestinians. They have their rally to the flag moment, uniting behind Hamas, who then does this thing and gets half their fucking society wiped off the map.
I have
not necessarily a good outcome for them.
I have a very tough time coming to terms with the capabilities of Mossad.
Oh boy!
Let me stop. Let me stop.
I want to see.
You know what
goes.
though? Let's just announce though, it's looking really good for Trump in Georgia. 93% in. He's got like a 2.4% lead over Kamala. And Georgia, remember, their Supreme Court said like we're not counting any votes after like the election's closed. So like there's no late ballots coming in.
This Google map also something to keep in mind is it's not factoring any information from Nevada in at all for whatever reason, where some of the other ones are. So we got to keep that.
That's where the rig is in.
CNN saying 230 to 182. Joe, what were you looking at before?
I was on the CNN map.
Yeah.
How's the House and the Senate looking?
House?
Who went in the House?
I think what was it? The Republicans won the control of the Senate.
So it will be interesting if Trump were to win here and he walks
take
in
the Senate and the
with
House,
a full Republican government.
Yeah,
majority that he could then theoretically. I mean, there's a lot of problems there. But
become a dictator
theory,
on day one. You mean?
In theory, he could actually do things without one of the branches blocking him. Now, obviously, the Supreme Court would have to also, but then the Supreme Court is in favor of him for the most part, right? So
yeah,
like in a sense, he'd have all three branches of government aligned if he were president. If this all holds and he ends up winning, so the road would be paved to, if he actually takes it, to actually do something and change some things. And I will say one of the first fucking things has got to be what Tucker Carlson said. Day one, all security clearances are pulled from everyone who doesn't work for a government, and everyone else's security clearance is immediately under fucking investigation and review. It has to be one of the first thing he does.
You think so?
No, I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying that should be one of the first thing he does. At least I know
and
Tucker
he has
Carlson
to
has that.
stay in Mexico.
That's tricky slope because now you're going after the intelligence communication.
Shot across the bow on day one.
But
yes,
I got.
What do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do?
I got to tell you.
What do you think? You think they're capable? Let me go.
That's the idea. That no.
Right,
What?
Yes.
What Scagz is trying to say is like, yeah, that's the idea.
Right.
We want the intelligence agency to take one on the
That's
chin.
when they set up that supersonic bomb.
Right. That's what they're going to shoot right now.
You guys better hope that you have some sort of like underground network of outposts and things that you could fall back to. Because yes, we're coming for you, and we're going to try and get rid of you, right? And I've told people, I'm like, the alternative is like, keep what you stole, just go away, right? Like, just go away. That's it. Like, we won't even come after you. Just can we have a truce? Like, whatever you stole, keep it. It's fine. Just go away. Just don't come back. That's it. I live on your fucking estates and whatever it is.
I get what you're saying, but the fucking severity of it, right? The guy almost got shot. He got shot once. Yeah. He almost got shot a second time.
On the Google thing, Harris is creeping up 230 to 219 now on the Google.
So what results. Even look what happened to Kennedy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Look what happened to Kennedy.
Hold on. I got yeah, right. Like, Kennedy, who was combative to the going to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Look at this. Look at this. I love Twitter, man. What a magical fucking place. This says psychiatrists right now.
Oh my god!
If it holds, man, they're gonna make bank. Yeah, they're gonna be Tony Montana.
All right, my dear gentlemen.
Hey,
Captain is signing off. Yep, I got an hour ride home.
What does everybody else want to do?
Yeah, I got an hour. What time?
Heading out?
Oh my goodness! Damn, it's gonna be late, but
it's up to, again, I live here, so I don't have to leave.
Trill, what do you think? Should I stay for another hour?
It's up to you, man.
What about you?
Trill's
I'll stay.
home,
I'll stay.
Trill's a fucking
I'm out.
Night owl, bro. This guy
That's right. You're a late night
he's a
streamer.
fucking psychopath.
I'll stay.
He's gonna stream once this done. He's gonna be in Call of Duty.
no.
Troll's gonna mix it up. Yeah, Troll's gonna mix it up. He's gonna start streaming.
Dude, this guy has done 24 hours. I go to 8 hours, and I'm like, how the fuck do you do 24 hours?
That's a lot. This is now our Two Doom Men's longest thing we've ever done.
Yeah.
I think, right?
Oh, this
So,
is my like standard.
Yeah, we passed. I think the Cleveland
4
Yankees
hours?
game was
Yeah.
the longest one. Now this
That's
beat
like that's an average. You got
yeah. Well, you guys, but
that's
that's
a rookie numbers. You got to bump that.
Yeah,
shit up.
but you're doing
You
something
gotta
different though. You guys playing video games.
Yeah,
like you
if
can,
we were playing video games,
Right.
I'd crank it out.
You don't
for a
necessarily
while.
have to talk the whole time you're playing
But then
video
again,
games.
time flies.
Sure,
Yes,
it does.
yes.
Like when
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
fucking locked in, bro.
And you're
it's
having
like a
fun.
fucking-
We have the fate of the nation.
Okay, JD says stay.
Yeah, you come up here and hang out.
Take the pants off. All right, now we're getting at things. I got a whole box of Joe over there. I'll
JD,
take
I
some.
respected your journalistic integrity,
Integrity.
but now it's like I gotta question you, bro.
It's getting close on
Yeah,
Google
210.
here. It's getting interesting. It's getting close right now. On Google at least it's 230 in favor of Trump. 210.
Dude, you have to dress up as Wolf Blitzer because all I can see is
Oh my
You're gonna get a
god.
green
breaking
screen.
news.
Oh, because of
Breaking
Hawaii.
news.
They called it for
Michigan.
Hawaii.
Breaking
What
news.
they call? What's that?
Where do you see
Hawaii.
that at?
No, all right. Not
fucking-
much though. Wow, zero
Wow.
again. 0%.
Yeah,
yeah. It must
yeah,
be
yeah.
stupid, all
Tulsi lives in
projections.
Hawaii. That's going red, bitches.
So Pennsylvania's at 84% now. Trump's at 51 to 48.7. So I think Harris did close the gap a little bit there, but
PA and Georgia and Wisconsin.
Do you think
should
it's
be going for Trump.
undemocratic if you just called the fucking election now with all the amount of red?
Yeah, well, Nevada's not in, man. It's
Who cares?
Yeah.
it is a bit interesting what they're deciding to call or not. There are
Yeah.
very similar spreads amongst a couple of states. Some have been called and some haven't been. There's like a little bit of a lack of consistency on what they're deciding to call or not. I don't know what else goes beyond it, but like PA and Virginia are very similar in terms of percentages and percentage reporting.
Yeah.
And Virginia's been called because it's in favor of Harris, and Pennsylvania has not
210 to
because at the
230.
moment it's in favor of Trump. Now, is that something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe there is more to behind whatever they're seeing that they're waiting because there's, I don't know, but
Two-
it is.
210
There seems to be a
230
lack
is
of like
crazy.
logical consistency behind
Mm-hmm.
that, at least on face value that I'm seeing. Again, I remember I said this right here is going to decide the
Yes.
election, and none of them are anywhere near being decided. It seems. which
and
is
honestly,
interesting.
3 of them should be able to go to Trump right now.
Oh,
All right,
oh, yeah,
ladies
Michigan.
and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I am heading out. These
I'll
guys
stay,
are going to
yeah.
stay here and continue.
You're off tomorrow, so yeah, sorry, Cap.
Godspeed, everybody. Go Donald Trump. Justice for Peanut.
Thank you.
Justice
Drive-
for Peanut.
We're advocating for Peanut.
I got to hand it to the captain. He was a trooper. He stood out this whole time, 4 hours.
Yeah,
Good
respect.
job, buddy.
Respect.
All right, boys. Maybe we will get a result in the next half an hour or so. I hope so.
Probably get another state or two in before I get home.
I hope so.
Probably.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to get a result live, instead of just like wondering and then going to sleep and not knowing. It'd be hard to go to sleep, to be honest with you, after all this.
I'm excited
And
to
then
get
wake
an hour
up to
break of
some
this.
crazy numbers.
They're waiting for more populated areas to come in before they call it. It seems. Yeah. I mean that could be it. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
At least. Oh, what do you guys want to talk about? What else? That was an interesting conversation we had before. Once we kind of like lost a bunch of people, we were able to like focus a little bit more, and then we got into like psychology.
Let me
and
let
shit.
me go to the restroom real quick.
I was about to say.
Yeah. Go ahead, boys. We'll take a piss.
Peanut.
This is stressful. A lot of work.
All right, you know what? Let's take a moment and we will play a commercial. How about that? So we all get at least a 2-minute break. we did this last time when we did the 3-hour fucking Yankees Guardians thing. So Captain and I are going to play a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
What's up, everyone? It's the Two Doom Men, and we're here to tell you about a partner of ours, the Patriot Cigar Company.
The Patriot Cigar Company's story started with the idea of incorporating the love of cigars with the love for freedom and America. There's no better way to celebrate our love for our country and freedoms we cherish than smoking a premium cigar. After months of trying out different blends and working with master blenders, they created the Hellfire, TNT, Sidewinder, Moab, and Mark 48, which we have right here. Each cigar is made with premium tobacco, aged a minimum of 3 years in Nicaragua.
You know, this is a true story. I had really fallen off smoking cigars for a while, and I just couldn't find anything that I enjoyed or wanted to sit through until I was introduced to the Patriot Cigar Company. And these are honestly some of the best cigars I've smoked in a long time.
And the best part about it is you could go to mypatriotcigars.com and use our promo code DOOMED to get 15% off your order. So if you're ready to enjoy a nice cigar, head on over to their website by using the link in our episode description below. All right. And we're back. I was browsing some more tweets, and you're coming on this side. All right, yeah, come in the coach chair. Although the cameras all are fucked up now because the batteries are running out. That's how long we've been streaming for. So I'll wait for you guys to sit down before I share this tweet. You have some coffee? Let me get some coffee over there too, Daniel, while you're at it.
Oh, you have coffee?
Yeah, man, right there. It's been a box.
Dan, can you get me some, please?
Yeah, just bring the whole fucking box over here while you're at it.
Wow. Yo, the Amish had a Trump parade?
Yeah. We should be careful right here. We want to dump coffee on the...
That's crazy.
Oh, no. We pissed my rooster off.
Hmm.
You know what it is? It's that light is on. Go ahead. Help yourself.
Yeah, well, I don't want to reach out and start spilling shit. Want to pour it. You got a better reach.
Okay. Sorry, folks, if you're still hanging on with us here. Oh, boy. We're refueling. You're good. We made it.
Hey, everybody who's watching right now on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. Helps these guys out tremendously. Also sub to their channel, please. Please.
Yeah, very important.
I'm pretty sure Trill did
very important.
Like our subscribe.
Growing the
Yes,
brand.
sir.
Fortunate, you know.
Let's mix things up here, Danny. Why don't you now move into the big chair over there? I'll adjust this camera. Which one?
Oh shit! Coffee's good. Coffee is good.
Thanks for getting the coffee, bro.
Anytime. Let's see. Let's scooch this over a little bit so you're a little bit more visible. Yeah, maybe just put that back now. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. What are you working on over there, Trill Boy?
Looking at some tweets right now.
Oh, yeah? I got one, too. So if anything, message them to me on my Twitter so I can then screen share them. That's a good way to share them. Jay Play says, is the Patriot Cigar commercial dubbed over? No, I mean, we did kind of record it live, and then we added video in the background. That's how we made it.
Talk Black Ops 6 multiplayer.
Talk Black Ops 6 multiplayer. I haven't played it, so I can't. I mean, you guys could do that. But first, hold on.
Democracy's at stake there. But.
It is, yeah. Priorities. So, Camarian Pervert, who's a great follow, by the way. Go follow him. He's all Lord of the Rings tweets. He retweets or he quote tweets. It says, breaking, large trucks full of ballots arriving in Philadelphia right now, 22 minutes ago. And he tweets Theoden when he's looking at the big elephants coming at them after they just got into battle. It's like, oh, God. Another thing we got to deal with now.
Oh, my God.
There is a Lord of the Rings style thing that could be used for almost any scenario.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Between SpongeBob and Lord of the Rings, those are the
SpongeBob
two
too,
things.
but
You
Lord of
can
the
make
Rings, man, like
anything.
everything is relatable in Lord of the Rings. So like any fucking scenario you could possibly find something, and like when they happen, I just am. This is how I'm sure you could relate to this. Like I'm such a Lord of the Rings nerd. I see something and I immediately can think of a random scene in the movies
1000%.
that could apply to this and become a meme.
Yeah, 1000%.
Oh, did you see the incest thing? Did I send that?
The incest thing?
No, the incest with the finger with the ring on it.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that was dope.
I told him, you got to send it to Scagz so he can get it.
The like I was just thinking yesterday. I was like, before I went to bed, I was like, what's it gonna be like when Trump wakes up in the morning? I'm like him getting dressed, and then I just thought of Theoden when he's putting his armor on before Helm's Deep. I'm like, and I tweeted that. I'm like, Trump in the morning when he's getting dressed. there's always something, man. See what Charles Lazara had to say. He said Project Veritas reporting more boxes of ballots arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates. Boy, that is a hell of an accusation. I don't know. Just I look at it on a face value and like it's midnight on the East Coast. There is no reason why there should be ballots arriving somewhere at this point of the day. That should have already been like wherever ballots have to go, they should already be. at the beginning of
Especially
today.
with like early voting happening. Like, come on.
Right, like they should already be in position that they're like, I don't know, like let's say they're going to be all counted at some warehouse, like they should have been there fucking weeks ago,
Yeah.
you know, or something like that. There's no reason why that should be happening right now. If that's true or not, who knows? Yeah,
all by design.
Believer of Pixar, it didn't happen.
My rooster, man, midnight. My
Just
neighbors
thought
are
of
gonna hate
something.
me.
They probably also don't call these races right away because everyone would just turn the TV off and go to bed.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Why not drag it
That's true.
along, get more ratings? and make
Ratings.
something
ratings.
true.
That's very
That is a
valid.
good valid point.
Valid.
Yes.
This
Trump-
JD guy is a
Yeah,
great
he's
fucking
on it.
journalist.
He's on it. Trump's popular vote total is, or his margin has shrunk, but he's still got a lead in that race. Right now it's like 61-47. So it was like a lot before. It was like 58-52 or something like that. So it has whittled down, but we will see how it goes.
Well, Trill's in tune with the kids in the United States. Trill, what are the kids saying right now currently during this
The election?
What are the youngins?
This
Bro.
crucial moment of history.
Well, you got Sketch. He's doing his own little thing of like CNN.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I can't. He's literally has like the whole thing set up as CNN, but it's SNN.
Sketch News Network?
Yeah. So he's doing that. FaZe Clan is doing their own presidential debate right now on Twitch.
They're doing a presidential debate.
Yeah.
But this is good though, and this is like what I said before, is that what Trump did in terms of him running with his campaign is that he they marketed to the younger generation because right now currently so with what you're doing right now, which is streaming, Trill streaming, I stream, this is the new way of getting information out where it's unfiltered in a sense, where you have so many hands kind of trying to manipulate information. So when you market and you have these like FaZe Clan, Sketch, and all these big streamers that are involved in politics or involved in any type of movement, you do have a younger generation that's watching it. Like they get involved. They go out like, especially with Nelk Boys, they have a huge audience when it comes to young men, because they're primarily men, so it's like they get them out there. And I know Elon tweeted earlier today about young men going out in droves, voting and stuff, and it's great. And it's just not just men, also women too. It's like everybody should vote. Everybody should go out and actually vote. It's an effortless process.
Yeah,
you
I
get
agree
to
with
you
that.
get
It's
to you
low
get to go out.
cost.
It's low cost.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's not. It's not. You shouldn't just. And I get that defeatist mentality. It's like, oh, I go out. Like, what difference does it make? And it's just like, just go and do it. You can't complain about your situation you're in, right? If you never voted. That's my
I don't
opinion, right?
necessarily agree with that. I think you have every right to complain about it, even if you didn't participate. Like you didn't, I think that's putting a little bit too much stock back into the system. I think there's a delicate balance to be had.
But you can't complain about a system.
I mean, you can. You literally can, though.
No,
Like,
but you
I get
can.
what you're
You
saying,
can
though.
vocally. You can.
Yeah.
But at the same time, is that if you're complaining and you did nothing about it, you're just.
Yeah, I just think you're putting too
You
much
want
stock
me to
in.
feel bad for you and pity you that
So
you
like,
go
so
out
like, so like,
and vote and
if-
made a difference.
Yeah, like I wouldn't feel bad, but like I understand both sides of it.
Yeah, I mean,
like if I didn't go vote, look, if I was just like fuck it, whatever, and I didn't go vote, and like let's say I was going to vote for Trump, and then Trump had zero chance to win Connecticut, it literally made no difference. You know what I mean? Like
I understand that.
If everyone in mass, let's say everyone in mass had that mentality, and that was the deciding factor that cost Trump the election in Connecticut, well, that's still not any of the individual's fault. That's like the in mass, mentality of that's fault. It's still
Yeah.
not like the one person's problem or fault. Like
One-
how do you
100%.
if there is a margin that affects, like how do you undo, like how do you unfuck that?
I understand that. However, what I'm saying is you cannot sit here and be like, well, I get taxed out the ass when I'm doing overtime. and complain and be like, the government's all fucked up, this and that, but you don't vote, or you're not even knowledgeable about what's going on in your country. Or even not even your country, right? Because that's another thing too, is that it's not the country, it's your local area. If you don't know what's going on with your local community and what's happening, like you can't. There should be no. You have to be in tune with what's going on, because it's like there's one meme I saw. It's like people who say I don't focus on politics, and it's the video of Fallout, where the guy just turns around and there's just fucking nuclear bombs going off.
Right.
It's like, well, that's the result of politics.
Sure. Also,
right?
at the same time,
that's the most extreme measure.
Right.
Obviously,
Also at the same time, I've seen that exact meme, and it'd be like, well, at least we got the right to abort our babies, and the nukes are going off in the background, right? So, like, it's not by default a good thing. Like, I don't think every single person voting is just good. Like, it's not either good nor bad. Like, if every single person votes, my God, how many people don't know jack shit?
Yeah.
Right. And they're making an uninformed decision.
Yeah.
And
Oh
then
my God,
all
like,
those
yeah.
uninformed decisions could lead to a scenario that affects you personally, like a
yeah.
nuclear fucking war. So by default, like, it's not either good nor bad. I don't see how it's just good. If we get 100% voter turnout in the United States, that's not good necessarily per se. Like, it could be, but it's not by default good. Like, again, if the whole population's a bunch of fucking morons, then it's not a good thing.
That's on the that's just basically, in terms of what is good to that person, or how we look at it, it's being biased towards something. It could be good because at the end of the day, it's like, all right, so if Kamala wins tonight, that's good for the person who wants Kamala to win, and it's bad for the Trump voter. But if somebody voted for Trump and he wins, it's good for him, but it's not also good for the Kamala voter. At the end of the day, you still have to go and make the difference.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Does that make sense
kinda,
on that?
kinda.
It's all about perspective. It's all
Sure.
about, like,
at the same at the same time, though, I would make the point that, like, someone who goes and votes for Kamala and she wins, who said it'd be good for them, no, actually wouldn't in reality. Like, they might think it'd be good for them, but it wouldn't.
But
Like,
in their mind. But I'm
Yeah.
saying what they're going towards is whatever they were fed, right? Or whatever they're
getting the result they wanted.
For their team, right? So if
Right.
you look at it like in the sports term, it's their team. I
Right.
want which is also crazy to think about. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the I don't care what policy is being brought up or mentioned, but I'm voting a specific way because I want my team to win. It's just a crazy mentality to have, no?
Yeah, like,
I know some people like that. No matter
Yeah.
what the blue does, they'll still vote blue and everything. Like I said earlier, like there's people too far gone and everything.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I feel like,
like, to have a political party, it'd be like, I'm part of this political party team, is actually retarded. Like, like you're just like signing yourself up for no, like, critical thought. You're just like, color, I like that color, so I'm going to stay with that color forever. Libertarians fall into the same thing. There's certain people in the Libertarian Party this past election cycle who be like, no matter what, we got to back the party. But, like, no, I don't give a fuck about, like, the party. I give a fuck about, like, liberty.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
like if you can't see one side and go, well, that's crazy, and then go to the other side and they say something and that's crazy, there's a problem, because it's like you're allowing certain and that's where it goes to you fall into the civil rights activist. But I'm
mindset.
okay with them bombing people.
Right. I wouldn't say Chase Oliver is okay with them bombing people. It's just like what goes back to, like, what are you actually focused on doing? In your like, in whatever it is you're doing, like, I try to operate like that on this show. Like, what is it we're focused on, like, talking about? We have limited time to do a podcast every week. We both have jobs. That's like, what is it I'm going to talk about? Like, okay, well, there's like a specific group of things I'm going to pay attention to. And like this past, I don't know, we're using Chase Oliver as an example. Like this past cycle, I was like, it's just not worth our time to, like, sit here. Like, it's like, I've seen a lot of people in the libertarian community who spend endless fucking hours shitting on Chase Oliver and vice versa. It meant nothing. Like, there's way more important shit to worry about right now than get involved in stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that or whatever. You do whatever the fuck you want, but, like, you should prioritize, like, what's actually in reality important in the moment. So let's transition real quick. I found something that's happening. I saw a tweet before when I was looking. at Twitter. It's Michael Malice, one of the king trolls of all time. And he tweeted not long ago. He said, "Bored? Search Twitter for the words kill myself. Lulz. Guaranteed." So let's see. Let's see what comes. I've seen multiple people say this. Oh boy, it's a lot. Oh boy,
Oh my God.
This maybe I can't share this. Never mind. I should have known. Trying to
What?
Yeah.
No, D.
Fuck is
Yeah.
what?
I should have known. Michael Malice. I'm sure it's funny, but yeah, not live on YouTube. Perhaps that wasn't the smartest idea.
You know, we'll laugh about it.
Charlie Lazar says Chase Oliver wants to bomb ass. Yeah, definitely. We are hanging on here, boys. We're hanging on.
No shot. One of my friends is at Trump spot
In Florida?
Mar-a-Lago, yeah.
Really?
At the party. Yep.
That's cool. What Trill, you sent me something recently, didn't you? It's like not popping up. Where did you
What was it on Twitter? What did I send?
Let's see.
A
JD
bunch of
actually
them.
shared me something on Twitter. Let's see if we could watch this. What is this? Okay, let's see. This was a few minutes ago from Jack. And let's see what MSNBC is reporting here.
50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you. You know, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots coming in right
Oh,
now.
this is what the Theoden meme was about. These are the elephants riding in.
Cue with the Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette outside.
Yeah.
Yo, for real.
Imagine being one of these poor bastards that are fucking, ballot counters, and you're like, oh man, I hope I get to go home early tonight. It's midnight. You're like, all right, we're almost done.
Nope.
And then
Yeah.
4 or 5 more trucks show up.
When they're below minimum wage.
It's like being an
minimum
ump.
wage.
It's like being a home plate ump. Like it's a lose no matter what. Everyone's gonna hate you.
Yeah.
Some of them are tweeting in that kill myself thread.
Maybe. It must be.
We expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots, and then again, just underscore tomorrow morning there will be.
They won't let me go to the bathroom.
I don't want to.
Just keep
I
me
don't wanna hear
accounting
about tomorrow
endlessly.
morning. My
I
goodness.
missed my kid's birth.
No
for
end in
this.
sight.
Yeah.
Let's see. If you're hanging on with this at this point in the night, God bless.
Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in, huh?
Let's have some fun.
Trill, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you, bud.
No problem,
Why don't we
brother.
fuck
Yeah,
around?
man.
Why don't we fuck
All right.
around? A lot of Lord of the Rings theme shit tonight. Let's
Loving
get-
your Goku Black and Vegeta Blue.
Thank
Trill.
you, sir.
I dig it.
Thank you, sir.
Don't suck up to him, please.
I'm dead.
We're having some fun here tonight. So let's watch some fun shit on YouTube. This is Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King trailer, Avengers: Infinity War.
No news, Frodo. No word. Nothing. Every day, Frodo moves closer to Mordor. Do we know that? What does your heart tell you? That Frodo is alive.
I have to destroy it, Smeagol. I have to destroy it for both our sakes.
The age of men is over. The time of the orc has come. Something stirs in the east. A sleepless malice. The eye of the enemy is moving.
Certainty of death. Smart. A success.
Oh, we ran out of battery again.
What are we waiting for?
You ride to war, but not to victory. We're outnumbered, Aragorn. You need more men.
Understand this. Things are now in motion that cannot be undone.
The world of men will fall. This is my power.
The day may come when the courage of men fails. An hour of woe and shattered shields when the age of men comes crashing down. But it is not this day.
went into the Avengers song. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
There's plenty for the both of us. May the best sport win.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a
And
Lord
that
of
still
Rings.
only counts as one.
Yeah. To be honest with you, man, like I don't know, like that wasn't great. The Marvel Infinity War stuff doesn't hit as hard for me anymore at all. Let's fix this real quick. We are down to we're losing cameras here by the moment.
Make cameras great again.
Let's see. How do I let's change this camera here? Now we still got backups. We got our built-in camera. Let's see. There we go. That works. So we're down to my MacBook and the Logitech camera at this point. All the other cameras batteries are completely exhausted, even though they're plugged in.
I said, please. I'm
Damn,
done.
how the hell did Nevada go great? now?
Charlie Lazar says the replies to the people saying that they're going to kill themselves are brutal. I could imagine. Yeah, there's no way that we could have shared that on YouTube live stream.
Yeah, no, that's wild. I mean, the first one I read, I was like, Jesus,
That
my
was
God.
crazy.
My God.
Yeah, Twitter is a crazy place, man. You got to
But
wonder.
Also, but also, there is a mental health crisis among our country. So
yeah, you got to wonder how much of it's how much of that stuff is even real. Like
yeah,
I remember
what's
when
trolling, what's
Yeah.
like legit. Like you can't really decipher that.
Yeah, I think you can. Like you can. You know, when I first started really using Twitter, I used to fall for a lot of dumb shit.
Yeah.
And like over the years now, like I kind of know like there's certain accounts you don't even reply to. There's no point. Like they're not real.
Yeah.
You know, and
They have like 10 followers.
Yeah.
And like maybe 5
And- but it's interesting, like the concept that even exists. That like there is a thing happening where there's a bunch of fake accounts looking to like piss you off or influence you,
But then
or
there are
argue,
accounts that
like
can-
trap you in an argument or something
Yeah.
like that. It's an odd fucking concept. Fucking why?
It's
is
like
it-
the same thing with like streaming too. Like
get
people make like these like fake accounts just to like get underneath the streamer skin, and they keep on making more and more. Like,
yeah,
it's
you ever seen
crazy.
like the pictures of like those bot farms where like there's so many different types, right? But there's ones where it's like just people in
Trill
front of
uses
like,
it all the time.
front of like there's a person in like Asia somewhere, and he's got like 20 phones in front of him. and he's,
Yes.
like on all the different ones, like probably commenting on shit. That's crazy.
Trill, don't you
That's your
use
fucking job.
you use the farm next to Wuhan, right?
The Wuhan.
Jill, are you responsible for the lab leak theory?
I'm so unserious. I apologize. I know
not- It's late, man.
we're on the
We gotta have
precipice.
some
We're on the
laughs.
precipice of something
We're on the
significant.
precipice of greatness, and
It's
and you've got Butterfingers.
You got Butterfingers?
All right, Pennsylvania is at 86% in, and
Shit.
Harris is catching up
Yeah.
slowly. It's at 50. It's about at 51% for Trump and 48.1%
I'm
for
about to
Harris.
make a
So
trip down to Pennsylvania.
they're separated by about 3% at the
Is
moment.
Georgia done or no?
Is too close to call. Georgia's still purple. 93% is very close there as well.
Wow.
It's close, man. The swing
Close.
states are close. Virginia went to Harris. Looks like that ain't coming back. That's been called. Michigan. Trump's got a good sized lead with half coming in. That's interesting. I don't know. Like I felt like in position wise, I felt like Trump was probably the weakest out of all the swing states in Michigan, but somehow here he stands as it's the strongest one at the moment, which isn't good. That's not like a good footing to be on at the moment. Like
No.
he's doing the best in the weakest one he should have been at the moment.
Yeah.
with only half of it in. So things could change here.
Arizona.
I'm keeping in the back of my mind what happened last time, where this is essentially exactly what happened last time. Trump
Same
was
thing.
leading the entire time, and then
all of a
at
sudden-
like 2 or 3 a.m. a boost happened, and that was it. And then they spent a week trying to sort it out, and they
Sounded like an
yeah.
alarm. just to catch it.
So what plays out, right? So like let's say Trump wins. What does that mean in terms of the future of our democracy in the sense of, and then
All right,
I'll ask the sa-
Jamie Raskin again.
yeah, and I'll ask the question with Kamala too. Is like if Kamala wins, like what happens to the future of like our society?
Well, I think it's just continued mission creep. So like they keep what's going on over here.
Iconic
I,
elevators.
yeah, we'll get to comments here in a second, but I think
Hey, Iconic, what's up, baby? Make strippers great again. That's my boy right there.
No
No more pancake booties. All for
dead.
$500,000.
That's what
Puerto
happens
Ricans
if
in
Trump
PA.
wins. No more pancake booties. Those are illegal.
I'm
Over
dead.
half a million Puerto Ricans in PA.
We're everywhere.
Charlie Lazar says, imagine the Muslims in Michigan and the Amish in Pennsylvania deciding to the election for Trump. Yeah, that'd be interesting to like see groups. I think, like I was saying before, I think the mission creep continues. It's not like then tomorrow they just be like, all right, that's it. Roll the tanks. We're going to take the mask off.
No.
And this is what we are. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
They will like continue to like whittle away at like specific liberties and the Constitution, and they will continue the psyop with the woke shit, you know?
Yeah.
And they'll try and like solidify their position more and more over the years. It's not like one person that's in charge of this thing. It's like a fucking, you know, what did I call it before? It's you know, like a behemoth. It's a the Leviathan, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's not what MAGA people make it out to be, that it's over. This is the last election. The country's lost. No, because when you're fucking the last breath has been extinguished from every single patriot's fucking, you know, life, then it's over. But yeah.
Well,
I think what I do think they'll try and do, like if you want to get into specifics about what they're trying to do, like Twitter's in big trouble. Like they'll come after Twitter.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be like, okay, now we have 4 years. Now Trump's out of the picture. Elon Musk, you're going to pay for what you just did, which was not just buy something that we were involved in and we were using in our favor, and then you kind of overrode that and exposed that. But then you had the balls to like back our opponent, like I said before, like put all the chips in the center of the table. You went all in on it. He's going to be one of the primary targets.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went after SpaceX.
Completely ruined. Yeah. They won't destroy the companies. They'll just try and ruin him and get him out.
Yeah, hostile takeovers.
Yeah.
All they need to do is just go in and just be like, hey, listen, you know, you need to take him over, take him out, kick him out, whatever.
The absolute worst case scenario is they'll continue the insane provocations towards Russia, you know, which makes no sense whatsoever. They'll continue funding Ukraine. They'll continue pressing the fucking issue. And you know, it could wind up to the point where I don't know if it's going to play out that way, but I hope not. But it could wind up to the point where someone launches a fucking nuke.
Yeah.
At
So
some point.
like that's where it keeps like, you know, I keep replaying in my mind. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic about the whole future, but at the same time, it's like, well, if you know, like Trump is really not a anti-war president per se.
No, not per se. I agree.
You know, he did run saying like, "Hey, no more wars under my administration," which I hope that's the case.
I like that talking point. That's good.
I hope that's
it's good to sell yourself that way.
Many Americans can agree with that. It's like, hey, listen, we cannot afford another one of, you know, a disastrous war.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, it's like, okay. Now, on the other hand, you have someone that potentially might keep aiding and funding all these, you know, microcosms of fucking regime fucking wars and shit like that, and back, you know, whatever's for democracy.
They'll just keep trying to expand and build upon the empire.
But my thing is how much longer will Russia keep sitting there watching the United States be involved in a proxy war towards them? And let's put it in perspective of if you are Putin, and it's the same way with Americans, you're watching, you know, these fucking weapons being used against your countrymen. At what point do you say enough is enough? And then, you know, you're in talks with China, and you know, who's to say they all get together?
Well, they are together at this point in time.
But what I'm saying, like, what if China decides and Russia decides at the same time to be like, okay, China, it's your time now to go into Taiwan.
You could actually end up in World War III. Sure. Yeah, the battle lines being Russia, China, North Korea, Iran against NATO, the United States, Israel.
Yeah. And then we're over here like, well, you know, I'm more worried about, you know, people in the military, man. Honestly, it just and a military selective service, you know, who knows if the draft could ever get reinstated, because you fucking don't know now. You don't know. Everything's on the table.
I'll be honest with you. Even like, let's say that's the doomsday scenario, right? Like, let's say that scenario plays out. I think we are still a very powerful nation. I'm not confident we win, right? Because like that would be on the heels of a domestic population you just shat on here.
Yeah.
Right. So like, who the fuck are like me and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna be gung ho. We want to go over there and fight the Russians. No, we're not. I'm like, I'd first rather fight fucking Washington D.C. before I go over there and defend Taiwan or Israel or
But that's
anything
why
like
tonight
that.
is so fucking huge
Yeah.
in terms of like history, because this
Yeah.
does determine the future
Sure.
and the path that we
If
go.
I could make an appeal to the deep state in this moment in time, it actually is in your interest to not do this and to just like come back to the same team here. Let's just stick to our fucking side of the globe, protect our country, keep what you stole, and go away. Right? And
you would think it would be that simple, but it's not.
Like
for
they
some.
live here too on this planet for now. Like they're going to suffer the consequence unless they have some deep underground bunker. Which what kind of life is that?
But
like I say,
even-
there's a nuclear war and they have a deep underground bunker, and these people are going to fucking survive.
But
yeah, but like, what kind of life is that?
but
Like living
even
in Vault
nuclear
68 or
bunkers
whatever.
is not going to stop you from living in an apocalyptic environment.
No,
You
but they
still
might
won't make it.
survive, but it's going to be a miserable existence.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing? And my thing is like,
There's a bit of hubris involved with what they're doing. I don't think that they understand that it could go that way. I think they're completely high on their own supply. Like we're the big bad, we dictate the world, and like yes, people will push back, but in the end, we win. We control the the federal, the global reserve currency. Like we control the money. We still have the technology, the nukes. We have the superior everything. Like at the end of the day, we'll win. We just keep plugging along for long enough.
Yeah.
Russia will fold. China will, they'll be tough.
But that's not the case.
I don't like right. It's a lot
That's
of
not the
hubris
case.
that comes
So
with that.
because if you think of it like this right now, as our adversaries right now are looking at us. We are the most divided we have ever been as a nation.
Mhm.
That's a weakness.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And when you have your adversaries looking, and tonight determines our fate essentially, where it's like, well, now it's the perfect time to strike. Right, as long with at least with
what do you mean
Trump-
by strike? Strike where and what? Like I don't envision Russia being like, okay, we're now going to strike the mainland of the United States. That's such a tremendous undertaking.
Not the mainland. We are contractually obligated if China ever invades Taiwan. We have
No,
to
we're not
defend them.
contractually obligated for anything.
By law. We are.
No, we're not.
What?
We're not.
We
To
are.
defend. No, we're not. No, we're not.
To
We're not.
defend them?
To defend Taiwan? No, we're not. Taiwan's not part of NATO or anything like that. It's
But
just
we are. We have to defend Taiwan.
Why?
Because it's by law.
What law?
Law that was made with Britain and the United States.
What, Taiwan?
Fact check us over here, Trill. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
So, hang on. Let's
I always thought it was like a
Jamie?
business thing because
It is a business thing.
it's
Yes.
literally the capital of like
Okay.
microchips and
Yeah,
all
it
that.
is.
Okay, so
Yeah, it is,
microchips has just entered the fucking chat literally in the past 20 years.
No, it is a business thing. At the
But
same time, though, like
when Taiwan claimed their freedom, it was through the British government.
well,
And
no,
Brit-
they fought a fucking war against. It was a civil war. Like the Chinese had
Yes.
a civil war,
and that's when they broke up and they said
Yeah.
half and half. But now the British government that fucking went off. That
yeah. Trill, look
and-
that up. Are we contractually obligated to defend
yo,
Taiwan?
shout out to Ray Asian boy who's going to be serving in the Taiwan army.
Yeah. For
in
years,
the
we've
event.
had like this. It's called strategic ambiguity around Taiwan, where like we acknowledge that China, like the CCP, is like the real government of China,
Mhm.
and we have ties with them diplomatically, and like we say, like there's one China, but then at the same time, we like wink and a nod, like you can't invade Taiwan and take over though. So it's worked. I actually think it's a good policy. It's been like, look, just yes, you're China, you
Oh,
rule
wow.
the whole thing. We'll say that you do. Just don't come over here and invade this island of free people or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's worked. Like in the last couple of years, which has been so fucking insane, the Biden administration has like not followed that policy. Like they went to Taiwan, they antagonized China. Now is China trying to antagonize back?
Oh,
Yeah.
we do
They
what we do
instead of
best.
de-escalating, and they've escalated. Like it's crazy.
But
Like
we do what we do
whereas
best.
like
They
the
just like
strat-
poking bears.
yeah, the strategic ambiguity strategy has fucking stood for many, many years. It worked.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not resolved, but sometimes you just got to deal with reality and like that shit works, so just keep doing it.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with with Israel too, with Iran and stuff like that. That we're getting involved. I don't like seeing my military getting involved in any conflict whatsoever, like at all.
Yeah.
Right? Why are
Yeah.
we shooting missiles to defend fucking Israel?
Mhm.
Like that bothers me.
Yeah.
Because those missiles are paid by who?
Us.
Thank you.
Us.
So it's like you're watching
Yeah, Israel's the
thousands of
ultimate
dollars.
welfare queen of all
You're just
time.
watching your money.
You're just
fly
watching
by.
your money
Yeah.
get fucking, and that's on top of everything any other conflicts that are happening. What about the ones that are not even being talked about?
Right, there are so many other
There's
ones.
so many that's not even talked about. We're just this mainstream.
Venezuela and Guyana. How about what is it? Armenia and Azerbaijan. Like those are all the proxy conflicts happening between us and Russia elsewhere. About in Africa, in the northern African countries, right?
Yep.
Like where the French and us and the Russians.
It's
are
just this post World
yeah.
War II mentality of
Yeah.
we need to defend democracy for whoever
That's
wants
bullshit.
it,
They don't actually
and
give a
go
fuck
and
about
go
democracy.
and like fucking put pressure on these countries
Yeah.
to be like, oh, the democratic way is the best way. But at what point do we say, hey, listen, if they don't fucking want it, right? It's the same way with Afghanistan. Right, we trained the Afghanistan military to fucking fight the national military to fight ISIS, and what happened? They took over fucking what's it? The main fucking area. What was it when they fucking strolled right in?
northern area. Oh, you mean in Afghanistan?
In Afghanistan,
Yeah,
Kabul.
Yeah.
They wilted
Yeah.
right into.
Well, that's another example how they're just lying through their teeth to you about everything. Like the whole time they're like,
we have it under control.
We built up this police force, this military. They're going to be able to hold their own. We can get out of there. And the instant we left, it all fell apart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because they were like, you know what? We were just getting paid by the government. You know, we got cool guns. You know, we're just here. They didn't want to fight.
I was watching Dave Smith recently. He was on Piers Morgan, and they were talking.
Oh, did you watch that one?
They were with Destiny and whatnot, and they were and Mehdi Hassan, and they were talking about how like they were. Again, Dave Smith is not a Donald Trump supporter per se, but they were making the point of like, how could like all these different generals saying all this crazy shit about Trump? They're like, how could all of them be lying? He's like, you don't think there's any truth to anything any of them are saying?
And he was like,
Dave Smith's like, yeah, they could all be lying. He's like, they all lied about the war in Iraq, right? Like, why do you think that He's like, why do you think it's impossible that a whole group of people couldn't all be lying?
Yeah.
Like, it's very possible they could all be lying.
And then you could also bring up like multiple situations about them lying to the American public to get us in any conflict.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Right. At the time, I guarantee you.
So many of them.
At the time, I guarantee you, there was some good Democrat at the time, because this is how fucking backwards things were back in the day. They were making the point like, hey, the government's lying about weapons of mass destruction. And I guarantee you, someone on like Sean Hannity or something, or Bill O'Reilly was like, how could everyone in the government be lying about weapons of mass destruction? That's impossible. Like, it can't be that. But it was. It's exactly what was happening. Yeah. All right, I got something here. Let's share it. A lot of these videos, man. I mean, like the vibe isn't great on the Harris side. So breaking, Kamala Harris campaign has canceled what was supposed to be a party. We don't know what's happening here.
All right. Well, here at Howard, we do see people.
That Howard
here,
University?
and we understand that campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon released a statement to their team, and I'll just read you part of what she said. We've been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted, and all the votes will be counted. That's how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. So that is Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign chair for Harris for president, saying they do not believe that they will have a result tonight. So again, we understand the vice president is holding at the Naval Observatory. We do not know what's happening here with what was supposed to be a party. But of course, we will be here and watch the votes come in, just like everyone else. Of course.
All right, so take some solace, and there's a bunch of idiots that are going home disappointed tonight. They didn't get their party. They might tomorrow, but they won't be getting it tonight, it seems.
Wow.
All right, so Charlie says that Trump wins Georgia and gets one terrifying step closer to the presidency. Let's see.
There's a lot of people who are going to be moving to Canada tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for certain. I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to be
The
part
first invasion.
I'm going to be part
We're
of
the first land invasion.
the initial ground
Invasion.
invasion. I'm going to be one of the foot soldiers. One of the members of the Blitzkrieg that's going up there.
Oh my
Let's see
goodness.
what's going on over here in Georgia. Google's behind, man. It says 94% hasn't updated yet. So I'm gonna take a couple people said that now, so take their word for it. But there you go. That's something that was close.
So Georgia took.
It's not updated. Oh
Trump
yeah,
took Georgia.
okay. So on CNN, it's updated for Trump. So at the moment, at least on the CNN website, Trump 246, Harris 182. Sorry, I'm just not sharing that tab. What's going on elsewhere? Michigan, Trump still got a decent lead, 52-46. And Wisconsin, 51.1 to 47. It's a little bit less of a lead there. I'll point out Chase Oliver has been absolutely a non-factor whatsoever. I haven't seen him anywhere with 1% at all. I'm shocked. I thought they were going to win. They were telling me they were going to win. I can't believe it.
You believe them?
Which is a fucking preposterous thing.
A lot of people posting. Oh my god!
It's a fucking preposterous thing that some of these third-party candidates who, like, realistically and objectively have zero chance to win, they pretend like they do.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you even doing that?
Well, I know that guy.
Just be like, yeah, we have no chance to win, so we're here to talk about this thing.
Yeah.
Or something.
You'll get more.
You know who's really good at that?
You'll get more respect. Yeah.
Like you'll be taken more seriously.
Yes, in future elections, you probably would be taken more serious if you just were fucking honest.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're lying at such like a basic fundamental thing that you have a chance to win, you're not going to ever build any credibility if you lie about something so low.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How the fuck am I expected to believe you about anything else you want to do if you're lying to me about the chance you have to win?
Yeah.
And if someone could like read and like clearly see what's going on, it's like, all right, I could see what's going on, but you're trying to convince me otherwise. So you think I'm a retard? Like,
right.
so-
You're never going to
so
build
what's
any
gonna-
brand
Yeah.
of trust with that. Yeah. Go. And I know Sean brought up the Mises Caucus, but and it's kind of been a bit of a failure. I don't know if it's necessarily failure. Like the goal of the Mises Caucus and the Libertarian Party was to try and build trust small at that local level first, not by like we're going to win the presidency. Is being realistic about that. Being like let's show people what libertarianism is and let's run people for like sheriff.
What
and
prevents the
mayor and
Libertarian
shit.
Party from actually moving forward and progressing?
Oh, the people who run it and are in it.
No, I'm just saying in terms of like the Libertarian Party is like some, like you have some great candidates, but it's just like it falls flat. It does,
Because still majority of the party is made up by losers.
Okay, that's
like the party structure. No, there's a lot of really great people in the
No,
Libertarian
100%.
Party.
That-
Like the chair of the Libertarian Party is amazing. Her name's Angela McArdle.
Yeah.
She's the one who's leveraged what she could. She met with Trump. She's gotten concessions from Trump. Like she's kind of had Trump's ear on a couple things. That's fucking great.
Yeah.
But she's not the presidential candidate. She's the chair of the party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like she's good.
Would
and
you think
there's-
she'll ever run?
No, she's not. That's not her role. Like it's a Dave's role to run and be
Yeah.
like this, the speaker. But
What would Dave ever run though?
maybe I don't know. Maybe next.
I
time
think if
around.
he ran something small like a Senate seat.
No, that's too small for him. He's got to go for the.
You think he has to go for the carrot?
Yeah.
Really?
Not that he again, not that
What-
he
what
would
you
win,
think
but
you-
he'd have
yeah,
a
yeah.
platform to
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
He should have did it this time because he could have. He knew RFK too, and he knew
Mhm.
Vivek. He could have spun it to Trump.
I really think I think that in the future, if Trump does win, I think that Vivek and JD Vance has great opportunities of running for office in the
Yeah.
future. 1,000.
He's not perfect either, but he's good. One of the things I got from his interview with Rogan is like he is pretty smart. Like he's well read on a lot of shit. It's very much so like the opposite of Trump. But like when you hear some of these Trump interviews, it's like a lot of like catchphrases
There's
and funny
nothing
shit.
being said.
No, there's
A
not
lot's
much
coming out.
being said.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
right?
coming out, but there's
and
not
there's
much being
sometimes
said.
it's good, but like again,
The
as
defle-
Dave Smith himself would say, like I'm not confident Trump's ever read a book, right? But like,
Yeah.
JD Vance has read many books. You could tell,
Yeah.
or RFK when you hear him talk about shit, like you can tell the guy's well fucking read.
He generally
When,
sounds more educated.
My favorite
People
interview
wanna
of
hear.
Trump that actually showcases like he's not dumb. He is
No,
smart,
he is smart,
right?
yeah.
So like my favorite podcast interview he was on ever is Flagrant 2
Yeah,
to me.
yeah,
Because not only like Andrew Schultz did a great job and the whole that whole panel did a great job with interviewing him, and I like the way at the beginning of the podcast it was like, hey, we're gonna throw off his defense because he has to have a wall up in terms of anytime he's doing an interview he's on full frontal offensive mode, blitzkrieg, like
Yeah.
like and when he started talking about family and kids it kind of softened him up
Sure.
and whatever.
Yeah, try and get someone to become a fucking normal human.
Yeah, and it humanized him, whatever. But then they go into like talking about like he's like, you know, you say you go here, you like weave a lot. He's like, yeah, I weave, you know, and I know I'm weaving, but I'm still gonna come back here. But even still, he's like, he starts running around circles. He's like, I'm gonna end up back here. Don't worry, you know.
Right. And yeah, like in a sense, Trump showed you that there is some intelligent thought behind what you would think is mostly just incoherent rambling.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, he's actually thought about it before, and he actually has a plan when he does things.
Yeah.
Like that.
So he's cognitive of the fact that, like, yeah, I fucking go off the handle, and I'll sometimes make my way back, but that's how he deflects. So it's like kind of like interesting to see.
I wonder with I said before, like I feel like Trump's never read a book before, but I do wonder sometimes how much of that is an act, like where he knows like my brand is to act like this, and this works, like this appeals to people.
Yeah.
And if Trump did get up there and start like reciting fucking Rothbard or some like really dense ideological thing, it wouldn't land.
Lose people,
Maybe that's
probably.
why he picked Vance to be like the foil in that regard.
And Vance is really good with that. And I really I like Vivek. I think Vivek
Vivek's great. Yeah.
Very intelligent, even though he's, you know, a wealthy businessman or whatever, but in terms of like principles and fundamentals of the country, he gets it. And the fact that like when he went on the Breakfast Club, I was like, the fact that you guys treated him like that, it was insane. Not once, but twice.
Yeah.
And you go to the comment section, it's like, you know, it's kind of not fair that you're treating him like off rip on the offense, ripping him apart when he's coming in hostile territory and actually trying to sit there and listen.
Yeah.
And he'll go around, and that's a crucial aspect of being a politician and running right now currently, is actually sitting down and talking to the opposite party and being, you know, having that bipartisan fucking
changing people's minds.
Yeah. Just have a good faith conversation to progress.
All right,
get
all
solutions.
right, hold on. We got some
Breaking news: Wolf Blitzer.
We'll come back to Vivek in a moment here, but I'm on the CNN tracker thing here, and there's some interesting information coming in. Nevada,
where we at here
is at 70% in as Trump is in the lead in Nevada. I didn't know that coming.
Wow.
Trump, I thought for sure Nevada is like solid.
Go to
Arizona. Trump has a contour of a margin that he's leading by. Wisconsin 51 to 47.
47.
Where are we at in terms of 87% in? Wisconsin's close to finish.
Yeah.
Boy, this is a terrible website here. It's like everything fits on the screen. 62% in from Michigan. Trump's winning by a big margin. 52 to 46. Pennsylvania is close. 93% is in. Trump's winning by 51 to 47. If Trump wins the top three on the map, it's over. There's no way. It doesn't even matter probably what happens in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah,
it's over.
Yeah.
I don't see how there's not enough like slots left.
And Georgia's done, right?
Look, think of it this way. Very simply. 3 versus 2 right now. There's 5 left to win. If Trump wins 3 out of 5, he wins.
Yeah.
Right now, look, right now, you see there's 5 things that are kind of, you know, purple,
and
gray.
it always comes
Win
down
3 out of
to
5.
these
You
3
win.
states. I think they do this on purpose for the
and vice versa.
purposes.
Harris wins 3 out of 5, or she wins all 5.
That journalist JD really knows what he's talking about.
And Georgia's done already.
Georgia's done.
Yeah,
it's called. So Georgia's in the bag for Trump. That's over. So that's it. It's coming down to, in my opinion, it's coming down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona's wild cards, but I don't think they'll play much of a factor. But I could be wrong. I'm not a professional pundit.
Supposedly he's gonna be like talking soon.
Oh yeah, we could watch that.
Yeah, he's
like young Jamie, bro. Look at that.
I need a young Jamie here, man. It's a one-man show. I do fucking everything over here. The captain does shit. He's just the talent, as I say. He just talks. He doesn't do anything in the fucking background. Let's see.
He's got fucking sources, bro. He's got sources working for him right now. He's got the sources for the Trump team.
I wonder where we would be able to watch Trump speak. Probably on Truth Social, I'd guess, right?
Think so?
Give it a shot.
It would be on there.
What the hell?
I feel like it would be on X too.
I feel like also too
I think it'll be all
YouTube.
over the place.
Yeah, YouTube will have it too.
Yeah, it could.
Bro, this is crazy.
We're doing a great job.
This.
What's
We're
News
leading
Nation Live?
What's that?
Huge right now.
Oh, News
Nation.
News Nation Live.
Yeah, that's like a
billions of people came out to vote for me.
Charlie. I think Charlie's talking about Chase Oliver. Charlie Zazara said the idiot gave a concession speech as if that was necessary. Yeah, Chase Oliver had to give a concession speech as if he had any chance to fucking win.
Concession speech to all of 2 people.
Yeah.
I mean,
but you were asking before about the Libertarian Party, man. Like there is a a social club aspect of the Libertarian Party where like a bunch of people have been there for a long time and it's a social club to them and they don't want to give it up. And then like there's this new energy that came in, following Dave.
Yeah.
That was like, no, actually we want to like use this thing as a tool to get liberty back.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, like we're in charge here. And like
We're comfortable where we're at.
comfortable where we're at.
Yeah.
We want to have our meetings and chat with each other and accomplish nothing.
We want
kind of
no
like Tina
progress.
Forte
Yeah.
in a weird autistic way, right? and that's it. And they've fought back. Like they're not like a lot of them are not just stepping aside and being like, there's new energy and younger people coming in. Like they don't care.
Yeah.
They're fighting back and not giving up. And they're the reason why Chase is the nominee, not Michael Rechtenwald, who wasn't perfect either, but a good dude. He came on our show a couple times, but.
Just a better candidate, you feel?
Yes, at least
overall.
his message would have been, way more radical in that regard. So, what were we looking for here? Were we saying Trill News Nation? Oh, Trump delivered. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Right here. Okay, I think Trump's about to give some remarks. Oh,
Simple. What's that? Just keep going. Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the
It seems like Trump is about to speak soon. I'll lower the volume here. We don't need to listen to these goons.
Bro, this guy has so much energy, bro. The fucking whoever's prescribing the Ritalin, dude, that's me right there.
With the pink MAGA hat.
So let's see. Look. I will say that the vibe at the Trump event is similar to the vibe at the Harris event. Everybody seems to be like arms crossed, a little bit nervous, lurching left and right.
Oh shit!
So both sides are tense. Both sides are tense. Both sides, I think, can see that it's a very close race. There's some people having fun here. We can have a good time. Dude, one of the things I thought was so fucking wild that I learned this election cycle from going to specifically the Bronx Trump rally. Holy shit, bro. The influencers are so fake.
Really?
Like, yes, like I don't know. You know how like you watch all these people who do these shows and like they're on Twitter and they're on whatever. And you're like, you think like some of them are like, no, dude, a lot of them, it's all fake.
Yeah.
Like it's all this
Grifters.
act that they're portraying, and it's not this like, hey, I'm here to like do this honest work and have these honest conversations, like organically. Like, no, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
And they're just there to like provoke people or like get a viral moment.
That's
And they're
all.
fucking successful. Like they're all doing
Oh, yeah.
great. But they've kind of like figured out like they've figured out like the cheat code, like what needs to be done in order to like be successful.
Yeah.
They're not approaching it from like an honest point of view.
Yeah.
It's actually like repulsive when you see it in person.
Yeah.
But
you have it on a massive scale too.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of like a podcast or any of these political pundits, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What do you think? Fucking
Yeah.
CNN and MSNBC
Or like Van
Hey, why don't you
Jones.
move those cups. They're blocking the view of you here as we're working with bootleg cameras at this point. Watch out! Don't spill it. Yeah. What do you think? I wonder what Trump is going to say here. So a couple people walking out now.
Who's that? Beyonce?
Who's that?
Imagine. I'm switching sides, motherfucker. It's really Diddy. It was really the Diddy tapes after all. You're right. Now take me away.
You can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line.
Oh boy. I don't want to be here for
RFK.
extremely long.
RFK.
There he is. RFK's there. He's ready to party. RFK back in the day, boy. Let me tell you, he partied hard back in the day. So at the moment, the Google tracker has Trump at 247 to Harris 210. You need 270 to win. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was 270.
Trump is close. Trump is close, and again, it's coming down to those three states.
Is this in Florida?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In the area he lost. Like the only area that Trump lost in Florida is where they're at right now. Isn't that fucking bizarre?
That's crazy.
Wonder what's behind that. Maybe I don't know.
You think he'll move from Florida?
No way, dude. He loves Florida.
Out that county. He'll probably go to the next county that voted red.
Go down to Miami.
Actually, they said that Trump is on the way.
No, isn't Miami blue or red?
No, it was red.
No, Miami went red, bro.
Miami went red.
Miami went
Okay,
red.
that's
Yeah,
right.
they switched. You know what? There might be a little bit of behind that like you've been in such a fucking shit scenario. You've been eating shit sandwiches for so long that you're like, fuck it.
Yeah.
And then the area in West Palm Beach is beautiful. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. So they're
Yeah.
probably, like there's a lot of transplants there. Maybe they're not like feeling the dire nature.
A lot of New
that other
Yorkers.
people are.
A lot of New Yorkers during like the pandemic went down there.
Yeah, it's a lot of Greenwich and
Yeah.
people.
Yep.
Last
Okay,
polls,
so
polls in
Charlie
US.
asks a good question. He says, "What happens if she refuses to concede and they refuse to certify it?" Boy, I mean, yeah, like let's reverse the scenario that occurred last time, but let's remove the fact that Trump actually did just give up and go away. What happens if they say they do the same thing in a sense Trump did, but they don't do the give up and go away at the end, like when we get to January 6th again? Yeah. And this is some similar thing, but boy, Jesus Christ, the irony of that. I actually don't think so. Now I'm thinking about it, Charlie. I don't think that would happen. I don't think the tremendous irony of that would be lost on the American public. That'd be such a gamble for them to do, for everything they put into J6 and this whole narrative about Trump, for them to then go and do the same thing, but actually take it to the extreme. They've lost everything. Like at that point, they've lost any ounce of credibility they had, probably with even their own people.
Do you see what they do to their own candidates and within their own party?
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past them.
I honestly think it's more reasonable that they
look what they did to Joe Biden.
Yeah. No, I know. But I think it's actually more reasonable that they concede, and then they just go to work trying to tie Trump up for 4 years like they did the first time. And going back to what we said at the very beginning of this, that they just burned Kamala Harris, who was a terrible candidate anyway. Who cares? They'll come back in 4 years and run another puppet. Like Gavin Newsom was way more charismatic, and John Fetterman, the working class hero who is not here to have TDS or anything like that. We're just here. Like they'll brand themselves as having changed over 4 years and learned some sort of lesson to like appeal to people again. And people are dumb. That's why everybody shouldn't vote. All right, so they'll have a chance again. That's actually more. If I was an evil genius, that's what I would do. I wouldn't just roll tanks on January 7th. It's a losing strategy, in my opinion. So that's what I think will happen. What do you guys think?
Oh man,
Tro, what do you think?
Yeah, Tro.
What if it
Give us something.
if it like did the opposite?
If she refuses to concede and they refuse to certify the election on January 6th. Basically, if they pull off what they accuse Trump of trying to pull off.
I can see them definitely doing some type of shit on that day and whatnot. Something like reflecting what happened, like with like the whole Trump stuff and whatnot. I don't know, man.
You guys ever heard
There's
of?
really no definite answer, really.
Yeah, there's not. It's just speculation.
Yeah.
We're just
I feel like it would happen, but it won't have like the same effect as like the whole Trump thing. Like people will be like, "What?"
I think it would be more extreme.
How so?
No, it'll be extreme, but like people won't like be like, "Oh no, this is crazy." Like people will be like all behind it and whatnot. Like the crazies.
Yeah, and that you'll get the extreme left, whose temperament is very short fused.
Jack Posobiec is tweeting that Biden is telling advisors the election is dead and buried, and called Kamala an innate sucker, per White House official. It's an anonymous White House official. It sounds like Joe Biden, though, to be honest with you.
You're a sucker. You're a sucker.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, man. I thought Biden was a great time down the stretch here. Like I said earlier, you could visibly see he was
comedic relief. Yeah,
no, but you could actually visibly see he in all his dementia glory, but there was still an angry, like besmirched old man throughout this whole thing.
When he put on a Trump hat, that was on purpose. He knew what he was doing.
He definitely
knew. He was like, "Yo, fuck this. Yeah, fuck you guys. I'm not gonna run."
How about the fact that he
give me a Trump hat? He's like, "I'm gonna keep it."
Yeah. How about the fact that he called Trump supporters garbage at a Kamala Harris campaign online event?
Yeah.
Wow, boy. Like, talk about like.
You think it's on purpose?
Maybe sabotage in a sense.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe we're giving him too much credit.
Yeah.
But it's like
But you never know though.
Something you don't want to do. Like they know also that the deplorables comment by Hillary Clinton was killer back in 2016. Like when she called Trump voters deplorables, everybody was like offended. Like it broke a lot of people who were like, hey, like you're now like insulting half the country, and it like forget about the people who are deplorables, like the MAGA people. They were never going to vote for Hillary Clinton, but like people who perhaps
were on the fence
or didn't think that was the case, be like, oh, well, like what?
What?
No,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
not. Like they're not.
yeah.
Yeah, like it ruined her image for a bunch of people.
Well, rightfully so. She's terrible.
I like the people who
Yes.
did like put garbage bags on, and they're just like,
Oh
yeah,
my god.
Yeah, I thought that was fun.
Well, he pulled up in a garbage truck the next
Yeah.
day.
Yep.
The 2 days after.
That goes back to man talking about his campaign. Boy, did they do a goddamn great job! Like the fact that they turned around a garbage truck in 24 hours, ready for him,
Ridiculous.
And he had nothing to do with it. Like
Yeah.
if you listen to what he talked about, he's like he didn't plan that. He didn't even
No.
want to do it. He was like, oh, like, what if I can't get up there? Like, what if I can't get up on the truck? I'm like, everybody's gonna make, it could cost me the election if he falls trying to get up in the garbage truck. He kind of didn't want to do it. Like, no, trust me, go and do it. It's gonna work. And if you actually look at the video of him getting in, he almost fucking fell.
Yeah,
he almost
did.
fell.
Almost fell.
He stumbled trying to grab the door handle and get up. Yeah. But he's actually pretty fucking smart in that regard, that he knows at any moment you could make one dumb mistake that could cost you. You fall
Absolutely.
down.
So
Like
that-
Biden falling off the fucking bike. Right? Like Trump's trying to avoid at all costs having a moment like that.
Or falling up the stairs.
It's funny too, because it's like asking a kid, "Do you want to ride a fire truck?" And they're like, "What?" And it seems
Yeah.
like asking them, "How do you feel about driving a garbage
Bro,
truck?"
my favorite,
Yeah.
my favorite Joe Biden moment is hands down him getting lost in the rose bush outside
Yes.
the Oval Office.
Yeah.
Is
Oh
probably
my
one,
God.
and then playing it off like he was just like,
Yeah. Like he just literally walked into
and you
the
have
bushes.
Secret Service
Yeah.
like, hey sir, you gotta go
Yeah.
this way. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they're not interfering. You know, because
Right.
it's all about optics. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's all about optics. That's why I give what's his name, Freddie Roosevelt, a lot of credit when it comes to like, you know, I don't even know how he got like the media on his side in terms of like, you know, showcasing that he was in the wheelchair, because it's rare. It's rare seeing him on film, you know, footage or video.
Franklin Roosevelt? FDR? Yeah. Well, yeah, that was on
When
purpose.
he was, yeah.
Most people didn't even know he was fucking in a wheelchair. Yeah.
How crazy is that?
How about I've used on the show before? How about Howard Dean? You guys remember Howard Dean, the guy running for president? He went, yeah,
Yes!
and his
Good.
fucking campaign
Done.
imploded because he made that sound. I swear to God, like he had a solid chance as a good candidate to win. Then he made a sound, and his campaign imploded because of that. Because he made an awkward sound.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, literally, that is sometimes all it takes. So, in a sense, you have to be kind of self-aware.
People
and
watch them.
miss 100%.
People literally watch them and go, "Nah, I'm good."
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Hey, you know.
Yep.
Reed Coverdale, libertarian
Politics is
guy
funny.
in New Hampshire, goes, New Hampshire's weird. We now have complete Republican control of the state legislature, the governor, but all blue federal positions. I guess we'll keep making New Hampshire better while fucking up the federal government even more. That is a weird dichotomy of New Hampshire. Like, it is going red, but federally it keeps voting blue for some reason. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Maybe the movement there is hyper focused locally, and the shit libs who live there are hyper focused federally.
yeah.
They've given up locally, but they keep voting federally. It's like you have two
Contradicting, fucking. It's like
voting bases there.
That's
one base votes for local, the other base
This
votes
is
for federal. Yeah, something
and they
like
can't
that.
find a happy medium.
Right. Yeah, well, they do have a pretty happy medium there, to be honest, which is a very free state, and a lot of the shit libs who live there don't really complain much about it. Like, they just kind of get along.
I know. Hey, listen, I'm all for you know, states having their own rights and you getting to vote federally. It's just you know, it's
Yeah.
very interesting to see that you can coexist like that. That's what democracy is.
Yeah, I hate to get into the abortion topic at
Oh my
1:16 in the
God.
morning, but
Well-
boy, that was interesting. This election cycle, wasn't it? Just like the premium so many people put on that is fucking bizarre.
I'm voting for her for my.
I forget about the actual morality of it, like the premium people put on it. Like, of all the things to be fucking concerned about, so many people were putting that as their number one thing. Like, I even saw a meme or something someone made, or some guy tweeted something, and it's like, I'm voting. It was actually a dude, like a white dude, for Harris, and he's like, I'm voting for my daughter's reproductive freedom. It's like, oh my God, what are you talking about, dude? His daughter's a little girl. It's like, you're talking about you're anticipating supporting your
Like,
daughter
that's
having a
weird.
fucking abortion in the future. The fuck is the matter with you?
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
Yeah, no, it's
Mhm.
it's an FDNY guy down there. No, yeah, so it's interesting, but
Imagine me saying that about my daughter. Like, what a fucking odd thing to be like,
and JD Vance
concerned
actually
about.
clears
I prefer my daughter doesn't get an abortion.
So Joe Rogan
is never in that position to have that to have to
Same
happen.
kind of people that are all for the puberty blockers and all that stuff for the whole trans stuff.
Well, Rogan did push Vance on it on that specific topic, and he was like, "We're gonna leave it up to the states. I'm not gonna."
Yeah, it's not the perfect fix. Like I just do believe at this point it should just be illegal. But I understand that it's such a losing issue that if you actually want to make a change there, you can't just be like, I want to make it illegal for everybody now. Like it's not, you're actually gonna galvanize people against you. So at this moment in time, I understand let the states figure it out. And in 50 years, maybe culture will change and people will be repulsed by the idea of it, and then it could be made illegal. Maybe we'll still be alive, maybe not. But at this moment in time, going back to being realistic, it just can't be made completely illegal.
It being the federal issue, we're not getting anywhere. Just
right.
We're
not.
Figure it out.
Yeah, we're not.
It has to be. Are we going to argue about this?
Yeah, it has to be disarmed and kind of fueled by culture. It shouldn't even need to be made illegal. It should be gross. People just be people
just give them the ick. However you got to do, just give them the ick.
How do you get there is the question, right? I think this is the first step of how you get there in a sense. Yeah. I also just like the precedent of moving things back to the states being set. Not the best scenario to set it with or thing to set it on, but I like the idea of moving things back to the states instead of disarming the federal government somewhat and everything.
Breaking news.
It seems like Trump's coming out.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Well, this is like the Avengers thing we were just fucking watching before.
Trump comes in with the Iron Man hands.
He lands in, yeah.
He's just dressed up as Thor.
He just blasting people. Yeah. With MAGA hats come flying out of his fucking hands.
Bro, if he came out with the Thanos gauntlet, I love it.
That are just garbage bags.
Imagine he came out like Dr. Doom.
Garbage bags.
Yeah. Dr. Doom.
Dr. Trash.
I will tell you, I will say, man, at this sort of shit, Trump is a fucking expert, bro. At aura, anticipation, walking, making an entrance. It's WWE. Trump, he has.
He was on it.
Yeah, no, he was. Even when he comes into the fucking UFC things, bro, the vibe that comes in with them, he knows the guy is a salesman, bro. He knows how to sell himself.
He brings a nice presence.
Vince McMahon probably produces all this stuff.
Oh shit.
Vince McMahon, one of the greatest villains of all time. All right, I guess they really got us amped up here, but I guess he's not coming out this very moment in time. Let's see what's going on here, guys. What do you think? How long do we want to stay? I cannot stay forever. I do have to go to work tomorrow. Let's create a hard cutoff time.
Okay.
It's 1:22 a.m.
My cutoff time is 10 minutes.
Let's see what Trump has to say, and then maybe we end it after he speaks. It seems like he's going to.
What is he? This guy never sleeps, bro.
Oh no,
this guy's
he's a
3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he's up the next day, going on these interviews, and it's just like, what? I wish
maybe some news will come out of him speaking. Maybe he knows something we don't know.
You think so?
I don't know. Normally, probably not, because normally it's the other way around. Normally, if someone knows that they've lost, they're the ones who's going to come out and speak first, and they're going to be like, "Hey, I lost. I'm conceding." The other person won.
Yeah.
Then the other person who won, then they come out later and be like, "Thank you," etc. So this is actually the inverse. I just read before on Twitter that Harris has canceled everything. All appearances are canceled, and that's it for the night. Meanwhile, Trump is going out to speak. Actually, that doesn't bode well for her at all.
No,
he's
not at all.
I don't know. He's taking the opportunity to talk to everybody, and she's not.
But I think he would talk to anybody, even if he was losing, right?
Maybe not. I don't know. The energy is behind him at the moment.
Yeah.
That way. Obviously, the fucking results at the moment are looking his way as well. So that could be some play. But again, what the fuck do they know that we don't know? I don't know.
You think
what's that?
You think he'll hit 300?
I don't know. No, probably not.
No.
I just noticed Alaska's red.
Alaska doesn't have much.
That took a while.
Alaska's always red, no?
Yeah, it's always red.
Usually.
Yeah, but it took forever. The whole time they've been great.
Dude, it's so far away. It's still
yesterday
over there.
It's borderline Russia at that point, you know.
But even with the early voting,
I can see Russia from my house.
Yeah, Trump is just, it could be Trump's working on his speech or whatever he is.
Shout out to Sarah Palin. Dude, when she was on the Piers Morgan,
nailing
they
it.
all were attacking each other. And when Palin started talking, they were like, "Dude, you represented like a warmonger.
Yeah.
Like, what are you?" And like they completely checked her. Though, like
Good.
all of them,
All
like,
of them good.
you
Yeah.
didn't see it?
No, I didn't see the whole
yeah,
thing.
watch it.
Dude, there's been so many things to watch.
They were
back
attacking
lately.
each other, and then all of a sudden, when she started talking, it was like, "Listen, first of all, you ran with someone who was just a complete warmonger. So let's check you here real quick."
Dude, the View thing that I shared the other day, the View with Liz Cheney, and how they were singing her praises.
insufferable.
I'd love to see you as like the head of the CIA or the FBI.
Insufferable.
Wow, I mean,
that's a
you know what I was thinking about? Yeah, of course it's insufferable, right? But I feel like that was so.
That's a soft toss out there.
Just trying to keep an eye on what's going on here. I mean, I guess like we were alive for it. Danny, you were probably a little baby, so you don't remember like how reviled the Cheneys were at the time by like the Democrats and like liberals and like most people like us, viewed Bush as like a criminal for the war, and the Democrats particularly, and the Cheneys with them. And now the fact that they're like, these are the good guys and they're on our team.
It's
and
a wild time to
actually,
be alive.
we should hand you the keys to this car and you guys should drive. The Democrats are the ones saying it. Is again. I forget that a lot of population wasn't alive or even old enough to understand what was going on at the time. They don't understand the significance of it. It's fucking crazy. It's
wild.
like, imagine if 20 years from now, Donald Trump is singing the praises of Barack Obama, and if somehow Trump was still alive after all this time, and being like, actually, you know what? I think Barack Obama should be the head of my Justice Department. It's that crazy.
It's like AOC
Yeah.
running for president.
Or AOC. Even better. She should still be alive.
And then Trump comes out in support of AOC.
Yeah,
We'd be
that's
like,
already
what the
enough, like-
fuck is going on? Like that's it's literally what Dick Cheney. How they have forgotten, or they just never like knew. Which I know the older base of the party definitely know. But I think just like let it slip by, and nobody goes, well, time out here. Have we all forgotten what this man was and what Liz Cheney represents?
I think,
and then the View,
right? They were alive.
How,
so they have
how
no
they
excuse.
know, and they completely just like
Yo,
manipulated.
go to Twitter and go to Benny Johnson's live stream. He's popping bottles of champagne and he's saying, "We
Is
did
he?
it." Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Sorry. I hear Brett Bayer's dumb voice.
Oh, it's so glorious.
I wouldn't celebrate until I.
Oh,
actually
it's
know.
so glorious. We got a Trump cookie. We got our champagne.
Charlie Lazar
and
is saying
we
so.
are
PA's cold for Trump. That
out
probably
here.
is it. PA's cold for Trump.
Look at that. There he goes.
I go back to the
let's
because he's probably coming in now.
Yeah. So if that's the case, it does look
That's
like
it.
this
It
is
looks
over.
like it, so that's why she probably canceled her event.
What's going
They
on?
already
Sorry,
knew.
are we still hearing? Sorry, Benny's still in the background.
Benny Johnson from the Bronx.
Bro.
Benny Johnson from the Bronx. Benny Hill. Let's see. What are they saying here?
The mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching here
Trying to get
the 2024 election of the President of the United States. PA.
Where are we seeing? Let's just go back to Twitter. Another thing, dude, like Twitter is so goddamn fast at giving you news.
Yeah.
Like way before any,
It's
like I could keep
ridiculous.
going to
It's
CNN and on
Yeah.
the websites, and like they're so slow. You go on Twitter and you're looking for something happening, you'll find it immediately
By design.
Someone said something about it, like Benny Johnson right there. He must know, right?
He's got to know something.
That's it. It's
That's it.
Raw's alert saying former President
Breaking.
Donald Trump has won and secured Pennsylvania. They're not saying he won the whole election, but he
No.
won and secured Pennsylvania. Elon Musk just tweeted 3 minutes ago, the people of America gave real Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight.
him to come back from that is really quite.
And think about how toxic he was after.
There's 5 million under majority.
You're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming.
He has AK2 that put him at 270.
He has a lot. Yeah, I see. So the math. I think people are doing the math, like the projection of math. If he wins Pennsylvania,
Whoa, that is slow.
I
Holy
see.
shit.
This is a game of the Electoral College, right? So it just becomes math. Like at a certain point, like I was saying before, if it's a game of 3 out of 5 and you win 3 out of 5, it's over. You win.
Yeah, because there's no way.
But it's not necessarily a game out of 3 out of 5. It's a game of getting to 270, then you win, and then it doesn't matter who wins what. So like I could see there might be a combination of something that's about to happen that puts him at 270.
Kamala Harris, VP, presides over the Senate when they certify.
Yeah,
the election.
yeah.
This is glorious.
That's interesting. Kamala Harris, VP, presides over the Senate when they certify the election. Yeah, that goes back to the question that was it Charlie that was asking that before? What happens if they decide not to certify the election? Yeah, her hands are on it, like the gavel's in her hands when it comes down to that. Boy, that's a live stream night right there. That'll probably be midday though.
We're gonna be yelling, "Strike it down!
Strike it down!" Damn, Twitter's blowing up right now.
America spoke.
We'll see. Let's see. It's not official yet.
Yeah,
well, never get ahead of yourself.
You know what? Hey, listen.
Say
I throw on that fucking
9mm SMGs tweeting that decision desk called at 270 for Trump. How girls sleep right now? They're sleeping. How boys sleep. The boys are monitoring the situation with the 2024 president. This is literally us right now. This is us. This is Captain driving home right now.
Oh.
Captain's in his car right now watching.
That's crazy.
He's probably been at his house. He's just parked outside.
Yeah. You know what he's doing? You know what the captain's doing right now? He's watching the Two Doom Men podcast. Yeah.
Oh my god.
No shit. More taxes is a bad idea. All right, let's see. This is interesting. It's exciting. Some energy here at the end of the night. Let's see if the Google thing is updated. No, it is not. The feed here at Fox News hasn't said anything yet either. They're carrying obviously Trump live here, but it doesn't seem like they want to wade in. But Twitter is on fire with everybody saying Trump won. Raw's Alerts now is tweeting, yeah, Donald Trump will be the 47th president.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all those election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially. Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Speaking of Bitcoin,
The Middle Earth Mixer tweets a picture of Frodo sleeping soundly. I tell you, dude, there was a Lord of the Rings energy behind this election, especially the past couple of days. I don't know what it was. I guess maybe it's such a damn good story of good versus evil that it just
you have to at some point,
like I said before, it just applies so well to everything.
You have to relate to it,
and when you're in a scenario where it's such like a good versus evil scenario, you could just there's Lord of the Rings there for you, like an old friend that you're comfortable with, like an reliable friend to come and provide you with some laughs.
When I was watching Rogan and Elon just looks in the camera, he goes, "I'm sorry, hold up, I got to say this real quick. You have to go out and vote. It depends on it. Democracy depends on it." So it's kind of similar to Theoden when he's just like, giving the speech. Like, hey, listen,
dude, you know what's a great fucking line?
Oh my goodness,
from Theoden in the Lord of the Rings, right after. His son Theodred dies, and he was like all fucked up. Remember, he was under the spell, and then he comes back. Let me look at this real quick. And he then finds out his son is dead. He hasn't been around for it or whatever, and he's like there at the gravesite or whatever, and he's like, "These evil days like should be mine," or is like a great fucking line. It's like a person who's lost everything. What's like the rest of the purpose of their life at this point? He's like, these evil days should be mine to deal with. And then he like picks up the charge that's given to him. Literally, he then goes from that moment on. Everything he does is like confront the evil days he was presented with. Literally began with his fucking son being murdered. Damn it, what a good story.
So
Fucking
it's good.
amazing.
It's great.
Yeah. There's a great meme of that. It's like these evil days should be mine. And his eyes are like laser beams.
Yep.
Yeah. Boy, Trump, come on, man. We got work tomorrow. Let's go. Come out here and fucking dunk. Yeah,
dunk.
Truth Social now is tweeting. Is
Bro,
now pushing a notification. Truth Social pushing a notification saying Trump's going to projected to win the election. I think that's it. I think it's over, boys.
Is he really selling T-shirts that say garbage on it?
Yeah, probably. Right. I gotta be honest with you, at this point, like it's over. I don't think they would have done that. Especially Truth Social would not have posted that if they weren't 100% sure he's gonna win.
Yeah, because you get sued.
Yeah. Not just that, like, boy, you can't come back from that.
Yeah.
But
And you know what? This might be taking so long because he, like I said before, he might actually just be writing the acceptance speech, or the victory speech.
Yeah. Is that Thor?
It's the mountain.
Yeah. After Bjornsson. Get out of here. They're talking about the parties working together. You saw what Trump said earlier today. He was basically talking about his hope that they'd win the House and the Senate and they'd have the whole government. And the person was like, what about the Democrats? He's like, they could leave if they want.
He is funny.
Oh, yeah. He
does have some funny.
He does. He does have
He's a
comedic
comedian.
timing. He does. If the whole president, Dave Smith tweets, "Is democracy over yet?" if the whole president thing didn't work out for Trump, I really wish he would have gone on like a stand-up comedy tour. Imagine Trump just like doing fucking the circuit.
Oh my god.
The New York Comedy Club in Stanford,
just being
Trump
himself
on stage in full suit, pacing back and forth. Earth makes her tweets Gandalf crying. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador. Congratulations to the president-elect of the United States, Donald Trump. It's over.
Oh,
it's over, boys.
over.
Trump
Let's go.
won.
Over.
Let's go.
That matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great.
Should we have a drink at 2 a.m.? To cap off the night? What do you think?
Oh, gee.
Not saying no.
Not saying no. All right. Yeah, let's have one more. I only had one whiskey so far, so.
Listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still.
Dave Portnoy posted something.
This is very, very historical moment. This is where the fork in the road. This is where we go into hopefully a hopeful, positive direction for the country. Become unified.
This may be a little rambling. Donald Trump, next president of the United States, probably a huge miracle. He just didn't win. He won for fun. He won the popular vote. He got more votes than last time he was president. Just a total ringing endorsement of the Republicans and Donald Trump, and an indictment against the Democrats. And that's really this rant. People are asking, like, how Trump get more votes than he got last time? Well, here's the answer. Because people are independent of politics.
I'm going to crack open here the Game of Thrones House Stark Dolphin Winter's Frost. This bottle, at least, I've had this bottle in here for 6 or 7 years. Yeah, we've drank some of it though. I'm not gonna say none. We're down to a little bit less than half. We're down to like a fourth. But good night. Good night.
Is always in danger in overreading your mandate.
I'm optimistic.
I wonder how that kill myself thread is doing right now.
I'll check up on that one tomorrow. All fair. Ice or just drinking it warm as fucking.
I'll take a cube or two. Where's the?
It's down here. Just be careful because most of them are melted at this point. That's how long we've been here. The ice melted. The ice in the ice bucket completely melted.
Climate change.
There you go. Tell you what, boy, Captain was pretty confident. He was like, "We should bring a bottle of champagne with us." I'm like, "Bro, we don't even have any results yet. Relax." At the beginning of the night, I'm like, "Dude, if he wins, you could go back to the house and get the bottle of champagne." I'm like, "Don't bring it with you now. You're a fucking Trump supporter here, Jesus."
Yeah.
As far as calling states, there could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be
Yeah. Well, so they're talking about it now. It will be interesting to see because I do think like Americans do have in their mind that there is a mandate that comes with a big win. So, like, if the fucking regime respects that or not, it remains to be seen. I don't think they will, but like, if Trump wins this big, the way like Reagan did back in the day, with like 300 or more, there is a clear message sent, like, we don't fucking want you anymore.
Yeah.
And now, like, you
Shit
have
needs to change,
right?
and now you have to listen.
Yeah, there is power in that. I do think, like, there is power.
But
in,
that's
like,
what I was saying before. Is that if he does take it with a big margin with the popular vote, with with
it seems like he's
popular vote,
gonna. It seems like he's gonna.
It's a clear message to the establishment. Like, enough is enough. The people have spoken. Enough of your shit. That's it. It's done. You know. And we would hope it's done.
Yeah, I'm an optimistic person. That is a great outcome for the country, to be honest with you. If that happens, and then Trump executes and does the right thing, right? Of course.
Well,
But,
that's another thing now too. Is like, okay, so he just became president-elect. Now it's time for him to do his job, and now it's our responsibility to make sure he's accountable for it.
And I've used this example before. I used it kind of before, but I was talking about the Soviet Union, and for anybody who black-pilled about the whole thing, like, we're talking about how hard it was, for so many years there, and how they got out of it, and like the manner in which they got out of it is like remarkable. It just evaporated overnight.
Yeah,
like, not a shot was fired, in a sense. Like, one day it was the evil empire of the world, and the next day it just didn't exist anymore. And it broke up into like a way better version of what it was.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible. It can't happen. Like, this could be a moment like that. In
Hey,
some
who
extent.
knows?
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping they're
There's always surprises.
Yeah.
You never know.
Keep what you stole and go home.
Yeah.
You would think, but people, with egos.
This is going to be the next episode title. Keep what you stole and go home. Please, for the love of God, don't come back.
Just
Leave us alone.
Put a Lord of the Rings meme in there too.
Yeah. Captain shared, of course. He's still up. This fucker.
He's still up?
Yeah, he's still up. He shared a peanut meme, which I'm going to bring up here in a moment. The squirrel might have saved democracy after all that.
I'm telling you, this is very influential.
The squirrel changed the
There's
day.
a Harry Sisson tweet. I got to see what I can't wait to see his
God.
reaction. Oh boy, hold on.
The squirrel.
That is wild.
No way. No.
Hey, I'll cheers to them too.
Yeah, cheers, boy. Cheers. We get to
Cheers.
cheers this whole time.
Cheers.
I'm busy
Hey.
fucking yapping.
America won tonight. Cheers. Hey.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done. But this is a good step in the right direction.
We love you, Peanut.
All right.
No, let me tell you. I will say that Trump, he expended a lot of political will to win this in the manner that he did. He now owes a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
he owes a lot of
made
people.
A lot.
Yep.
Yes, it was a smart. It was a smart way.
Yep.
Yeah, the way that you win
Good
a general election is by promising people things and working with people.
Now it's
But
like
now
us.
you owe everyone. Like,
Yeah.
he owes the libertarians what he promised us. He
Yep.
owes the Muslim community
Yeah.
like peace in the region. He owes the Israelis whatever the fuck it is that they want from him. Right? He owes us actually peace in Ukraine. Right? And no more.
no
war. Yeah, like now you got to go and all these people
set
that
the tone.
yeah,
for
all
the
these
next
coalitions.
election
He
now.
owes RFK Jr. big fucking time.
So now
you
he's
got to
going-
deliver on the healthy stuff. Yeah. I'm saying though, like, you now owe everyone
healthy
who
stuff,
came to back you.
the healthy stuff.
Yeah.
He's giving him access to all the information
Great.
pertaining
You
to
owe
his
us declassifying-
his father
yeah,
and
right,
his uncle.
yeah.
You know how huge that is?
Is all that going to happen?
But rightfully so. That's what I'm saying, bro. And I hope it does happen, bro. I hope for his sake, I think that will bring closure to a lot of people, but not only to a lot of people, but him. That's his family. And a lot of people
the right thing to do.
deserve to have the truth, especially him. Like his
Hold
father,
on.
you know?
We're gonna.
Oh, he's gonna start crying.
It's a
And
political
Jones gonna start crying.
realignment for sure.
Why?
Now the fun begins. Can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth.
You'd find
are
more
yet to be
cheer
known.
in a graveyard.
I mean, I think that's the real open. Or are we getting 20% tariffs? That's going to be devastating for the economy.
Oh, it's over,
Are there going
boys.
to be
They're
massive
talking as if he won. It's over.
I believe it's
That's
actually
it. Now you put the cap in, and now it's over for good. They're talking about, is he going to put tariffs on? It's over. They lost.
Bye-bye. Administration. There are 350,000 criminal aliens here in the United States.
Oh,
I think
this is
probably
the
takes
is
4
this
years. It's fine
this
to
is the guy who
locate,
likes Trump.
deport those murderers and rapists.
Throw
that are
'em out.
wandering around. The Biden.
That's it,
Department of
boys.
Justice
We're invading
acknowledges
Canada
they're out
tomorrow.
there. We need
Let's go.
complaining. If we lock those folks up and deport them out of
But
here.
CNN.
Here we go. They're already arguing.
I always hear that during the Obama administration.
That's
they
another
actually
thing.
deported.
So that's another thing. Like, you now have to get rid of all these people who you were talking about getting rid of, right? Like, I do think that's going to be extremely difficult. Like, once the videos of fucking people getting loaded onto buses hit, you know what they're going to say, right? So, like, does that even happen, or is that bullshit?
No,
like,
yeah, you put them
if
in
you
a-
are going to fix the country, unfortunately, like all these people came here illegally and are going to like change the demographic, they got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Humanely. I mean, just one
put them on a
like,
boat. Put them on a boat. No
not
directions.
even
Just
that.
go.
No. Like, we should get them out of here, but humanely. Like,
No,
you
put them
put
in a
them
boat
on
and
nice.
just let the boat just go on
Coach,
GPS.
we fly them coach.
No,
You know,
Put them on
they
a
get
boat,
biscuits.
remote, just
you know,
They get like MAGA hats.
Yeah. No, but and dead seriously, like
Send them to Canada.
we were talking about this before. Like, there is something to the fact that not all of them are like liberal Democrats, but then at the same time, there's something to them like not all of them share our values of like liberty, freedom, individualism, all these things. Like, now, if we import a tremendous group of people who don't share any of the, we already have a problem with that here within our legal domestic population. Now we bring a bunch of people who don't share any of our same values whatsoever. How the fuck does America stay what it is for the next 100 years? It doesn't, right? You can reverse that trend. It's not impossible.
Yeah,
but
got to catch it early.
Just send the immigrants to Canada. Okay.
Yeah, that's why we're invading. By the way, that's where we're gonna send them. We go to the north. Yeah, they'll welcome there with open arms.
That's our first line of offense.
Defense. Offense is our first line of defense. Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, nothing's going on over here. I kind of want to go back to CNN and watch. Oh, maybe we'll go to MSNBC. Let's
Look at
see what
that
they're-
guy on FaceTime.
Oh my God, they're having a meltdown.
Trill, I need you in the background. Find me the people who are having the worst time.
I need you to find someone who's
People
crying.
who are having the worst time right
Yeah,
now.
like just scour the internet,
absolutely
bro.
just-
Scour. I need
The
to.
one person I gotta see who's on is Hassan.
Oh yes.
I
Oh, you
gotta
know,
see if he's
or
on.
perfect.
Oh, okay. Now we're gonna get diabolical now, boys. What about the Young Turks?
Oh my God, Cenk.
Let's go to the
probably
Young Turks
fucking
first.
Red right now.
Let's see what they're up to. Is Cenk in tears? He might be.
Oh,
Oh my God, Nate Shot's watching too.
I don't think that's what they said either. I mean, I think that if you're out
defeated.
amongst
Look at his eyes. He's done.
immigrants, second and third generation immigrants in this country, and you're talking to those voters are saying that
Jesus,
that
all the big
immigration
streamers
is
are
not an
watching
issue
this.
for them. Economy is an issue. Healthcare is an issue. Those are the things that are issues.
I don't care about this. I just want to see Cenk's reaction.
We need to see Cenk.
There are some people who, and I think that there is, and this is something I can't speak to because I've never
not showing
experienced it,
Cenk.
obviously. But
I know
there
somebody
is-
else that we could look
and
for.
I've been told by voters
Go to Hassan.
that
Oh, no.
that for in that group that there's a
I don't
resistance.
think he's probably not
Is
live.
that? I was gonna say, is this even allowed on YouTube? It might not be.
Oh, he is. Yeah, look at that.
He is live. Yeah.
Yeah, that chair should be in the corner.
Underscore that underscore Nick on
Is he on with Amaranth?
That's Amaranth. Completely dismissed. Like this is ridiculous.
He's gonna
This
sit in
is-
the. He's gonna probably sit in the
Yeah,
corner.
he
tonight
goes sit in
and
the
watch
corner
it.
to watch.
PXIE, thank you.
All right, he's not.
for
He's
joining
holding
us.
up. You know why? You know why Destiny's in good shape tonight? Because it's fucking fake. His whole thing is BS. He doesn't
Yeah.
actually give a shit.
Yeah, that's not.
He doesn't
Look,
say-
look. Wow, nice rack.
He's wrapping up. He's wrapping up the show. All right. Let's.
Yo, Hassan is ranting right now.
Is
Is
he?
he?
All
Go,
right,
go,
we
Twitch.
gotta- we'll
Twitch.
find it.
It's on
Twitch.
Twitch.
Is he?
Yeah, it's on Twitch. It's not on YouTube.
He's just ranting.
Let's go back to.
He's probably having an absolute meltdown right now.
This
He's
is
having
fun.
a meltdown. Oh no,
Here
no,
he
no!
comes.
Stop,
All right,
stop,
here he
stop.
comes.
no,
Here
no,
we
Go,
go.
go, go, go! Let's go.
President's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin.
Is he coming out, or is they just?
All right, they just. Oh, they probably announced it. Yeah, elected. Yeah, president elect.
To win
There we go.
consecutive terms.
Damn, Jinxie's watching this shit too.
Cleveland in the late 1800s, Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice.
I'm looking for tears of unfathomable sadness.
It's gonna be so much worse.
Oh, here we
dude,
go.
This time
This
around.
guy
It's gonna
is
be
so
much fucking worse.
fucking
this time around.
hilarious.
Trump- no, holy
He's so.
moly.
This guy is.
He's watching the same thing we're watching.
Yeah.
Should we watch
Oh, just
through
watch
Hassan?
him. Yeah, Inception.
This is
Yeah, so we'll watch through him.
set
Yeah.
podcastception. Yeah.
Inception. Okay.
To the White House.
47th president of the United
He
States.
is
former president
steaming
Trump,
Are you
right now.
scared to be
Vice President Kamala
categorized as part of the woke propaganda they aim to put a ban on with Project 2025? Brother, I'm literally unconditionally pro-Palestinian. I'm already on the fucking crosshairs, whether it's a Republican administration or a
Oh,
Democratic
get
one.
out
Okay,
of here,
trust
bro.
me.
No one's coming
I
after
know
you,
what's
Hassan.
coming. Fuck it. What are
You're
you
not
gonna
that
do?
fucking important, dude. It'd be like saying the Harris administration is going to come after me and Chris specifically.
That's literally how this guy
which is a
thinks.
specific
Get out of
That's
here.
how
that they wanna put
egotistical this
on
guy is.
every single fucking
The
person
fact that
dares
people
criticize
literally
the state
watch
of
him
Israel.
in
Are you
good
kidding
faith
me?
while
It's
he's
worse
out
than
here
that.
promoting certain ideologies, like socialism and stuff like that, and he's out here being a multimillionaire, buying expensive cars, promoting. He's just fucking a grifter, Just,
yeah.
He says it himself. He's a propagandist. He's that's what he does. He just spews out
check
propaganda
on everyone's favorite cuck. Let's see what he's up to. Is he doing a live stream? Where he's got to be somewhere. It's Kyle Clancy. He's got to be doing
Oh, you would love man. You have a
Making
vendetta
points.
with him, huh?
Oh, because he used to be a Bernie bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a fucking cuck.
Yeah. Well, I want to say
Maybe he's
Chris will
not doing
probably
anything.
change them.
Yeah.
1000%.
Maybe not. Maybe they gave up and they took their ball and they went home. I don't know.
He's
Let's
literally
see.
sitting in the corner of a hotel room right now.
Oh,
my God.
boy.
Here we go. This is another one. This is a huge one.
Yeah, this could
There
be
we
this could be
go.
what we've been
We
looking
got
for this whole
Harris.
time.
We
Hold
got
on.
Harris. We got what is it? White men for Harris?
White
Yeah.
babies for
White
Harris.
babies for Harris.
say,
America
that
failed.
ain't no-
Oh my God, his fucking America failed women
All right.
tonight.
So this is Harry Sisson.
You
Harry Sisson
pathetic
just
person.
posted this. Let's see what he had to say.
Oh my
so
God.
the election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do not know who the winner is, but it is pointing in one direction. And not final, but I just wanted to say that America failed women tonight, primarily. Trump has insulted women, berated them, has been found liable in court for
This is all
assaulting
just a
woman.
front because dudes like
And-
this can't get laid, and they need to do this in order to try and
Because
win
his
over
T
getting
count,
fucked.
his T count is low.
Yeah,
There's
he's not
no
even upset.
way that this is a real
He looks
excuse.
like a peak
beta male.
It's fake.
And
Not even
instead
upset.
of standing up to that,
This guy is your fucking quintessential paid operative. He's not even actually upset.
1000%.
Remember when I told you before about how it was like shocking to see how fucking fake going to the Trump rally so much shit was? I think my smoke alarm's going off at this point. It's like go to bed, go to bed.
Wait. So all of America failed women.
So
All of America failed women tonight.
So
Like there was
failed
no women
too?
involved in voting. Like
Yeah.
I'm
Look
not,
at all the women there.
That's what I'm saying. There's women everywhere. There's women everywhere. So what the fuck? It's the same question. What is a woman? Harry? There's a woman right there. That's just such a fucking cop out, man. It really is. It's that's all Kamala was running on.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be
it's
honest.
like
Let's be
gay
honest.
rights
This is
is
new.
done now.
This is new. They just lost.
Way
They haven't
iconic.
they
There's
haven't
not
thought of the,
white
Huh?
women there. There's
What?
not all white women there.
No, there's not all white men there either. So it's just
It's a stupid thing that they started forever ago.
it's insane.
But it's like gay rights is in trouble. But it's like there's
There's not all
there's no
straight
gay
people there.
Trump
It's-
supporters.
There's
no
it's
trans
all different
Trump
walks of life.
supporters.
That all different type of Americans.
Exactly.
And people are aware of all the bullshit that has been pulled for the past couple of years, and
But like it makes you feel good in a way. Like people are aware. Like something's fishy. Like even like
Yeah.
the far whatever.
He will take the stage tonight as the next
just
president.
tweeted, I'm hyped for the meltdown reaction videos.
to run again. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump.
Boy, come on, Donnie, come
Isn't
out.
that the actor?
John Voight. Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
That guy looks like a sycophant. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's Angelina Jolie's father.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you lying to me.
No, John Voight is Angelina Jolie's father.
Look at that. Mark Cuban tweets, congrats, Elon Musk. You won fair and square. Congrats. I'm sorry. Congrats, Trump. You won fair and square. I took the batteries out of this thing. How's it still beeping?
No, not RFK Jr. Iconic. It's the other guy.
Who?
No, I kind of thought we were saying RFK Jr. was Angelina Jolie's father.
Oh no.
That's lame, man. Who knows what we're saying at this point?
Man.
2 o'clock. This is the latest I've stayed up on a work night in a long time. Old man life.
I still gotta drive home.
Yeah, you stay over if you want.
No,
you go work tomorrow?
I do, but I gotta go to. I gotta do something in the morning. Damn, I want a glitter jacket, bro.
Yeah, we saw them at the Nassau County at the Nassau Coliseum
fucking
rally. There was a whole
glitter.
bunch. There was a person who sold
A nice
this custom
American glitter
glitter
fucking jacket.
Yo, get the dark MAGA hat.
Yeah, the dark MAGA hat. I ain't gonna lie. I just refuse to get a MAGA hat because it's like a cultish thing to do.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, the black one is fucking fire. just from a drip aura level, I'm not gonna lie. That is fashionable, bro. It's fashionable. That's drip.
real?
That's aura.
They need to reconsider all of them.
No, this is
No,
fake.
it's
Yeah.
not. The minute I
It's
heard
the
you,
Biden video. I'm like,
I
it's
heard
like
you replace me. I was like,
it's
it's not. Yeah.
break.
Oh my god! Don't even show that.
Yeah, fine. Fucking she lost. Let's rub her fucking face in it.
OT.
The right to bear memes. Kamala Harris to launch OnlyFans account following election loss.
Bro, that's ballsy. It's a big illusion right now.
Fuck that. She's an evil witch. Tell that to the people in Gaza.
Oh.
You gotta tell that to the people on YouTube.
Oh my god.
Michael Malice says Kamala Harris had a concession speech ready, unlike Hillary in 2016. She's not giving a speech because she's fucking drunk or nursing a black eye from Doug, or both.
And let me just say that as
So I'll try and hang out here.
certify the election results on January 6th.
That's interesting.
A lot of irony in that moment, Harold.
I'll try and hang on here until Trump speaks. I do want to capture that, but we're
Hey,
6 hours into our stream.
Let's go, baby.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Hey, Tro, we getting a bold black MAGA hat, bro?
They got some crazy looking one.
What,
They really do have some.
yeah, but I want one that's made in China.
You don't want it from the Trump site?
Oh, Trump has one?
Yeah, he's got the dark MAGA hat, and then you got the Elon dark one with like the what you call it, with the old school script or whatever.
The Critical Drinker tweets 2024 will go down as the year when Hollywood lost its last shred of cultural influence.
Yep.
I agree. It seems like it not only didn't help, they pull out all the stops, it actually backfired.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it made those celebrities look a certain way.
Right. What did we talk about? We have a long fucking discussion before about Beyonce and how that was weird, and it seemed like all the parties their interests weren't aligned there.
The one that bothered me the most was Eminem, though. Like,
yeah, him too, dude.
Yeah,
that's like
not surprised. Not surprised.
I don't know, man. Thinking back
I'm
to
not
him back
surprised.
it's like a different genre with like Rage Against the Machine. Now they're raging with. the
yeah,
machine.
it's very actually it's a good point, Danny. It's very similar.
Well, it's the
to,
same thing
Rage
with
Against the Machine.
Howard Stern. Same thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, the Scagz is gonna be on Twitter, on X.
Japan's election coverage is pretty great. Look at this fucking shit. I love Japan, man.
There's no way that's real.
That's real.
Oh my god.
Look at this. These fucking people.
Bro,
are
they
amazing.
did Trump dirty.
Yep. Dude, I love you. Ever see the Shinzo Abe memes that come out all the time? The prime minister who was Trump's friend who got assassinated.
No.
Oh, dude, there's a great meme.
Repeat that one.
The prime minister of Japan who got assassinated a few years ago. He was like Trump's ally, his friend. There's a lot of great memes that get made about him to this day. Like after Trump got shot at, there was one of like Shinzo in the clouds, like looking over him, like I protect you, Donald's son. Yeah. And then there was one of, I think I shared on one of our recent episodes. It was of Trump waving at the McDonald's, and it's like, hey Donald, who you're waving to? And it's like, oh no one, I just thought I saw an old friend, and it's Shinzo Abe like in the clouds. Yeah.
That's fucking dark.
Yeah.
Oh my
But it's
God.
fucking funny.
Oh
dude.
yeah, you gotta laugh. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we did.
There you
Joe.
go. There you go,
Yeah.
Joe.
Someone posted a picture of Biden wearing the Trump hat. So talking about promises and things now Trump owes everyone. Let's not waste any time. He did promise us he would end the Ukraine war before he even became president.
Gotta hold
Well,
him accountable for that.
It's late today. I'll give him that. But he better get to work on that immediately tomorrow.
I
That should be
agree.
the first phone call he makes is to Vladimir Putin.
I feel like
that's the first phone call he
I
makes.
feel like
tomorrow
this
morning,
whole
in my
entire
opinion.
month is making
Yeah.
amends with everything. Like
Yeah.
in terms of war.
Yep.
In terms of,
Vladimir
like,
Putin might actually
hostile
call him
effects.
tonight.
Oh,
After this is all
I
over,
wouldn't be
I guarantee you
surprised.
Vladimir Putin calls
Yeah.
him and
What can we do?
No,
Let's
like
work
to
something out.
congratulate him, and,
Yeah.
and that's when the peace negotiations begin immediately. Like it's something like maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody right now, well, everybody. I'm talking about like leaders, like presidents, prime ministers, whatever you have you, is watching this right now. Like Putin's probably in the Kremlin right now watching this. Like, all right, coming up with plans or something like that.
Yeah, of course,
right?
dude. Of course.
How
do I
Israel's
now-
watching right now?
Yeah.
Fucking everybody's
Sure.
watching this in terms of like, all right, what does this mean now?
Right. What does this mean
He
for me?
needs
How do
to
we
go
come out
around.
of this?
He needs to go around, literally just breaking bread and being like, okay, this needs to end right now. What can we
yeah.
do together to make sure that this?
Yeah,
we're
I
done?
do think that Putin probably is not going to assess like, making peace. Obviously, he has literally said that before. But he was in the position over like he would have gone either way. So like, if he had to fight us to the end and maybe outlast us and we lose, he'd be fine with that. But now he's going to probably adjust course and be like, I don't have to actually take that super dangerous route. I can try and make peace and get something out of this, and
Well,
I won't get
well, that's
everything,
fine.
but I'll get something, and maybe he'll hope for fucking less provocative policy or
Yeah.
something. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah. What do you think?
I think this week. I think this week need to focus on certain aid, military aid, needs to be completely stopped.
Yeah, well,
instantly.
Trump can't do that now. But he's not actually.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually ramp it up. Maybe they're going to launch that
Imagine.
fucking nuke that we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bring him back.
What do you guys think a peace deal in Ukraine even looks like at this point? All right.
Just give Russia Ukraine.
No, that's too much.
Okay. You know what? You know what? I would just hand over Zelensky.
No, that's too much. Bro.
What do you mean?
Jamie's so
much?
radical, bro. Yeah. I think a fair deal is that Russia gets to keep Crimea forever. Like it becomes
But
part of Russia
that was
officially.
gonna be- that's
no,
gonna be-
like on paper officially, there's no more
That-
claim whatsoever
That
anymore.
was always going to be the outcome.
Right, but that's a good starting point, and maybe those areas in Ukraine become their own country in between, and a neutral zone. And Ukraine has promised never to be in NATO ever.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
it.
it. That's
But
pretty
that-
good.
But that's just it.
Yeah, they get to keep
That's
the rest of the
literally that
country.
simple.
Yeah.
You cannot join.
Yeah.
Talks of joining NATO.
Yeah.
Here's a 100-year fucking or whatever 500-year fucking agreement that you'll never join NATO. You need
Yeah.
to sign this and that, blah blah. Now that what that does with Russia is like, okay, like now we can sit.
Yeah,
and
there should
just
be a
fucking
neutral
breathe.
zone. Like there should be like a DMZ.
Because I say it
like
all
how
the
there's
time.
like a yeah.
I say it all the time. Imagine in the 60s if Russia went to Canada and was like, yo, we're putting nukes here. And Canada was
Right.
like, contemplating it. You think we would have fucking ever allowed that?
No.
Absolutely.
Hell no.
Absolutely. It's a logical, common sense, fucking, practical fucking thing. It's just practical. It's like, yeah, the guy doesn't want fucking any fucking influence around his border.
Yeah, literally. Like a lot of people, framed it this whole time as like he's in like as if he's invading us in some way, bro. It's over there. Like we're over there. We're on their border.
Yeah,
not us per se. I mean,
No,
some of
our
our
influence-
soldiers are.
our influence is
Our
there.
empire is over
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
on his border.
And that's
Right.
another thing
Like
too.
it's not
is like,
right. I'm not saying it's great what he did, but
people think that like, oh, but we're
we were
not
talking about
there
before.
directly.
We were talking about before invading Canada. Tongue in cheek or whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine. But like, at least Canada's on our border. If fucking Russia invaded Canada and was like then aiming nukes at us from Canada, we'd be like, yeah, we should go over there right now and get rid of them.
Yeah, 100%. It would have been instant too.
Right.
It would have been like all the citizens were like, yeah, that we can't do this. What was I gonna say? Shit. I don't know. Whatever. It's too late.
So I hope so. I hope
Yeah.
that's one of the first things that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
24 hours, I'll have that thing ended. 24 hours,
Trump's,
it'll
Trump's
take.
not going to sleep for about a week, so he's going to be fucking celebrating this for a while. Wow, good job, America. You just fucking elected a convicted felon.
I want to see what the final Pally is. You convicted of a convicted felon. You're elected a convicted felon. Boy, Google has given up. They're just not updating anything anymore.
Yeah.
It's been stuck at 248 to 214.
Tech companies
They
are
won't
fucking
call
in
anything,
shambles.
bro. They won't
Yeah.
call PA.
Yeah.
They
This is where the
won't.
fucking rip begins. This is where the fucking
No,
rip
it's not
begins.
that. They might be like salty. You know, it's
Mm.
over, dude. Let's see what Kuklinski has to say.
He probably didn't say anything.
Said I was convinced worst case scenario for Kamala was 276 electoral college votes. I was dead wrong. Trump has done it again. Much to discuss tomorrow. See, the thing is, like a guy like this, not only is a cuck, bro, he's not even that good of a pundit. Like this is this guy's whole fucking career.
Yeah.
He don't have another job like we do.
Yeah.
This is all he does every single day. And he's not just a cuck with no morals or principles, but he's wrong as
Yeah.
well. I think I might have bookmarked some of his predictions earlier today just to come back to him later and rub it in his fucking face as if he knows who I am. But
Still
let's
feels
see.
good.
Yeah. Let's see if I did. Yeah, I did actually. Let's do that. That'll be fun. All right, let's mute this. Actually, you know what? Let's go over to what Kyle Kalinske tweeted earlier today. He said, "My bear case for Kamala, middle of the road / most likely case, and bull case for Kamala. Trump has run a horrible campaign. He's just shadow of his 2016 self." Now, this is literally the inverse of reality. Trump ran his best campaign, in my opinion. All my criticisms of him, I can't criticize him on like the gamesmanship of his campaign. He ran the best campaign I've ever seen. Like I said, he made so many goddamn promises and appealed to so many different communities. He won, right? That's the best fucking campaign you could possibly win.
Mm-hmm.
So he did the opposite of that. But Kyle Kalinske, let's see what he was predicting.
Bro,
he made a
the
couple.
homie got the Amish to vote.
Right, yeah. So one of his, I think he said this was his middle of the road, 276 to 262. Bro, this motherfucker literally posted that Kamala Harris was going to win 319 to 219 by 100 electoral college votes. 355 to 183. Bro, it's going to be the complete inverse of this.
You got two balls. You need to call this out. You
Retire.
Yeah. Tomorrow you need to
retire.
Dry your tears first with the printout.
You know what?
But wait. Put
McDonald's
the bag, bro. Put the bags. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Fucking shit.
I hate people like that because they like sell themselves as like such principled people back in the Bernie days, and then they just you see them like side with the regime. It's fucking gross.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for Bernie.
Well, good for they out themselves and everybody knows what they're about.
Yeah.
And now they sit in fucking sorrow and they just automatically tomorrow's like I don't like the way Trump walked up the stairs. He's not fit to be a leader. It's gonna start tomorrow. That's it. It's full frontal attack on all sides on this guy. So they've been doing it while he's not in office.
Compare his
9mm
stance to one of Hitler's speeches.
9mm SMG goes tonight. I feel unburdened by what could have been.
Oh, dude.
It's Kamala Harris's famous line.
Honestly, just call out sick tomorrow, dude. Call out sick.
Not a glorious day for this country.
Boy, how long are we waiting here for Donnie? It is late.
Let's go, Don. Come on, man.
They got to be writing the speech. They probably didn't
expect it to be
maybe
so soon,
maybe they actually didn't expect to win
Tonight.
right now tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe I don't know. I find it hard to believe they didn't have something already drafted up, but unless maybe it's superstitious and they didn't write anything because they want to jinx it.
Well,
they mentioned the McDonald's thing.
Democracy wins.
Camarian pervert. She's gone. It's done. Yes, Mr. Trump, it's over now.
Oh my god.
To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months because
Oh shit, it's 2:08. Fuck.
Sleep over if you want, buddy.
What does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose the South? The easiest way to do it for them is Joe Biden.
I'm dead. This dude Nate shot.
What is it?
He's live right now. He's like in a robe watching the whole thing.
Someone shared us that Van Jones is on the verge of tears.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite, who are hurting tonight. There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time.
You know who people like that have to blame for feeling awful tonight? Van Jones. Guys like that. Who sold them this fake fucking reality.
Yep.
That they're now upset because they think that Donald Trump is going to ship black women off to fucking concentration camps or something. It's not going to happen. It didn't happen the first time. And he's now like someone like this has no remorse, no morals. Like he's not only he's octoppling down now. Like he could just not say anything.
Yeah.
But instead, he's still there spinning his fake fucking story.
Narratives.
That is actually going to have a real life effect on some people. Some people are so deranged tonight that they're going to literally be traumatically stressed out.
Yeah.
And Van Jones is up there with no issue whatsoever, still selling that.
Yeah.
Still quadrupling down, whatever it is. I don't even need to watch the rest of it. It's just what he's doing. It's fucking gross. It goes back to what I was saying before. These phony people, dude. It's repulsive. You know, some of them. He's one
because they're getting paid. They're getting paid.
Yeah.
He has the earpiece in.
He's a
and they're
trained,
telling him, all right, sensualize it. Create havoc. Talk about your experience of hate in this country.
He's a trained radical dude. Like he does shit.
Remember
like
when Van
like
Jones was a Republican?
his cause of like this weird Marxism thing that he's on.
I remember when he was a Republican.
Primary. Yeah, he was never a dude. He's a trained radical.
But you don't understand what I'm saying? I remember when he was a Republican, and then all of a sudden Barack Obama started running, and then he just flipped out of nowhere.
He never was a Republican, dude.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah, he's a radical. Like by whatever means necessary, everything for the cause. Doesn't matter how many bodies he's got to bury or
was he an actor?
People he's got to ruin.
Was he hired off of fucking Craigslist?
Maybe. I don't know. You doing? Hey, hanging over there, Daniel?
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm about to head out.
Type
Honestly.
sleepy.
Yeah, I'm about to head out.
I'm just waiting for this mofo to get on that goddamn stage.
Yeah, I'm gonna start heading out because I have to get up early. Let's see how long.
Damn, it's already 2. God damn.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Who's that? Megan Kelly? All right. Someone's coming to the mic.
All right. My friends, it has been
It was
an
fun.
absolute pleasure.
It was a marathon.
Trill, I'll see you, Trill.
It was a literal full day of work.
Shout out. Thank you for having me. Make sure to hit the like button. Sub to these guys.
Yes.
The best.
Hit that like button. Smash that sub.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
We did it.
We made it.
Democracy's been saved.
We did it.
All right.
All right.
Boys, be safe.
Yep.
I have everything.
Got it? Yeah, I was about to say.
Ooh, leave that door open, bro. It's hot in here.
What time you got to be up tomorrow?
Regular time. It's gonna be a rough day, but it was worth it. Sleep tomorrow. Oh boy, none of the pops fell after slamming that door. All right. Yeah, I agree. Yes, now is the time to take a victory lap, but he probably won't, knowing Trump. He'll appeal to unity or something, my guess.
Which, of course, is what you want.
I don't know. I want a victory lap. I want to rub it in these people's faces.
Oh, yeah, that too. But, you know.
Because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was winning them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals.
My rooster is awake again.
Oh, shit.
Poor guy. He's having a rough night.
And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy,
I think the rooster saw Jamie, and he's like, "Oh man, he's one of those fucking Bronx Spanish guys that have the rooster fights." There's Vivek. Is
That
that
or
Doug
he's stoked
Burgum?
about Trump winning. That's why he's crying.
Get the fuck out of here. Nick Fuentes says, I can't believe we did it again. This guy was look, he talked so much shit about Trump the past couple of weeks. I think he even publicly said he's not voting for Trump. Now he's going to say, I can't believe we did it again. This goes back to this whole fucking theme of things I've been saying all night. There's so many people online that are just big time, personalities. They're
Ponies.
so fake. They're so fake. It's all just like they've concocted this like
I wonder what Taylor
false
Swift's gotta
personality,
Yeah.
I wonder what Taylor Swift's got to say since like
Taylor Swift wasn't a vocal person, man.
No, she wasn't, but like her Swifties.
She never appeared on stage. I don't think. Right? She never did anything with Harris. She just gave her a soft endorsement. I found a thread of possible meltdowns. Oh, we got to go one. We got to go one. We found one. Ooh, we got one.
Good.
I can't believe Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
See if I can mine any other gold in here.
Streamed from his mom's basement.
Yeah. All right. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. It's still early in the night. It's still early in the night. Maybe there won't be many. Maybe there won't be many meltdowns. Maybe most of these people are just going to kill themselves. I hope not. It's not what I'm rooting for. Hope they get help. The help they need.
The country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered.
All right, and I expect the man to walk on stage now.
What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country, and I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country.
No
He
way.
wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it's that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is in like total like backpedaling mode now, where he's like, hey, I was a Trump guy all along, that sort of thing.
We need a really solid attorney general. John Ratcliffe can do it. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry. There will be a lot.
Mayor Eric Adams tweeted 20 minutes ago, while ballots are still being counted across the nation, we can already celebrate New York City's high voter turnout and safe, secure, and well-organized election. As we wait for a final outcome, I urge New Yorkers to remain calm and let the process play out. No matter the outcome, our administration is prepared to work with a new president to defend our city's values and ensure New York City remains the greatest city in the world. My man wants a pardon big time. He wants Trump's help. All right, let's see, Danny. What time is it? It's 2:18. If by 2:30, if by 2:30 Trump hasn't out yet, that's it. It's over. We're cutting it off at 2:30. That's it. I'm on my last legs here.
Yeah, Facebook right now. I'm embarrassed to be an American right now. A president that oozes hate and prejudice yet again. Let's see how this one goes.
Get a picture of Trump waving from McDonald's and comment that. Goodbye. You're free to leave. Goodbye. See you later.
Damn, what time is this guy getting on?
We're all like the moment we get off.
True.
So how long do you like? How late do you normally stream until?
Me lately, I've just been getting off at like 1 o'clock the latest.
Okay.
Because I got work in the morning.
Yeah.
But
Let's see what. So another big live stream tonight was PBD. He did a whole live stream with a bunch
damn.
of people, including Dave Smith. So someone posted a clip asking, "Are you picking up what Dave Smith's putting down?" Let's see what he had to say.
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, they already did. Oh, but I couldn't imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys, you know that Donald Trump's second assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was convicted for possession of weapons of mass destruction? You can't make this shit up. And he then went to join the Ukrainian war effort and came back to America, and this raised no red flags. Like, dude, you can't have a goddamn parking ticket and get on an international flight without something going off. And by the way, the entire corporate media has had no interest in looking into any of these stories. Nobody is even asking, was he connected to intelligence? What was this guy's background? The first assassination attempt, the one that shot him in the ear, the official story is that they couldn't get into any of his phones and he had no social media footprint. Does anybody in this room believe that there would be a young person who was so politically radicalized that they would try to assassinate a president and they weren't on social media?
Yeah.
What are
makes
the
no
odds
sense.
of that? Zero?
Yeah, that makes
Well,
absolute.
They went to his house too, right? And like the place was scrubbed or something like
Yeah,
that.
that too. That literally makes objectively no sense whatsoever. That'd be like if I tried to do something to someone, like to a candidate. And that's not what I'm gonna do, YouTube. But like, and then they were like, "Yeah, he had no presence on social media." Like that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Like, if you are that crazy about politics, most likely in 2024, you're on social media complaining about something somewhere. There's no way that he had nothing. No,
It's impossible.
Yeah, like unless he's a creation of something. You know, he wasn't a real person in a sense. All right, he's got 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Dude, the Google thing is frozen. They won't admit defeat.
Or the person updating it is in fetal position.
Yeah,
and then
maybe
just-
they're having a complete meltdown. Look at this. They haven't even called Pennsylvania. 90. What is that?
That's
95.
crazy.
I can't even see anymore. I'm going blind.
95.
95, and they haven't called it.
What was Minnesota? What was that?
Minnesota, he lost. Looks like.
Yeah, I just wanted to see like the gap.
Michigan, he won, dude. Sean Christopher's right. So that's a shot at Gretchen Whitmer up there too. The governor was just god awful. She now is on notice as well. You know, she's been a huge fucking Trump derangement syndrome person. Now he won her state. Nevada looks like it's going Trump too.
Yep.
Wow.
This is the way.
He's going to win the popular vote too. It's a smackdown. It really is at the end of the day. Yeah, I wonder that. I wonder if that happens. I wonder if they give up the bullshit cases that they still have going against Trump at this point. They throw on the towel and be like, "We lost. It's over." Or if they still keep trying to plug those. They still keep trying to plug those along after all that. Maybe that's their fallback option. Fucking throw him in prison before he gets into the office.
This is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close. Expected to be.
You found a
live feed of
good one.
Kamala HQ.
Oh, D.
This is a great page, man. Follow this page. Camarian Pervert. Great Lord of the Rings page. Alan Jacoby says, I think Kamala Harris is relieved. Probably. Boy, this must have been stressful for her.
That's
All these
valid.
awkward
That's a
fucking
valid point.
situations she had to be in where she sucks. She doesn't have to do it anymore now. She could just go away.
Back to the Lord of the Rings thing. Like, that'd be great if that's why he's late. He's getting dropped off by one of the Eagles.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll find out. Keep looking.
But no, that is valid though. Like,
Yeah.
like she must feel some sort of relief, but at the same time,
Disappointment, of course.
Not yet, because I'm pretty
Like
sure
that's a
she's
sociopath
getting
for
like,
power. Yeah. Here's a great tweet. Someone who, without a doubt, deserves a lot of credit. Scott Pressler. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Here comes Trump now.
Man, the myth,
and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Dana White's up there. Look at that.
Oh, D.
Dana White just won the election. Look at Barron, bro. That guy's 90 feet tall. He looks like a fucking, I don't even know. Looks like an alien.
Wait, is that the youngest son?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
monster,
Oh, gee.
bro. There's a lot of great memes around him too. There's a lot of great memes that are like, "Don't worry, Father, I'll handle them," and it's just like him. He's a giant walking next to Trump. He looks a lot like Trump when he was younger.
to everybody else's size. Like, that's pretty insane.
Yeah. If you look at pictures of Trump when he was in like his 20s,
Yeah, they do
dude, they
look-
look fucking exactly alike. I don't think Trump was that tall, but they look alike though. Oh shit, this is probably gonna get flagged on YouTube for the fucking music. Damn YouTube.
If only America. Fuck yeah.
Let's see. I'm sure we got 90 copyright strikes by now. 7-hour stream.
Good call.
No, nothing yet. All right. Troy, you know what was fun, bro? When we did the baseball game fucking live stream, like maybe next year we should do more of shit like that.
Yeah.
Like you
That's what I was
can't.
saying,
Yeah, it
definitely.
was too late. But you can't like you can't share the like a lot, but you can you could share like an at bat real quick. And,
Yeah.
like as long as you be quick and then you stop, like you'd be all right. It's like big moments happen, even in football, maybe like Super Bowl or something. That'd be fucking.
That's
pretty
what I
cool.
was doing during like the playoffs and all that.
Yeah, it's fun too. Makes you
Yeah.
like, especially if you're not like necessarily maybe even rooting for the team or something, gives you like something else to do. All right, see what
he
man,
says.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Wow.
I'm surprised Elon Musk's not out
I
there.
want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
This fucking guy has unlimited energy, bro. I am absolutely exhausted, and he's like almost triple my age.
But it's a
He
political
looks
victory
fine.
that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the
Definitely hurting
extraordinary honor
inside
of
though.
being
Like I want to go.
I didn't just run for
elected your
president, you know?
47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and
hold you
with
to that.
every breath
What's that?
in my
So we'll
body,
hold up to that.
I will not
We're not gonna
rest
just
until we have
ignore
delivered the
everything.
strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Hopefully.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Yeah, man, that's big. Republican hasn't won the popular vote in a long time. Might be since Reagan.
That speaks.
Yeah, this goes back to Supreme Court. There is now a mandate of get lost, like a repudiation of the whole fucking system and the regime.
Thank you very
A lot of
much.
different reasons why, but you
Winning
can't
the
ignore
popular
that.
vote was very nice, very nice. I will tell you, it's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room, with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yeah, I think he.
Senate
Joe,
races
fact check me, bro. I think he's got
in
all branches of
Montana,
government.
Nevada, Texas,
Senate,
Ohio,
House,
Michigan,
Supreme Court,
Wisconsin,
executive. Again, he
the
could
great
theoretically get anything done he
Commonwealth
wants
of
to get done.
Pennsylvania. We're all won by
Yeah,
the MAGA
pretty much.
movement. They helped so much.
Senate, they already won. The House is already winning.
And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean,
Yeah,
the
House,
number of
goddamn.
victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job.
Ugh.
Terrific job.
Gross. Mike Johnson's fucking
I want to
gross.
also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Imagine the deal Melania had to do with this. Yeah. Think she fucking knew what she was signing up for when she married him?
Was the number
I gotta
one
be first
best-selling
lady
book
again
in the
now?
country.
Jesus.
Can you believe that? know, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we? Huh? Amalia. She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Vance does as vice president.
Yeah.
How if he ends up being the guy now who picks up the mantle later. He's young. He's only fucking 40 years old, I think. He could be
And is absolutely remarkable and beautiful.
He's a big Lord of the Rings guy.
Could
be our Aragorn.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC?
There you go. Trump's kind of now pointing out why he picked him, which is one of the things I came to realize over time. It's like, goddamn, Vance was great in those scenarios. Now Trump is openly saying, like, hey, he's really good at that, and that's why we, in a sense, we picked him.
Say a couple of words.
Like Vance did mention, like when he talked to Trump before he even knew he was vice president, just getting a feel for what he thought and all that stuff. For a second, I thought they were saying Jerry. But,
Jerry.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate
2:30,
you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Bearded dudes for the win.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice.
Yeah, sums it up pretty good.
I took a little heat at the beginning.
I was one of them.
But he was.
At least you could admit
I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous
cryptos
appreciation.
skyrocket.
Oh yeah, dude. Trump. That's another fucking community Trump owes.
Come here, Susan. Chris.
So I just want to point out also that I'm just now remembering and just thinking about it again. Like, it's fucking bizarre that Harris has just vanished. Like, she's not. Again, this is in the inverse. Like, it's supposed to be the person who loses talks first. And that has not happened. And not only that, she's vanished. She doesn't exist.
Susie likes to stay in the background.
I want Dano sitting down and just dust.
It's not a good sign, actually.
not.
Is she gonna fucking
This was
contest the election? Who
unexpected,
knows?
but I just want to thank.
It's like, what
obviously,
about your
President Trump for
supporters
this
crying
journey.
and
It was a
thinking
great
Hitler's
one.
in office
Yeah.
now?
He hasn't
candidate.
he hasn't referenced
He's going to
either.
be
I
a hell
spoke
of a
with him.
great 47th
You
president.
know,
and
sometimes,
this
you know,
is
usually in these scenarios,
that we
they'll,
have the best
hey, I
team,
spoke
and, of
with,
course,
my
people
opponent,
like
and they've,
Susie
they
Wiles,
congratulate
the
him on a
best.
win. Like, that didn't happen.
Thank
He
you.
didn't say that yet. He's gonna say that, yeah. He hasn't referenced her at
No,
all.
there's still time, but
Thank you, and thank you, Susie.
Maybe she will do something
Look at
tomorrow
this,
morning or
I've
something.
never
But
seen her be shot before. Susie.
not a good sign.
They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Elon.
No, he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around.
So I'm saying from Raw's alert says reports are saying that Vice President Harris has called Donald Trump to concede and congratulate
and it came
him.
down and down.
Just
and
hasn't
you saw
referenced it
that
yet,
fire
perhaps.
burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon.
Oh boy, we're gonna
And I
get into
told the story. I told
a
it
half an hour
last night.
Donald
I had
Trump
a
stand-up
man
routine
on the
now.
phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really
Trump
devastated.
owes
The water,
Elon
this was a
Musk
big water,
an
as big as we've ever
unpayable
seen
debt
water hurricane. It built lakes
throughout
out of
this whole thing.
nothing.
He
Fields
did
became
have a
lakes,
factor.
Oh,
for sure.
dude, yeah.
the danger
Not only
was
that, but he
unbelievable.
bankrolled
And
him.
The people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be
My guess is
possible, at
he's
all
going to defend
possible
the companies
for you to speak to Elon Musk? We
yeah.
need Starlink.
Whatever he got to
I
do.
said,
And
"What's
probably give him all the
Starlink?"
fucking
It's a form
contracts to
of
go to Mars.
communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson.
Blackout. Rage fest partying right now in the
Oh, dude.
background.
He's hitting balls.
He's hitting
He's on the
balls.
way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Bryson.
Oh, look at him.
That hat does look nice.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this
Hanging
is
on
the
by a thread over
roughest
there,
sport
buddy?
I've ever seen, but
A bit.
I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very
Babylon B posted,
motivational
Jory
kind of a
Reid
guy. What he
explodes
does, he
live
gets
on
these
air.
fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any
How you
time.
holding up?
It's doing so
Fine.
well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
So I could give Dana White the mic. It's interesting. See what he has to say.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross. Theo Vaughn.
Look at the streamers are getting shout outs at the fucking presidential victory speech.
Powerful Joe Rogan.
Yo, no
And
shot.
thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
No shot.
It's gonna be you in the future, Trill.
That is
When Vance becomes president in 2028. Well, thanks, Trill boy.
He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
I hope that is the truth. I really do.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are
Uh-oh, Chris
hardworking
is
people.
calling me.
These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting
Way to
citizens
put
of
it.
all backgrounds
Definitely.
around
Realignment. Yeah.
a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Gentlemen, we made it.
We made it through.
We did it.
Made it through.
It was a marathon, to say the least.
Someone made a great analogy of like this whole thing. They said Trump 2016, A New Hope. 2020, The Empire Strikes Back. 2024, The Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, man. I hope so. I hope the evil empire is finished, but that remains to be seen. The hard work now lies ahead for Donald Trump and the administration. He's got to survive as well and get to Inauguration Day and thereon. But that's it, man. We almost made it to 7 hours of Two Dude Men live stream. That is a a hell of a journey. Thank you, boys, for sticking around the whole
What
time.
would you say is your second longest stream?
Oh, the Yankees Guardians game
How long
was
was
like
that?
3.5 or so.
Okay.
Something like that. At the time, I was like, wow, we did 3.5 hours. That was incredible. We almost did 7 fucking hours here. To anybody who stuck around the whole time, thank you. That was a hell of a journey. It was fun, man. It feels like we were talking with Garrett and them like days ago.
Oh,
Trill, you made it the whole way, man.
Yes, sir.
Charlie Lazara's still here. Look at that trooper, dude. Thank you, Charlie, for sticking out the whole time. Trill, thanks for sticking the whole time, man.
No
Plug
problem,
your show.
brother.
Anyone who's here, please go follow Trill Boy.
Follow me over on Twitch, guys, at Trillboy15. Also to Trillboy on other socials. So that is it. Thank you guys. Appreciate being on tonight.
Ops wins tonight, babe.
Yes, sir. I'll do
All
that
right,
tomorrow.
everybody. Going to sign off here. Captain and I will be back at some point. We're taking a little brief break here. We're going camping. I think we earned it after a long election cycle, a 7-hour stream. So thank you, everybody, for listening.
Adios, Doom Nation.
Adios.
Later.